Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je vous présente le président de la CAF, monsieur Ahmed.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Tout d'abord, je tiens au nom de la Confédération africaine de football et à mon nom personnel, vous souhaiter la bienvenue au Caire pour ce séminaire au niveau des licences de club. Je fais mention en particulier à nos collègues des autres confédérations qui sont venus partager avec nous leur expérience, faire des échanges avec nous, afin que nous puissions aller de l'avant dans ce projet. Sans doute, vous mesurez l'importance pour le développement du football dans notre continent. La base de notre travail, ce sont dans les clubs, et le renforcement de capacité, la réorganisation au sein des clubs va faciliter beaucoup plus la tâche au sein de toutes les fédérations. En ce sens, je vous souhaite bon courage. Je vous encourage surtout à aller de l'avant et surtout à avoir beaucoup plus profité de ces moments pour mettre en place un standard commun pour les formations qui vont se passer dans le continent. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que nous avons toujours ce risque au sein de notre confédération d'avoir des actions à deux sens ou à deux niveaux souvent qui ne nous permettent pas, ces fonctions toujours des intervenants sur place. Je vous souhaite un bon séminaire pour les 2 jours qui vont suivre et évidemment, comme le temps ne nous permettra pas de revenir pour la clôture, vous souhaitez déjà un bon retour à vos familles respectives et à votre pays. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now we'll have the group photo with the President outside in the terrace here. We'll all go after, we'll follow the President. On va suivre le Président dans la terrasse pour avoir la photo de groupe. Merci. Gentlemen, and of course I would like to once again view. I'm very happy to see all the familiar faces that are here today for this event. As soon as I briefed the President about this event and the amount of experts who are coming, whether from our continent and as well from different parts of the world, he insisted that he must be with us today at least for this brief opening. Now I would like to present to you Mrs. Aisha Johansson, member of the CAF Club Licensing Committee and also member of CAF Exco, in order to welcome you on behalf of the committee. Mrs. Aisha, please.
Good morning to the participants, but I also like to call you all family. This thing about ladies and gentlemen, when we gather here as in a football congregation, I always like to welcome you all as family. So good morning to you all. On behalf of the chairman and the CAF Club License Committee, I'd like to welcome you all to the second CAF Club License. Okay. I'd like to welcome you all today to the second CAF Club License Instructor Seminar. As you know, the first seminar took place in Cairo in 2015, and many of you in this room participated in that seminar. Back then, the CAF goal was to start introducing the system to all member associations and to gather feedback as to what our level of operation was as a confederation. Your role as instructors have been very important to CAF, as it would have taken the club license committee and the club licensing managers several painstaking years to actually start to introduce, explain, and to implement what exactly our goal and our mission was. But instead, with the enthusiasm of all of you, the instructors who participated, it enabled us to cover the whole continent in a little over just a year. CAF has formed a new list of instructors for the cycle of 2017 to 2019, and all of you in this room have been chosen as some of the best experts in the continent. And to those instructors that we have maintained, we expect the same high level of passion, enthusiasm, and professionalism. And to the new instructors who have been selected, the same high hopes and expectations of enthusiasm, professionalism is expected of you, in the hope that CAF will be able to achieve what it is that we are in pursuit of. Today with us are some very special guests. Some people refer to them as being critical. I don't like this because this is not a surgical or a surgeon's seminar. I'd much prefer to refer to you as vital and very instrumental in adding to the value which we are going to discuss in the next few days. I would like to welcome representatives from the World Governing Body, FIFA, and representatives from our sister confederation, the AFC, CONCACAF, UEFA, and also joining us here, representatives from the African division of FIFPro, and representatives from FUFA and other clubs as well. CAF truly hopes that the club licensing system will become not just a tool, but also the hub, the route from which the real legends will be born, the route from which we will be able to nurture, we will be able to feed our players, our systems, everything that this continent hopes to achieve and to be at par with the developed nations, if you like, the nations that we look up to for advice. We as a continent see no reason why we should not be at this same level. And it all starts with the bottom root. And this is why you are here, to help us, to help CAF, to help all the other member associations to actually start to strengthen that root and to develop, to nurture it. I stand here in front of you as a CAF EXCO member and also a club license in committee member. So I see things from a CAF perspective now, a CAF executive perspective now, and we really do want to create and develop and make that change, that meaningful change that the whole world is looking up to us for and expecting from us. As the president of the Sierra Leone Football Association, I can also see things from a member association's perspective and the challenges that we as member associations have in developing and implementing these systems and impacting our clubs. I also stand here in front of you as a founder of a Premier League club. So again, I know what the challenges are in building a team, in nurturing young players, in putting systems together as a club, in trying to compete in local matches, in regional matches, and going forward in continental matches. So I think it's going to be an extremely interesting time. I'm looking forward to the next 2 days because more than anything else, I will be learning on 3 different levels, on the levels that I just spoke to you about. We face challenges as a nation. And that is not to say that we will not be able, these challenges are there, they always will be there, but they're not insurmountable. Again, without being repetitive, I can only say that it is down to you, the experts, to give us the advice and to help us to be able to push forward and to implement through rules and regulations what it is that you prescribe for us. I would like to thank you all of you at INCAF who have been able to put this program together, and in particular a very vibrant young man, Ahmed Haraz, who has worked round the clock. Thank you so very much. It's going to be a very interesting time, and look forward to the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Aisha. I think the speech will make us believe in the system even more, as we can see the belief from the EXCO committee members. We saw the president and also the club licensing committee members who are with us today. They all believe in the system, and definitely you do as instructors. So we have a very exciting journey together to start. This, ladies and gentlemen, was highlights of our Champions League last year that was won by and Sundowns were crowned champions for that competition. Sundowns from South Africa. It was a very good competition, and this is our ultimate competition. Basically, all our work should be mirrored in that competition at the end. Now that we had the opening speech and we completed the opening part of the seminar, I would like to invite you for a quick coffee break before we come back to start all the content of this seminar. Thank you, and please we go this way once again. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting conversations already between the participants during the coffee break. I have to interrupt many of you so that we can come back and try to be on time with our agenda. Now let me go through it. the opening session has been made by the president, his surprise appearance, and it was followed by another welcome speech from Mrs. Aisha Johansson, the member of the EXCO committee and Club licensing committee. I will start today with my first presentation, and I will basically give you a recap on club licensing. There is nothing much, but basically I just want to inform you of you as instructors, what have you achieved during the last few years working on this system, the club licensing system. And then we're going to have a very, very interesting session called or named Club Licensing Around the World. This presentation, I've been honored to be invited at UEFA to attend this session when it was made for the first time. It was in 2015, I believe, and I had many of my colleagues here who attended that session with me, and we had a chance to discuss club licensing from the point of view of confederations in basically almost all the confederations. This time, I'm very happy to welcome participants from FIFA, Mr. Sebastian Neuf and Mr. Andres Portabella, the representative of AFC, Mr. Mahajan Nair, the representative of UEFA, Mr. Alish Dabril, and finally from CONCACAF, very long travel, because I just visited him over there and I know how difficult it can be, but thank you very much for Jonathan Martinez for coming all the way from CONCACAF. It's a very powerful group of experts who will be joining us for a session, and the session will be moderated by Mr. Andres Portabella. We'll go to lunch at 12:30, okay? And we'll have to be back at 2 p.m. sharp in order to start our first panel discussion. If you remember, for the instructors who have been with us in the first seminar, we had 3 panel discussions, a panel discussion for each group of instructors. As you know, you are divided into 3 groups, the group of administrative, legal, and financial instructors, and I tried my best to put all of them in the middle here. And then we have on that side we have the group of the infrastructure instructors, and then on this side we have our coaches and the sporting criteria instructors. As you know, we used to send you in a group of 3 an expert from each panel to the federation in order to conduct the seminar. So today, and between today and tomorrow, we're going to have 3 sessions. Those sessions will focus on each panel of experts, the specific area of expertise. At the end of today, we'll have a summary of the day, and then we'll start the official dinner later tonight at Sky Pool Restaurant, which is at the top floor of the hotel, and this will take place between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. And I would like to announce that maybe also we'll get a chance to watch the semi-final of the UEFA Champions League if Alish would allow it. As a representative of UEFA, we're going to watch all of us together. If you want, of course, you can stay after dinner to watch this match if you're interested. I'm not sure if there are a lot of Juventus and Monaco fans around here, but we'll try to. There is one, just one, only one person supporting. Really? So that okay. You don't have Ghanaian players in Monaco, huh? You don't have Ghanaian players in Monaco. Yeah, I know. I'm asking about Monaco. No Ghanaian players there. So okay, fine. All right. Very quickly, we'll also have another. Sorry, I missed the panel, the infrastructure panel. Also, like you can see, it will be moderated by Mr. Khaled Nassar, and I will go through the participants and the panelists of each panel in more depth right before the start of the session. In the second day, we'll start the day with a quick recap of what we discussed today, and then we'll have the sporting instructors panel, which will be moderated by Mr. Onur Janza. And then at 10:30, I will speak a little bit about what to expect in the next phase. Basically, this is why we brought you here. Not just to discuss what happened during the last 2 years and what you have achieved, but even more importantly, to tell you what is the future plan, what is CAF planning to achieve through you and through your work and expertise in the next 2 years. I've asked my colleague Mahajan Nair from AFC. He is the head of club licensing over there, and he conducted many inspection visits. So I want him to explain to us how he proceeds to such inspection visits and how he organizes it, so that he can inspire us to many ideas when we are preparing our own inspection visits that we'll proceed to do. Again, lunch 12:30, same like today. And then come back, we're going to have a club presentation by Monsieur Benoit Yu, who is the General Director of ASIC Mimosa, one of the best examples of how to run a club in Africa. Therefore, I've requested him to prepare that presentation for us and let us know about it tomorrow. I think I might have... There's also a presentation. I'm sorry, it's not here on this on this slide, but we also have a presentation which will be done by the representatives of FIPRO, who are honoring us with their presence today. So because it's time for us to also consider the players as one of our major stakeholders, and they've always been, but sometimes we tend to forget. And I always say that even I, at the very beginning, did forget this, and I was very embarrassed when Anthony Baffo, in the first seminar for you, the instructors here in Cairo, he explained to me that I should not forget the first priority and the number one stakeholders who formed this beautiful sport that we all think about all the time, which is football and of course the players. So we'll listen to their presentation very carefully before we organize a very interesting session that will be moderated by the CAF Director of Media, Mr. Junior Binyam, and he will have basically panelists who represent all the different stakeholders of African football here. Definitely we'll have a representative of Africa, of CAF, and of the federations, of the leagues, of the clubs, and of players, and we'll discuss the names and go through it one by one tomorrow before the session. Before we have the closing of the seminar, which will be done by Monsieur Pierre Gondot, a member of the Club Licensing Committee. And tomorrow I would like to announce to you, but a bit late, that event that made me keep many of you until the end of the second day. I know many of you are very busy and wanted to head back straight away after the seminar, but I requested that you try to stay because we have an interesting event that we can attend together, and I will let you know about it, but I'll keep you excited for a little bit. Now let me go through my first presentation, which is the recap of what we've done throughout the last 2 years. Let me start by saying that you need to understand where club licensing is at the level of CAF. Right under the executive committee, right now we have 3 committees. We have the Interclubs Committee, and we have the Club Licensing Committee and the Development Committee. The 3 of them must follow up regularly on club licensing. The Interclubs Committee has got under it the 2 Interclubs managers. Many of you of course know them. We're talking about Ismail Wali and Mohammed Al-Shawarbi. And we work very closely together in order to ensure that the clubs participating in the competitions that they are organizing are properly licensed. And of course they help me a lot with this, with the implementation of this system from at the level of the CAF administration. Under the Club Licensing Committee, this is where I am, because this is the committee that I present my reports to. And finally, the reason why I put the Development Committee is because definitely club licensing has got a very, very developmental aspect in it that we should never forget, and also because the budget of the whole system is right now under the Development Committee. Now let me brief you a little bit about where the federations are. In the first column, you can see the statutory clauses, and this is the fact that each federation must add in its statutes the articles that explain that they must implement club licensing. Okay, as you can see, in 2014, we only had 48 federations that had implemented this. And you know that you started working with us after this. And then it went higher in 2015 to 70%. And now with all the hard work you've done, we've almost reached the 90%. It's 89% right now. So that's a massive increase in the last 2 years, and that shows the effect that you've done. It's the same thing with the regulations. In 2014, only 34% of our member associations had regulations, but now the number is gone up to 76%. For the decision-making bodies, you know that each federation must form 2 bodies that will make the decisions on licensing. And the reason why I'm explaining this is that we have some newcomers in the list of instructors, and I would like to, again, I'm sorry to stop my presentation to welcome them, but I'm sure they will add a lot to the current list, and they will improve the system, and they will come up with a lot of ideas in order to improve our level of implementation of the system. Now let me go back. So we have 2 decision-making bodies, and the decision-making bodies, so right now it reached up to 75% compared to a 52% 2 years before. When we arrived, only 13% of our federations have organized the club licensing seminar at the national level, but now 93%, again, that's you. So we have 2 decision-making bodies, and the decision-making bodies, so right now it reached up to 75% compared to a 52% 2 years before. When we arrived, only 13% of our federations have organized the club licensing seminar at the national level, but now 93%, again, that's your hard work. Here, 93%. In 2 years, we took the numbers really high up. When we arrived, only 16% had club licensing managers, but again, with the follow-up you've helped us with your reports, we've been able to know the people who are really trying to work hard for us at the level of the federations in order to implement this system, and we kept trying to back them up and help them. Some of them actually have become instructors with us today, and I'm very proud of them. And right now we have the number went all the way up to 89%. Of course, I'm not happy with this, and I know all of you want it to be 100%, and this is what we'll have to ensure in the next period, that these numbers will go up to 100%, because it's still late, and as long as some federations have not completed the 5 steps, there is no way they can implement the system properly. We have 56 federations that work with us, and it includes Réunion and of course Zanzibar now as a permanent member. 28 of them did license their clubs for the 2017 season. 2 requested a delay of the deadline, but they completed it later on. 1 requested exemption, and it was accepted due to the problems. I can tell you it's Libya, and you understand the situation over there. We could not put so much pressure on them, but they are also trying. They're surprising me that they're really interested in the system, and they're trying, but the situation there does not allow them to implement the system as much as they would like to do. As you know, 12 countries did not engage any clubs in our inter-club competitions. Another problem that we must focus on and deal with, and try to understand what problems did they face and how we can find solutions for this through club licensing and other, of course, projects and ideas that are implemented by CAF. And finally, the big problem here are the 13 that did not officially communicate to us that they licensed their clubs when their clubs were engaged. Those are, for me, those are the biggest problem. Those are the ones who still engage clubs but did not license them properly, and we need to try to take the next level with these federations because they're very late, and there is nothing that should stop them from implementing this system. And I'll explain to you later on what we are planning to do with these federations in order, the special program or plan that was decided by the committee in order to try to assist them and help them in the future in order to be able to fully to be in full compliance with the system. As for the clubs, 78 clubs were granted the license. Only one was refused the license. I know it's just one, but I mean this is a beginning, and again we never forget that we don't want to sanction our clubs. This is not the idea of this project, but again it shows that one club did not at all meet any sort of criteria, and their federation had to make that brave decision. And finally, 30 participated out of, like I said, 13 countries. This number, 30 clubs participated, but unfortunately they did participate without being granted the license. And again, I'm talking about being officially communicated, because in sometimes when I'm presenting specifically to the member associations, they tell me, no, we've done this step, but if it's not communicated to me, I will not be able to add it to the figures over here. And this is one of the points I would like the instructors to always focus on during the seminars, to ask the member associations and the clubs to ensure that there is the highest level of communications by official letters and emails, in order for me to be able to keep track of all the documents that prove that each country has completed all the necessary steps. During 2015-2016, we had one seminar organized jointly between FIFA and CAF. That was in 2015. It was a continental seminar for the representatives of all our member associations. 2015. Yeah. And then during 2016, we had 4 regional seminars organized again jointly with FIFA. And we gathered all the club licensing managers and the general secretaries or the head of competitions at the member associations in order to join us for these seminars. And FIFA and CAF, we had our own meetings, and we decided to make it regional in order to ensure more focus and more time for the representatives to express themselves and explain to us their challenges. Maybe I'll allow the FIFA representative Sebastian today to maybe go a little bit more in depth regarding this point. And finally, that's where you were very active as instructors. You have completed for us between 2015 and 2016 53 seminars for 53 federations out of 56. So we've almost completed all the member associations and the federations that are with us here in CAF, and we've given them let's say a first introduction to what's expected from them and to how to implement the system. Without you, I would have never been able, it would have taken me a much longer time to be able to reach all of them and explain to them the system and work with them. But you have done it for us, and I would like to thank you again so much. This is a photo from the seminar. As you can see, the FIFA club licensing seminar in collaboration with CAF. And it was in Cairo on the 22nd and 23rd of April. Then we started the regional seminars. First one was in Joburg, Johannesburg, and it took place in March 2016, followed by Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in May 2016, Casablanca, Morocco in July 2017 again, 16, sorry, and then finally we completed the 4 regional seminars in Yaoundé in Cameroon, the Center of Excellence of CAF, which took place in I believe, was it August, Sebastian? Right, August 2016. This is a photo of one of the most interesting national seminars that we had. I would like to thank the General Secretary of Uganda Federation, Mr. Edgar Watson Subi, and I also would like to thank our instructors who went there. Honestly, it was a very, very well organized seminar. You can see the group photo here. Everything was very well organized by the federation, and definitely Uganda are one of the best examples we've got in the continent. I would like to speak a little bit, if Edgar would allow me to do this, about the club licensing system in Uganda and what they've achieved so far. So they started the process in May 2016 and decided to apply the club licensing for all 5 divisions and for the Women Elite League. Let me just elaborate on this point just so you understand. It's not the same requirements for all the leagues and for the women competition. The lower you go in divisions, the lower the requirements are, so that they are realistic. Also, let me tell you that Uganda have asked to implement a different system than our own system, something I really encourage the federations to do. They decided to have a tailor-made system to suit their own needs, and it's a points system. Basically, each club must continue a set of criteria and try to reach a certain percentage. If they go over a certain percentage, they can get the highest club license, which allows them to participate in the league first division, and then the following license would allow them to participate in the second division, and so on. So it was a very good idea, and it worked very well for Uganda. And I encourage the instructors, or I ask the instructors to always encourage the member associations to come up with their own systems. They don't need to copy paste our CAF system, and then, but they must get, of course, the approval of the club licensing committee. So basically, before doing this, Edgar consulted with me, and then he sent me his request, and then based on this, I got the approval of the committee in order for them to keep going this way. And this is what the committee has been encouraging. In fact, I'll speak to you tomorrow morning about how the committee is encouraging the whole system to be more tailor-made to the necessities of each federation. They also produced their own countdown for the implementation of club licensing. So they provided each club with a countdown, okay, with certain deadlines, so that each club knows what are the dates they must comply with a certain criteria. This is a system I already saw at AFC. AFC already is with their online system. They're encouraging their federations to do this, and this is a step that has been made by Uganda. And again, it's a very smart idea to lead the clubs step by step, instead of asking them to try to implement the whole system in one go, to just give them a countdown that they must follow. They conducted annual orientation meeting for newly promoted teams. So a new team is promoted to the league. They must, of course, inform them about the new requirements that the club must meet in order to be in compliance with the system. They conducted the annual pre-season club licensing workshop for all the clubs, so that they can, before the beginning of each season, inform them of any updates and follow up with them and understand if they have any problems that they can assist with. They conducted spot checks. Spot checks, that's really important, because that's how you ensure that the system is being implemented properly. And then they evaluated their clubs by the point score system, the point that I already explained to you. And then finally, they provided CAF with a quarterly basis report. We always receive reports from Uganda Football Federation, and not just on club licensing. I always find the reports on all different matters, on competitions, the table of the competition of the league, where their teams are standing right now, what have they been achieving with them. Something that we encourage also our federations to try to do with CAF, so that we understand the situation in each country and come up with the ideas to help them in whatever challenges they could be facing. Thank you very much. That was my presentation. I just wanted to give information. This is just information what happened in the last 2 years on the club licensing system. Now it's time to make this seminar more interesting. Okay. So I would like to present to you Mr. Andres Portabella, FIFA consultant, who will provide you with a very exciting session. He will started with a presentation that he will give on the football global, the FIFA Global Club Football Report. Mr. Andres, please.
Thank you, Ahmed. I think it's already very interesting. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very big pleasure for me to be back in your region in this occasion to meet with the experts in club licensing for CAF, which from my personal opinion, it's a great initiative. From the first time I heard Ahmed tell me about it, I thought to myself, that's a really good strategy in order to jumpstart the system around the region. And we see the results that Ahmed has presented that shows that the work you're doing is being successful. So today I have the opportunity to present to you a project that FIFA and specifically the professional football department we've been working on for a little bit over a year now. And it's setting the tone for what could be described as a new era in club football around the world. So really trying to bring together a lot of knowledge and start a think tank to be able to provide each member association, each league, each club, each expert in the world of football with knowledge that they can really use when doing any decision-making process, when establishing any strategic planning on the way forward. So I have a snapshot of what that report is going to be is going to be published soon. So I will walk you through it. It has 4 sections. Well, actually it has 5. I'll tell you in a second about it. The first section is a recap on national men's top-tier competitions around the world. Second section, the women's national top-tier competitions around the world. A view on international club competitions, as well as a snapshot of club licensing around the world. And the 5th bonus part is a snapshot on international transfers of players. So let's get started with the men's top club competitions. I find this number fascinating because we know that there's a lot of football being played. We know there's a lot of clubs around the world. But today, you can go home and you can know exactly how many clubs played in 2015 to 2016 around the world at the top tier level competition. So 2,607 men's top tier clubs played in 2015-2016. Did they all play at the same time? Definitely not. But that's the big number. So you can go home and you can really say, okay, that's everything that we're doing in this room. That's where it starts. Knowing how many clubs we have, where are they, who owns them, who manages them, who coaches them, where do they play, where do they train, etc. So that's what we're going to get to. But right now we're starting at the top of information. So where does that leave Africa? It leaves with 29% of those 2,607 clubs are in Africa, which, very interestingly, it's the region with most top-tier clubs around the world. Very close is Europe to Africa, of course, with that total number in the region. But it does tell you that, guess what? The work that you're doing on a daily basis is the most exciting work throughout the whole globe. Because you have the most clubs that you're licensing, that you're working in order to increase their level, in order to know where they are, and charter a path forward to go to see where they're going. I see a lot of pictures being taken on the slide. Ahmed, I don't know where you are, but are we going to share the presentations with everyone? Perfect. So Ahmed will send the presentations to everyone. So of course, please take pictures, because this is very exciting for me to see that you're excited about the documents that we're showing. But please know that you'll have the information in detail sent by Ahmed. And of course, soon, Sebastian, as well from FIFA, will send you a link to the report where you'll be able to spend a lot of quality time reading excellent information on club football. So where does that leave the rest of the region? In AFC, which it's great to have Mahajan here and have his experience, which is fantastic in the last years, what they've done in AFC. They have 520 clubs, which represents 20% of the clubs in the world. CONCACAF, also represented by Jonathan, has 334 clubs playing at the top tier level. CONMEBOL, 174, and OFC, 106. Naturally, they have less member associations, so it's not that they're doing a bad job, but they just have fewer leagues in those regions. Just to give you an overall recap of those numbers, we can see the pie chart here with the breakdown on those numbers. So very interesting. I really was talking to Ahmed. I said, Ahmed, you guys have the most exciting job in the world of club football, because you have the most clubs, and therefore you have a really big challenge ahead of you, but the reward is even bigger, because you'll see from when you started the system in Africa, if you can envision it in 10, 15, 20 years, the amount of information that you're going to have on your clubs, and the amount of development and the amount of progress that is going to be made, and that you're going to be really able to calculate it and measure it, is going to be fantastic to see. So that's why I really think that you guys have the most exciting job in the world in regards to club football. Just to give you a little bit more information, not to go too much into detail, but we did see that the median number of clubs per league in Africa is 16. The average duration of a league in number of months is 7.9 months. And there's actually 4 leagues which do not have promotion relegation in the African region. How does that compare, or how does that contrast with the rest of the world? In AFC, the median number of clubs per league is 12, in CONCACAF 10, CONMEBOL 16, OFC 10, and UEFA 12. The duration of the league in number of months is very similar, around the 7-month mark, a little bit longer in CONMEBOL and a little bit shorter in OFC. And then the number of leagues without promotion relegation is probably larger than we would have expected, but then you have to dig in to see, do they have a second division, or are they a closed league model? You will obviously won't be able to see the detail because there's too many countries listed, but obviously you'll receive this information, so you'll be able to see exactly where the leagues are in the number of clubs. But here you can see the trend, or the big picture on how many clubs are playing at the top tier level. So you have AFC, UEFA, CONCACAF, CONMEBOL, and OFC. The leagues that are marked in a little bit brighter or darker blue are the ones who do not have promotion and relegation. So let's go over to the women's side. On the women's side, that big number is 1,598. So 1,598 clubs played in a women's top-tier competition from 2015 to 2016. 28% of them were in Africa. So here's the same graph we just saw for the men's top-tier competitions, but on this occasion for the women's side. So from the women's side, UEFA has the most clubs participating in the local tournaments, but closely followed by CAF, which is very impressive, the number of teams that are playing in a women's competition at the top tier level in Africa. So it's a great starting point. Now we got to find out who's coaching these clubs, who's training these clubs? Where are they located? Who are the players? Where are they? What is the status of those teams, of those clubs, and how do we get to the next level? So in AFC, as well, the number is quite big, 234, 216 in CONCACAF, 115 in CONMEBOL, and 75 in OFC. So in CONMEBOL is actually the region that has 100% participation. So all of their 10 member associations have a league that is active. And I thought I was going to jump onto a continental club competitions, but we're going to touch that in a second. So let me not get ahead of myself. So the same pie chart that we created for the men's side, you have it as well for the women's. It gives you a very similar scenario in regards to both competitions, set of competitions, which leads me to the last graph of this section, where I've created a little, this is not in the report, but it gives you a visual idea of how the men's and the women's game compares at the top tier local competition level throughout the world. So the most exciting part about this is football, club football is very healthy. It's being played all over the world, numbers are big, and Sebastian's going to talk about it in detail, but we have a system that is being implemented by all confederations and a large number of member associations. We're getting there in order to take these clubs to the next level. So just like the men's, you have the breakdown on all the women's leagues around the world. And as I mentioned, for CONMEBOL, their 10 federations have an ongoing local women's league. So I turn it over a little bit to you. How many total confederation club competitions were played in 2015, 2016? Would anybody dare to give a guess or tell me the number, that if you know it? This is, of course, like the CAF Champions League, Confederations Cup, UEFA Champions League. Oh, Ahmed wants to guess, but he knows the answer. Yeah, of course. Is there anybody who would like to throw a number out there on how many total club continental competitions were played 2015, 2016? It's okay if you're shy, but no. Who said 15? Wow, you saw my presentation, huh? If it's a wild guess, that's a really good guess, because that's the number. So 15 confederation championships were played in 2015, 2016. Obviously, all 6 confederations organized a top-tier men's club competition. So you're talking about AFC Champions League, CAF Champions League, Scotiabank Champions League, CONMEBOL Libertadores, UEFA Champions League, and OFC Champions League. Now, however, at the second-tier men's club competition, AFC, CAF, CONMEBOL, and UEFA organized one. CONCACAF and OFC do not have a competition at the second-tier level currently. And what's exciting about this? This is the snapshot of 2015, 2016. When you'll be able to go back in 10 years' time and compare this slide to what club competitions looks like in 2015, 2025, 2026, I think we're going to see a very, very big change, that's what all this information is really exciting. It's exciting because you get to see where we are, but then in 10, 20 years' time, you get to compare to where we were and see if the strategies worked. At the women's club competition level, we have UEFA, who has their UEFA Women's Champions League, and it's a fantastic tournament. Very long tournament that mirrors a little bit what the men's UEFA Champions League is. Then in CONMEBOL, they have a little bit of a different format. They have the Women's Libertadores, which is a 2-week tournament, played once a year, and it brings in the champions of the 10 federations and an additional team from the local. So a little bit like the FIFA Club World Cup, shorter period, but it gives you that opportunity to play at the continental level. So it will be very interesting to see how that progresses throughout the world. And finally, on that lower tier, you can see the youth competitions that are being played around the world. So CONCACAF actually organizes an under-13 Champions League, CONMEBOL organizes a Youth Libertadores under 20 level, and UEFA Youth League is also played. So how many clubs get to participate in these competitions? So here you have a snapshot of how many teams are playing at the top tier continental club competition. AFC Champions League with 45, CAF Champions League with 55, in CONCACAF 24, CONMEBOL 38, OFC 15, and in UEFA 78. At the second tier continental club competition, AFC Cup has 36, CAF Confederations Cup 59, Sudamericana in CONMEBOL 47, and UEFA Europa League with 191 clubs. So, okay, this is top level information. We're starting to get into details, but the report will also include a little bit of a touch on competitive balance. So who's winning the Champions League? Who's winning the Libertadores? And in CAF, you have quite a balanced competition. So in the last 10 years, there's been 3 champions from Democratic Republic of Congo, 3 champions that came from Egypt, 2 from Tunisia, 1 from Algeria, and 1 from South Africa. So it's only one parameter of analyzing competitive balance, but that tells you that in the last 10 years, you're seeing champions coming from all of Africa. Of course, a little bit skewed to 2 countries, but you do have a variety of clubs who are coming from different member associations. And in your CAF Confederations Cup in the last 10 years, you have Tunisia with 4, Morocco with 2, Democratic Republic of Congo with 1, Egypt 1, Mali 1, and Congo 1. So how does that compare to another competition around the world? Which when I got to this area of UEFA we all follow the UEFA Champions League here for sure. It's definitely the benchmark tournament at the club level, but I was shocked to see the level of dominance that you see from Spain in the competitions. So Spanish clubs have been quite successful in the last 10 years. And then you have England, Italy, Germany, Ukraine, Russia, and Portugal, who have also provided a club who has won at least one of the Champions Leagues or Europa Leagues in the last 10 years. But when you compare that to your region, there's a lot of more champions coming from different member associations. And of course, this is only one parameter. It doesn't mean that you can conclude that clubs from a certain region are more competitive than others. But it really gives you one parameter that you can start and then dig into to look at more information in regards to how your competition is doing. This is not going to be on the report, but I've created an additional slide for you that gives you a breakdown throughout the world of MAs with the most top-tier men's Confederation Club champions in the last 10 years. So clearly, as we spoke with Jonathan, Mexico has most definitely dominated the CONCACAF Champions League in the last 10 years, providing a club from Mexico winning the last 10 tournaments. New Zealand is also quite prominent in OFC Champions League. But then you have a variety of countries that have provided their champions in their regional competition. So from Africa, you have 5 clubs that have won the CAF, 5 member associations who have provided clubs that have won the CAF Champions League in the last 10 years. So I'm not going to cover too much detail of the club licensing section of the report because we have Sebastian going into detail on club licensing around the world. But I do want to mention one section that is going to be very interesting to you, I think, and it relates directly to Ahmed's comment from Uganda, creating a system that is specific to their country. And it is a study that we did on all 6 Confederation club licensing regulations, where we studied which criteria each confederation are implementing in their regulations. So I won't go through the 5 sections, but I'll give you a quick run through the administrative and personnel criteria. And here you see that all 6 confederations require a head coach of her squad, youth coaches, general manager, security officer, finance officer, medical doctor, physiotherapist. only 5 of the confederations are currently requiring a media officer. 4 require a head of youth development program, an assistant coach of first squad, and a club secretariat. 3 of the confederation club licensing regulations require stewards and a marketing officer. 2 require that the clubs fill out a club general form, and then diverse criteria that is required in different club licensing regulations. So this is very linked to a project that Sebastian is going to talk to you about, where FIFA is really trying to understand what works in the different confederations and what is unique in different confederations, as well as in different member associations, and how we can all improve club licensing together by learning through the experiences that each confederation and each member association is working on. So that's my last slide for today, but I want to conclude by really encouraging you as experts in club licensing to, of course, read the report that FIFA will publish, because I think it's going to be very valuable to you, and that's why we did it. But I also want to encourage you to check out what UEFA has done in the last years. It's fantastic. Their benchmarking reports really provide phenomenal information that can really show you how their system has evolved in club licensing. But also reach out to FIFPro. FIFPro has done a report last year on the conditions of players that is just a phenomenal report with a lot of information that is very valuable to you, very valuable to your region. ECA, which is the European Club Association, they very often publish reports in benchmarking or best practices that can really help you in your day-to-day job in comparing benchmarking reports that they create in order for you to analyze what could be done better here or what can we learn from other regions. So with that last message, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I will pass it on to Mr. Sebastian Neuf to do his presentation on FIFA club licensing.
Thank you. Thank you, Andres. Thank you. Thank you, Andres, for this very, very interesting information. And I agree with him that having the most clubs competing in a top-tier competition, being here in Africa, it's not only a great job, but it's also a certain degree of responsibility we all share in the room. And part of this responsibility is aligning forces, discussing what kind of resources we have available, and moving forward. And therefore, I think this is the part of the objectives of this event. And therefore, I think CAF President, Mr. Ahmed Haras, for putting this great event together. I already enjoyed a lot. And I'm looking forward to speak more, to engage and discuss all the matters in the next 2 days. So thank you for inviting us. Thank you for inviting also our colleagues from the sister confederations. And I really encourage you, every individual, to take advantage out of meeting each other, out of meeting us. And I see that as a great event to have discussions on the presentations later on, to have a lot of informal talks. We have coffee breaks, we have surprising events, and I think the agenda offers a lot of opportunities to get to know, to discuss and communicate. What I will present to you is the FIFA Professional Football Department, which includes FIFA club licensing. To give you a better understanding and concrete projects what that means, I will highlight the activities we have done in the last year. I will also give you a global picture of what club licensing means in the different parts of the world. And last but not least, of course, how FIFA and CAF plan to collaborate in 2017 and beyond. The FIFA Professional Football Department was established January 2016. It is administered and supports the newly created Football Stakeholder Committee and is responsible for the following: the relationships with the so-called professional football stakeholders, to be active, to communicate and engage with the clubs, with the players, and with the leagues. FIFA club licensing is part of the responsibilities of the department, as well as the FIFA Club Benefits Program. And it is responsible for all matters requiring a FIFA authorization in regards to club matters, for example, or league matters, for example, closed or regional leagues. In that regard, it has different functions, and one function is to provide services to the Confederation, also to the MAs, in order to support the exchange of knowledge, in order to spread ideas, to come up with best practices. And club licensing is a fairly good example of the service providing entity, service providing aspect of the department. I come to the different functions, and I said relationship function is obviously mostly with the stakeholders. We have a regulatory function, which is part of the club licensing system. But also part of the club licensing system is obviously the service delivery function. For example, on club licensing implementation, we don't only want to regulate, we also want to provide services for implementation of the club licensing system, mostly at the MA level. And part of the think tank function is what, for example, Andres has presented. To brainstorm, to discuss matters that are relevant for the so-called football family. The Club Football Report is one aspect of the think tank function we have come up with, as we believe this information is valuable. It plays back to the confederations and MAs, which is ultimately one of the responsibilities of a global federation. I've put club licensing mostly under the service function, but to a degree on the regulatory function as well, which we share with the confederations as they are the competition organizers. Part of what my work is at FIFA in regard to club licensing, and part of what your part be engaging with the MAs, is creating a good understanding of the system, creating a good understanding of the situation for yourself within the MAs. And therefore, I always would encourage every one of you going out into the field to explain that club licensing is not a tool to stop playing football. It is a tool to develop, to professionalize clubs, as they are the cell and the daily business of today's football. And the better clubs are managed, the better they are managed on pitch and off pitch, ultimately they will professionalize football and will grow the football within every MA. So in club licensing, we start with the club licensing regulations. And people need to understand that the club licensing regulations and drafting this document is a great opportunity to steer and to guide the development and the professionalization of football within MMA strategically. We set criteria. Everyone who licenses, every licensor sets criteria which have an impact on the quality of prevailing conditions, infrastructure, financial, legal, and so on. So they have an effect which is positive on the development, at least over a longer period of time and in the future, which obviously will increase the level of performance of the national team, which is a major incentive to all the people we're talking to going out implementing club licensing. But it's not only the national team that is affected. We're dealing with clubs. Therefore, the league, the top domestic competition, is affected as well, which will have an impact on the product, on the experience, on the event each football game is, and which is attractive to everyone who is interested in football. Going to the stadium, spending money on merchandise, watching the games in the TV, which ultimately creates interest, creates awareness, and creates a positive impact on the resources available, not only financials. If more resources are available, it is hoped and can be assumed that the level of club management will go up. So this is the opportunity for the club management to once again have an impact on the conditions and place back to the criteria of the club licensing regulations. So we have different phases in club licensing. We have the phase of implementation, setting the criteria, but later on we have the phase of managing the existing club licensing system by increasing, by influencing prevailing criteria in a way that we believe it is strategic and good for the prevailing situation and current circumstances, plus the objectives the licensor has. I put this in my presentation as I believe this is the basic information everyone has to understand when you talk to them. The basic understanding of club licensing. As I said, we don't want this to be a pure regulatory aspect. We see that as a possibility to empower licensors, to encourage positive management, and this is something you need to make sure people you're dealing with have understood from early on in the processes. How does the club licensing system work? This aspect, once again, I would encourage you to tell this in detail and upfront to the people you're dealing with going out. I don't believe that this is new information to many of you, but make sure people do not get confused by different sets of regulations, different criteria prevailing for different competitions. Ultimately, the club has to understand that competing in certain competitions requires the compliance with certain clubs, with certain regulations. In that regard, it is important that you explain to the MAs what their responsibility is. They are in charge and they have the great responsibility to act as a licensor, to run the club licensing system after its implementation, and to ensure control the fulfillment with the clubs. If you're dealing with the clubs, which is very likely in the club licensing missions, make sure clubs understand that their needs are heard, their situation are understood, and that we're not going there in order to come with the regulations only, but to establish a good communication and create a feeling of what not. What did the professional football department do in the last year in regard to club licensing? And I come to the point Ahmed has mentioned earlier on the CUF club licensing seminars. In general and globally, we conducted 7 regional seminars in Panama City, Johannesburg, Addis Ababa, Asunción, Casablanca, Yaoundé, and Auckland. And we did so by inviting MA key personnel and to explain club licensing in more detail as a first step, and as a second step, create the communication and to understand what are the needs and what are the services required to support and empower the people at MA level, later on at club level as well, to run and manage their club licensing system. In addition, and this is very similar to what we are preparing here, 21 national club licensing missions. To be even more individual, to be even closer to the ones running the club licensing system at MA level, and to assist in the communication and in the management of the communication with the clubs. Coming back to the CUF licensing regional seminars. I think I have seen a couple of familiar faces. Most of this, or some of this, might be known from your side. But still I want to emphasize the objectives of what we're trying to do and what people you will be dealing with have experienced last week. For FIFA, we wanted to understand the challenges of the MAs implementing club licensing. So it was a lot of listening from FIFA and CAF involved as well. Another aspect for the MAs, we wanted to support and enable MAs implementing the club licensing system. If we understand what the situation is, we can provide the necessary tools in that regard. And in general, and therefore we invited not only the club licensing manager, but sometimes the GS, sometimes the president. We wanted to increase the awareness and make sure people understand what club licensing is, what kind of great tool and service is provided, and what kind of steering wheel is handed over to MAs if they run the system in a very, very effective and individual way. And ultimately, we wanted to be more practical and more interactive with the MAs on club licensing matters. I thought it might be important for you to understand the general agenda or the general idea so that you know what has happened with and for the MAs. And we had always a 2-day seminar where the day one was presentation focused, delivery of general information, of best practices. We have heard about Uganda. These best practices, these cases have been shared with the MAs to explain them the freedom and opportunity they are having, but also the responsibility they are having to manage, together with the clubs, next steps of the football development and professionalization of the league. And in that regard, the MA and the licensor is the driver, who also is in the position of telling us how FIFA and CAF can support them. Second day was more individual, split up in groups, group works, to conduct and discuss next steps for the MAs. And we conducted an individual action plan, as we called them, to agree with the MA on next steps and to agree on the roles and services FIFA and CAF can play in that regard. And I want to share with you an example of a club licensing action plan so that you have a good understanding of what the MAs have been agreed to or have been putting together during our seminars. So I choose the example of Ethiopia, as Ethiopia did a lot of progress in regard to club licensing in the last 9-10 months. Every MA, or almost every MA, has such an action plan, which consists of a total of 8 pages. First step was to assess the current situation of Ethiopia. What has been achieved by the MA? For example, they have added the club licensing statutory clause into the MA statutes. They have appointed FIB and AB. They have approved the national club licensing regulations, not yet. So this was the starting point. And then we moved on and saying, okay, parts are here. What are the parts that are missing? What are the parts we need to accomplish and we need to fulfill in the next couple of months? So we wanted to make it visible and known by everybody. Who is that first instance body? Who is the appeals body? Who is responsible for the club licensing system management? And we set certain deadlines, and we agreed with the MA on certain dates until when these actions have to be performed or should be performed. Hiring a club licensing manager until 30th of June 2016. So if you go to Ethiopia, for example, you can assume that the club licensing manager has been hired and has a certain degree of experience in the last couple of months. As I said, such an action plan, such a document of agreed objectives has been conducted with the MAs, which can be shared with you prior to your visit and gives you already a lot of background information, not only about the current status or status last year, but also what the MA agreed to achieve within the next year or two. We also included the COF deadlines for the competitions. These might be familiar to you, so that the MA has a good overview of what is going on until when. Until when do I have to comply or submit certain documents, have to fulfill certain steps. And we did not send them home with only homeworks. We also agreed on how COF, FIFA, and COF and FIFA together assist them in doing these steps. So this aspect was a little bit of a wish list of how the MA would like to enjoy FIFA's and COF's assistance. I enjoyed Andres' presentation, and a lot of this data came from club licensing. So what I want to say in that regard is, if we perform the club licensing system, we will have a lot of access to data which later on can put together research analysis, as Andres has presented prior to my presentation. And if we have all that data available, as he said, most clubs in top-tier competitions are in Africa. This is valuable to, once again, manage a club licensing system once it is implemented. If you compare MA1 to MA2, and the evolvement over a couple of years has been fairly positive with MA1, but MA2 hasn't done too much on youth development, it's valuable information to anybody. Next part of my presentation will be the global scenario on club licensing, because it is a hot topic here in Africa, but it is also a hot topic, I would say, on all other, or within all other confederations. Implementation at confederations level has been going on in the last 2 or 3 years with all confederations. We had the early starters, UEFA and AFC. They are the experienced ones running mature systems. And we have other confederations that have catched up, so that we by now have provisions within the CONFED statutes to implement club licensing. In all of them, we have club licensing regulations in place at confederations level, at all of them. We have club licensing system in place at confederations level, in all of them. So by now at confederations level, every confederation runs a club licensing system. And in my position, it is fairly similar to Ahmed's position. Every confederation faces a different current situation set up. Therefore, these systems are all individual. They are all tailor-made. They all take different approaches, which is something we at FIFA believe is very, very important, because this really professionalizes and develops the football. And I know that Ahmed is in the same situation. We have more than 50 CAF MAs. So we most likely will have more than 50 different and individual situations within these MAs. This is something we need to accept. This is something we need to empower. This is something we need to encourage even. And all confederations have linked it to their top competitions, the ones Andres has introduced to us earlier. This is the status quo of club licensing implementation outside of Africa. We have the early starters in Asia and Europe, fairly mature systems. MA level implementation of club licensing is given. And we have the other confederations where a lot of growth can be expected, and where a lot of growth has been going on in the last couple of months, for example in CONCACAF region, but also in CONMEBOL and OFC. This was a global picture of club licensing. I want to now give you more details about what Ahmed and COF and our department has agreed to do in the next couple of months. As we, COF and FIFA, want to support you, we want to empower you as good as we can, that you go out there with a lot of tools, with a lot of informations, but at the same time with a guarantee that we will support you individually on request, individually and tailor-made if you, for example, face a situation somewhere and have the feeling experts from CAF, experts from FIFA, resources and tools might be beneficial. Our first point of contact in Africa, obviously, is Mr. Ahmed Haras. But we already had good communication with some MAs that approached and contacted us directly. We had club licensing missions with MAs directly. And with those MAs who have requested the support, we have delivered always. With Ahmed Haras being the first of contact, we have provided the tools that are available to you as well. He manages them, he provides them to you, and therefore feel free to utilize and take advantage out of them. And we have been going together with Ahmed on national missions, for example, to Ethiopia, to really sit together on the first day with the MA, on the second day with the clubs, to make sure clubs understand it is a great opportunity from the MA, which is supported by CAF, which is supported by FIFA, and it is something that has regulatory aspects, but still is a great, great service. It is a possibility for the MA to come up with a strategic plan for the football within their region, and it is something you should not miss, because other MAs in Africa, other confederations in their world are doing it as well. What FIFA side and CAF side had always trying to do, not only in the seminars, but also in the national visits, is to create an understanding at the MA top level. Because a club licensing manager can do a good job. If, for example, a resident doesn't support him, only 50% are seen and will be implemented later on. So we see our role at MA level to create a soft push for everybody in the MA to understand what kind of great tool that is. We helped in the operational and technical aspects, drafting regulations, establishing a framework, as we said, FIB establishment, AB establishment, and so on. National seminars with the clubs. We were sitting together with with the top team representatives at certain MAs, at different MAs, to explain the idea of club licensing, which makes it easier for the MA and the club licensing manager to implement the system. Why do I present this to you? Because all these services are available to you as well if you go out there. And we encourage you to take advantage of what is offered to you from FIFA side and CAF side. Concrete joint ventures and concrete joint activities Ahmed and myself have agreed on is not only helping Ahmed, supporting Ahmed in this event, but also in the club licensing inspections and spot checks throughout the entire year. We have discussed, which is not yet finalized, but we're thinking about a continental professional football / club licensing conference later this year, most likely here in Cairo. I don't want to give you too much information and details about this as it has not been finalized, but this is something that has been discussed and becomes more concrete. We are supporting supporting CAF and you on national club licensing missions to CAF MAs to ensure the ones that have not come back to Ahmed on their licensing situations get a little bit more support and get a little bit influenced by all of us to get the system running. But I don't want to say this is a complete list. I want to say we want to collaborate on everything that we see coming up being beneficial to Ahmed and his work, to the work of all of us here in that room to implement the club licensing system. My last words I would like to share with you is the following. We have seen all the clubs here in Africa at the top level. We have seen that we have a lot of responsibility helping them, assisting them, running their operations. Please see yourself as a great ambassador for club licensing, going out there, helping these clubs, but you're not going out there alone. You're going out with 2 strong partners, and these 2 strong partners will always have an open ear for you, will always try to help you, and will try to steer you in the way that you give to us after you listened, after you have heard, after you have exchanged and communicated with the MAs. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Testing one, okay. So we get to the second phase or second part of the club licensing around the world, for which I would like to invite the experts from around the world that we have here today to join me for a panel discussion. So I will start with our group over here. So if I can bring Jonathan from CONCACAF to the stage. Little round of applause for him. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Welcome, welcome. Alesh from UEFA. Welcome to the stage. Thank you. Mahajan from AFC. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Mr. Sebastian, please come back to represent FIFA on this panel. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Ahmed, representing CAF. Thank you, Ahmed. Okay, another round of applause for this group. Yeah? Thank you. Okay, so the format of the discussion will be, I will have the great pleasure to establish the first question and get the ball rolling. But towards the end of the panel, I will open up to the room to see if there's any questions that came up to you that you would like to ask and that you're eager to know more about. So we'll leave definitely a time for us to open to the room and see what is coming into your perspective. So, of course, I have to start with Mr. Sebastian Neuf, who has been with FIFA for a while now and has had the opportunity to see this growth of club licensing throughout the world. And I would like to ask him, specifically for him and for FIFA, what he believes the key has been to truly make this a global system that is being implemented now across the world. So what has really been the key for a successful implementation of a system at the world level?
I would say, thank you for that question. I would say 2 major aspects were crucial for a successful implementation at federation level. A good understanding within the different confederations, not only at the political level, but also at the operational level, having best practices from somewhere else on earth, what kind of great tool it is. Mm-hmm. Political level supporting operational level, having therefore a lot of tools to get it running. That is one aspect that the cell within the competition organizers has been fairly strong. And by the club licensing managers, and some of them are sitting here, the understanding that club licensing can be perceived as a regulatory tool, but therefore we need to be careful and understand the individual situation, the scenario within each confederation different. And they really took ownership and came up with a tailor-made. Don't. No 103.
Let's hope one works.
Thank you. And they really took the vacuum given with the individual approach fitting their confederation. And if you look at the different confederations, you have really 6 different ideas and approaches, and they fit perfect. They're not the same, aspects are the same, but the idea is always has been listening to and trying to find out what is best and then come up with tailor-made solutions. I think that is important, or has been important.
Excellent. Thank you, Sebastian. And I'll add my 2 cents to that. I think one of the additional keys to what Sebastian has mentioned is the guys that you're seeing on this room, on this panel right now. Really the openness to discuss, to share between UEFA and AFC, between AFC and CAF and CONCACAF. And we don't have the chance to have our friends from OFC or CONMEBOL, but they're also working hard and working together on a daily basis with each other, exchanging that knowledge. So I really think that's been a very positive thing that we've seen from FIFA side, the collaboration between confederations, between member associations to really share experiences. I'm going to switch now to open a question that I'm going to ask each one of the panel members, except for our friend from FIFA, but because we now have systems in place. And I'm really curious and eager to know what, if you have to choose one thing that has been the biggest impact you have seen as a result of implementing club licensing in your confederations, in your region, what would you say that one thing would be the one thing that you say is the most impactful thing you've seen through club licensing? So I will start with the local, because that way everybody gets comfortable in the panel. So please, Ahmed, what would you say is the one key thing that you've seen thanks to club licensing?
Thank you, Andres. For me, I feel what club licensing brought into CAF, something like this, I felt it was very new to the way things were functioning before, was the involvement of the different stakeholders. Definitely the direct relationship with club licensing are clubs. That's very clear. We started shifting the way of thinking about development by taking it a step further to the clubs and not limiting it at the level of the member associations. We always try to improve the development side at the level of the member associations. Of course, that's normal, but also to go to the clubs, that was a very new thing. And now you can see the clubs starting to respond, and basically our objective is to professionalize their mentality. It's a very general thing, but if I say something specific, is the involvement of the stakeholders. Now we have, like you can see today, we are just about to start a collaboration with FIPRO Division Africa, who are represented here today, but this is just the very beginning, and hopefully there will be a lot of more work to happen in order to focus on the players. Other stakeholders, definitely, like the leagues. We have one of our new instructors is Mr. Salihu Abubakar, for example, who is the COO of the Nigerian Professional League. We have, or the league management company in Nigeria, and we also have former general manager of the PSL, Mr. Derek Blankensee. So we have, we're starting now to listen to the different stakeholders, the different opinions. This is something that we believe can make a big difference for us when it comes to making decisions for the future of our club football and football in general.
Excellent, thank you, Ahmed. Mahajan, what would you say in Asia has been the one thing you guys have really taken away from the system?
Yeah, the shock in that sense. For me, implementation of club licensing really brought the focus to the MA and the clubs. That's when the clubs or the MA start to realize where they are, taking stock of the situation, where we are. Each of the MAs will come to know that. And we realize how good the MA is in governance, how good the clubs are professional. So this realization starts once you start implementing club licensing. So in some MAs, depending on the professionalism or the development of the MA itself, they have different problems. Some MAs some clubs will, that's when they realize that, oh, we need to have a contract with all the players. That's a shocker.
Yeah.
And some MAs realize, oh, we don't have enough professional coaches here. AFC requires, for the Champions League, AFC A licensed coaches for all the clubs. And when we send out those regulations to some MAs, that's when the MA start to take number of the coaches in that MA. And that is when they realize, oh, we are in a bad situation.
Yeah.
And that's when they start to think about having a coach education or a technical department itself, start to set up, how to take numbers of the coaches there, and realize that we need to have this many number of coaches, considering the number of clubs we have. And then they also have to develop coaching instructors also, and to develop their own coach education system rather than relying on a confederation. So for me, club licensing allows the MA or the club to take stock of where they are, and from where they can start to develop.
Yeah, that's
Thanks.
an excellent answer. Thank you. Alesh, so I have to give you a little bit of background. Alesh has just joined UEFA on March 1st as the new head of club licensing and financial fair play. So we're very excited to have him with us, and I'm really excited to see what he believes is the biggest impact we've seen at UEFA thanks to this system. We'll take Mahajan's microphone. There you go.
Yeah, it's working.
Thank you.
So, thank you. First, allow me to thank, on my behalf, to CAF for inviting us. I think that it's vital for the future of development of football worldwide that we exchange views and information, and I fully agree. Also, this seminar and these panels are a very good opportunity to do so. Yes, I have joined UEFA recently on 1st of March, but before I was for 7 years General Secretary back in my football association of Slovenia, and before that I was for more than 10 years also club licensing manager. So I'm now back to club licensing, and I'm very happy about that. So sharing some experiences on UEFA level, for me it would be very difficult to point out only one or few benefits, but I will try to be short. So basically, when UEFA started to implement the system, it was back in 1999, so more than 18 years ago. This was one of the first projects where UEFA involved member association to actually participate in preparation of the system, of the regulations. So there was not only consultation process going on, but also involvement of member associations very actively in a pilot phase. There were 8 pilot associations, and this pilot phase was very important for the very beginning. And of course, through the years, there are a lot of benefits on different levels. On UEFA level, starting with important UEFA competitions and admission to those competitions, which is vital also for further development, also on the commercial side. On the other side, there are a lot of benefits to raise standards in all member associations in UEFA. Also in UEFA, there are a lot of differences between member association in size as well as in development of football. But basically, what is can be seen is the better professionalization of work and management on the level of member association as well as on a club level. And I share also the opinion that our member association nowadays better understand football environment, better understand clubs, their structures, legal forms, financial situation, and there, of course, this helps significantly to improve all standards in European football.
Excellent, thank you. Jonathan from CONCACAF.
Thank you. Again, just extend a quick thank you again to Ahmed for the invite. I think that leads me into the first point where I can see where I think club licensing in CONCACAF really, started to make a difference. When we first arrived doing these implementation visits, once the MAs start to realize it's not strictly a regulatory function, that there's a huge development side to it, and that we're engaging a lot of the stakeholders, a lot of the club administrators. It's kind of turns into, from a one-sided type workshop to where it's a engagement. We're getting a lot of feedback from the clubs. So that's the first thing we noticed. The second would be very similar to AFC. It's a reality check for a lot of the clubs. They're asking why we need a lot of things. And one example that always sticks out in my head, when we get into some of the financial criteria and we're asking for a budget, and a lot of the clubs within our region have never prepared a budget and things like this at this level. So I ask, how many of you guys would like sponsors? And naturally, every hand in the room raises. And the next question I ask, how many of you guys prepare a budget? How many of you guys prepare financials and financial statements? And the number of hands goes down, and it's maybe half. So there's that light that goes off, that sometimes there's a correlation between sponsorship and financial statements and budgets and things like that. So a lot of these good conversations that we had, having qualified coaches is something that a lot of the clubs were, oh wow, we don't, it's something we didn't even think about, having a certified coach. So these are, as we continue to develop and mature our licensing system, these are some things that we get direct feedback from the stakeholders, and is allowing us to better the product for them, which ultimately is bettering the product within the member association and on the field.
I think those were all great answers. You can definitely see a common theme on development, on professionalization, on knowing where you are and where are you going, and that's definitely something that is shared through all the individuals who are implementing club licensing. I would like to focus a little bit on Asia. AFC has now implemented club licensing for a good number of years, and they have a very mature system that has gone from A to Z at the moment. And I would like to know from Mahajan, he's been there the whole time, or a very long time, and I would like to know from him if there's anything looking back today that you would have enjoyed doing in a different way when you started club licensing at AFC, when AFC started club licensing, or would you have done it exactly the way that you guys have done it?
Well, I would suggest that I answer that question in two parts. One is what AFC should have done as a confederation, and me as a head of club licensing. Mm-hmm. I can see that now attending this CAF seminar, I can see the top management of CAF, a member from the EXCOM, Ms. Isha Johansson is here, and that shows the commitment of the confederation to the whole exercise of club licensing, and always as a licensing manager, Ahmed has someone to go back to and get support from the top management. That is something that I would prefer to have in our confederation also, so that and I would advise as instructors from each MA, I would suggest that each MA should also have someone from the EXCOM of the MA who should be in charge of club licensing. The club licensing manager of that MA will find it easier to get things done and get resources allocated and moral support for the whole function. So this is one thing that I would like to see.
Yeah.
Secondly, as a club licensing person, I think I should have concentrated more on sport checks. For the first now we have changed our stand, and we are going sport checks year after year. At least we sport check, and these days we don't call it a sport check, we call it a compliance audit. Sport check is kind of a negative connotation there. You are checking something. So yeah, it's like a compliance audit, how far the compliance of the regulations were done. So these days we tend to call it a compliance audit. And for the initial years, we started, the first licensing cycle was in 2013. The number of sport checks were less in 13 and 14. So now we have increased the frequency and numbers also. So I think I should have done more, so that there were a few more consequences on the MAs which were lax or very relaxed in compliance. So anyway, we are correcting that fault. A second thing, as the head of club licensing, I think I should have had more discussion with other stakeholders. Like we have the FIFA Pro here in attendance. I think I should have also done the same and had discussions. And when I was reviewing and amending our club licensing regulation, I should have consulted the FIFA Pro on few matters like players' medical coverage, insurance, players' insurance, players' contract. Now, it's one of our criteria that every professional player should have a contract. So we should have created a template contract which could have been circulated among all the countries, and also a template coverage for insurance for all the players. This is one example that I can say. This could be workable with the coaches associations because that is also one criteria. So in general, I would say that I should have had more open conversations involving other stakeholders also, rather than taking this as a purely regulatory approach. I should have also taken a bit more open approach with that. Yeah, that's a kind of confession. Thanks.
No, thank you, Mahajan. That's a very honest response, and I think everybody appreciates that feedback. And it definitely gives us the perfect introduction to your presentation tomorrow on your strategy on spot check. So we're definitely looking forward to that. If I can switch over now to Europe, this is very exciting, going throughout the world. If I can switch over to Europe, you know, in this room, we all admire and follow the UEFA Champions League, the UEFA Europa League. But I think a lot of normal fans out there in the world might not know the amount of impact that club licensing and financial fair play has had on those tournaments. So my question to Aleš is precisely, you know, how much credit can club licensing take on the product on the field and off the field that is now the UEFA Champions League and Europa League?
So when we are talking about UEFA Champions League and Europa League, these are top club competitions in the world, and because of that, they need also a very solid regulatory legal framework, and club licensing with the competition regulations forms this solid base, and it's very important. But talking about those two competitions and elite clubs playing, it's worth saying that, of course, all the champions and clubs from all 55 member associations are participating in those two competitions. Therefore, it's very significant to have club licensing for admission to UEFA competitions, basically to raise standards in several areas, but I would like to mention only two at the moment. So there were significant improvements in the stadium infrastructure throughout Europe, because not only, but also because of club licensing, and with additional rules in the financial part, with financial fair play, there is a certain financial stability and transparency given to the financial scope of club competitions in Europe. So the answer is definitely yes.
Yeah, thank you. And with that similar theme, I'm going to switch over now to the Americas with Jonathan. Recently, CONCACAF has made the decision to revamp their Champions League, the structure of the tournament. So I would like Jonathan to give you a little bit of background on this and specifically tell us how is club licensing going to be impacted by this new format on the tournament.
Okay, so recently we just finished, well, let's see, we've had the current format we've had for Champions League now for 9 years. So we're in the process of implementing a new system based on a fall and spring tournament model. So we've spent a good amount of time engaging stakeholders, mainly clubs, leagues, sponsors, broadcasters, fans, kind of getting all of their input with respects to the tournament format. So what we came to a conclusion was that the current format was putting a lot of financial strain on the clubs. There was a big gap between a 3-month gap between the group stages and the knockout stages. So the conclusion of this was a fall tournament, which will be actually, in the current format, as you saw on the presentation from Andres, was 24 clubs. The new format will increase the participation to 32 clubs, 16 in the fall and 16 in the spring. So the way we're using club licensing to monitor or regulate participation within each tournament is we've developed a catalog of sanctions, which sounds a little bit stricter than it is. It's kind of a table where we're basing the criteria for entry into the tournament based on very small fine amounts that will be tied to each tournament. So we're in the process of actually just communicating all this information to the clubs for the start of the fall tournament now in August.
Okay, excellent. So I think we're all going to be excited to see this new Champions League, and more details I think are coming up. So it's definitely an exciting time for that region. Sebastian, I think we've seen several common threads here on a consultation, on involving the stakeholders. What would you say FIFA's approach is to involving stakeholders, and how important is it to bring everybody to the table and talk about how can club licensing improve the world of club football?
Well, thank you.
He's got 3 microphones, people. He's got 3.
Field covered with microphones, so it
There
should work
you go.
now. Excellent. I've traveled now the last 12, 13 months all over the world, getting to know different people at different positions dealing with club licensing. And I never had the feeling a person who was dealing with club licensing has full understanding, full focus, past experience in all aspects of club licensing. And as we sit here, we have different backgrounds. You all have different backgrounds, all linked to the game. We take certain points of view, perspectives. We put certain things into the spotlight. So we see the same thing from different angles, with different eyes. And club licensing requires all of our knowledge. And as Mahajan has said, it might be easy, it might be beneficial, it might be very, very good for us personally, but for the club licensing system as well, to engage others, such as the stakeholders, such as the clubs, such as if the league is separate, the league, such as the players. Because ultimately what we are doing is trying to establish something where everybody has a certain degree of responsibility, where everybody has to contribute, and we have to engage into discussions on how that product should look like and how that system should run. And the more parents the system has, the more experts contributed to establishing it, the more individual, the more beneficial, and the more tailor-made it will be. And therefore, we at FIFA, in regard to club licensing, but in regard to other aspects as well, we always encourage highly to get the voice, get the opinion and feedback from the players, from the clubs, from early on. If you have their buy-in, if you have the ownership of the product with them as well, it's going to make it easier, and it's going to give you experts' advice for free for those you're dealing with, for those you're servicing. And that's an opportunity we should not miss, and we cannot start early enough in getting these stakeholders involved into these operations.
Yeah, thank you, Sebastian. Ahmed, please keep the microphone. I'm very curious to hear from you. What do you think is the future of club licensing in Africa? What can we expect from the next 2 to 5 years in Africa with club licensing?
Like you saw in the presentation, first of all, we must ensure that our federations are 100% ready to implement the project. This is our #1 step. But what the long-term objectives definitely are to improve the level of stadiums, for example. Again, infrastructure, like Alex said, it had a massive impact in Europe, and I'm now starting to see a little bit of that impact. And we have here the instructors of the infrastructure criteria. They can tell you, because most of them are being selected all the time to go on inspection visits on stadiums, and they try now to relate on between the criteria requested in club licensing. Like they have to, when they're making the inspection, they have to look at these criteria and ensure that they are being properly implemented. So we want to improve the level of the stadiums because we believe this is one of the most important aspects that will improve our product. At the end of the day, our competitions, our club competitions are our product, and club licensing is the system ensuring the quality, the level and the quality of these competitions, and applying club licensing in the next couple of years will hopefully, our objective is to improve the clubs, make them more organized, improve the stadiums, improve the players coming from the youth systems, and all of this will basically initiate a cycle. This cycle is basically, or make a cycle work, and that cycle is to improve the level of the competition, which will improve the financial value of the competition, and those revenues will be again reinvested in our clubs, and again that cycle keeps going, because when you reinvest in the clubs, again they go up in standards, and it's a cycle. And this is what I want club licensing to do, to start this cycle. And already we are seeing some signs. It's still at the very beginning, but thanks to the instructors with us today, it's starting to work, and hopefully we'll be able to achieve our objectives hopefully within the next 2 years, if we can take some strict decisions maybe with the implementation of the system.
Yeah, excellent. Jonathan, there's a lot of similarities between the CAF region and the CONCACAF region. Is there anything that you've experienced in CONCACAF that you guys have done at CONCACAF that you think could be well replicated in Africa with similar conditions? Anything you've found through the implementation of club licensing that can be transmitted to the African region?
Yeah, I think that this program here with the club licensing instructors, I think is extremely beneficial. We do something similar with types of exchange programs where if we've had member associations who have not began the process, we kind of will engage somebody from a member association who has implemented with very similar challenges, very similar administration, very similar clubs. That allows for, a common ground to start the conversation. The second thing we do is a lot of the templates and things that we use are templates that were provided by other member associations. For example, our budget template that we share with all of our clubs was created from a member association in Barbados. So once the clubs and the MAs realize, like, wow, this is from a sister MA, then we let them know this is not something that the Confederation created. This was something that comes from one of your sister islands. So a lot of these things help facilitate the process. I mean, like you were saying, we have huge challenges when it comes to travel, even going from island to island. You can see the island that you need to go to, and it sometimes costs you $1,000 to fly over there. So we've been engaging some type of Skype conversations with club licensing managers and facilitating that process at the Confederation level, just so that we can, start the sharing of information. And secondly, are these types of seminars where CAF is inviting experts from around the world to kind of share best practices. Same thing that FIFA has been doing with an AFC as well, with these professional football seminars and club licensing seminars that allow, just to have these coffee break conversations where it's sometimes just that one little idea that you can bring back to your MA and allows your club licensing manager, your clubs and your stakeholders to relate to the process that you're implementing.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned the good idea of the instructors. In AFC now, we're also seeing that AFC is implementing a strategy for club licensing instructors in their region. I'd like to ask Mahajan to expand on this a little bit and tell us how that's working so far.
The club licensing unit in AFC is really small. It's me and one secretary. But we are parked inside the development department where we have few development officers who are also supporting us with our licensing efforts. But the development officers are not really experts in club licensing criteria or the processes and procedures involved in there. So what I did is that last year I came up with this idea of having a list of consultants. I think it's somewhere similar to the CAF instructors like you guys. So what I did is that I sent out this thing in AFC website and invited applicants to get enrolled as a club licensing consultant. We had few criteria. One is that you should have experience in club licensing, either in a club level, MA level, or confederational level. And you should have some proficiency in local language and English. So these were the two criteria that we had. And then we had a good response to that advertisement, and we shortlisted all the candidates, and then we went on with interviews over Skype and phone and such interviews. Most of the people who applied were known to me personally, because these people obviously should be experienced in club licensing. They should have worked in a club or an MA. That condition being there, I knew all of the people in club licensing in Asia. So most of them, or let me say all of them, were known to me. And then we went ahead with interviews, and we shortlisted 15 people who are currently enlisted as AFC club licensing consultants. So and they have very wide experiences, ranging from the processes of club licensing to the criterias. And to specific criteria also. And we also have a system called the Club Licensing Administration System, which is an online system where we provide login details for the MA, and the MA can manage the club licensing, any number of club licensing, the AFC licensing system or the national licensing system, or even for a second division league, they can run a licensing system in this Club Licensing Administration System. We call it the CLAS, C-L-A-S, Club Licensing Administration System. So it's no more, you don't need to have paper documents anymore. All can be scanned and uploaded into this system. And we can even, the FIB, AB meetings can all be done around this. So we also have consultants for this class, because it was formally rolled out in 2016. Some of the MAs are finding it not very hard, but then we send these consultants there and run workshops and seminars for that. So we have these consultants, and whenever there is a request from any MA asking for an expert in any criteria or in club licensing in general, we have this list which we put out and choose one person which we feel is good, considering the language and the expertise. We send this consultant over there. So and it seems to be working as of now.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on this strategy. Alesh, if I can, you bring such great experience in club licensing from the federation level and then as a general secretary. What is your, now that you're coming into the confederation, what is your vision for your department of club licensing and financial fair play? Where do you see this department going at UEFA? Our friend Mahajan has mentioned he has a small unit of work, but maybe you can also touch a little bit on the team that's working on club licensing at UEFA?
Yes. So when the project was initiated back 18 years ago, there were only few people dealing also at UEFA level.
Correct.
Basically within the sports legal department.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays we have 18 persons in the club licensing and financial fair play unit, which is now integral part of a newly formed division called Protection of the Game. So this was also one of the very key messages from manifesto of our president, to tackle some issues, also to establish a special division within UEFA for that. What are our vision in the future? Our vision is mainly connected with the basic approach towards our member association. We would like to strengthen again the links between member associations to share best practices, experiences, mainly also because we would like to develop the system further. in the club licensing part as well as in the financial fair play part, so with additional financial criteria as well. I would like to mention a few areas which probably we will address through club licensing in the future. One is youth development. We would like to strengthen youth development criteria to better support youth development in different parts of Europe. On the other side, there were a few issues regarding child protection also in Europe, and we would like to tackle this, and we see club licensing as a good tool to tackle problems regarding that. Infrastructure is high on agenda as well, because club licensing in Europe was a really driving factor for infrastructure improvements on several levels. And of course, we would like to also see what we can do on a domestic level, because in Europe more than 60% of member associations also implement club licensing on a domestic level for lower levels, not only for top division, for clubs playing UEFA competitions, but also from a lower level. And we'd like to see how we can bond again better the connection between the UEFA club licensing and the domestic club licensing at the lower levels. So there are a lot of things to do also in the future, and there are a lot of discussions already going on with the member associations as well as within the UEFA Club Licensing Committee, and I think that we are on the right track.
Excellent. Thank you for that recap. So we still have about 20 to 25 minutes left on the panel. I still have more questions for our group, but I would like to open the floor to see if there's anything that anyone from the floor would like to ask at this moment to any of our panelists or to our panel in general. So I'll give a little bit of a couple of seconds here to see if there's any interest from anyone to ask a question, and if not, I will continue on to my list. Yes, so please give us your name and then your question, please. The microphone there. It's coming right now. Thank you.
Moi, je m'appelle Ouedraro Wenpire Frédéric. Je suis du Burkina Faso. Ma question est relative concerne l'ensemble des panélistes.
Okay.
J'aimerais savoir, comme nous avons la chance de les avoir, l'ensemble des experts dans le domaine de la licence, doctorat de licence au club, j'aimerais bien savoir, puisque pour le développement de ce secteur, c'est surtout du domaine du système doctorat de licence, nous avions beaucoup besoin de l'adhésion des clubs qui sont les premiers bénéficiaires. Vous, en tant qu'expert, quelle politique, c'est-à-dire quelle vision pouvez-vous prôner au-delà quelle initiative pouvez-vous nous conseiller au-delà des séminaires, puisque nous avons vu que les séminaires sont des actions que nous menons pour amener les clubs à adhérer à cette vision du système d'octroi. Mais au-delà de ces séminaires, quelle initiative pouvons-nous organiser pour amener les clubs à adhérer davantage à ce système qui est très important pour le développement des clubs et du football sur nos continents? Je vous remercie.
Merci pour votre question. Is there someone who would like to tackle this one?
Well, let me start.
Go ahead, please.
Let me try. Let me try. The question is, how can you get the clubs to commit the system?
To buy in, yes, to buy in.
That's what I understood from the translation. First of all, we should take an approach that this is not a regulatory matter which we are imposing on the club. Club licensing has a developmental side for that. When you say that your club should have a youth development program, it's not that we are imposing a youth development program because the MA decided so. It is because there is a purpose behind that criteria for the club to develop their own talent and eventually earn money from that, selling that talent. That's one example that I can say. And for every criteria, there is a bigger purpose. But when we put this as a thing that is imposed from the top down, the clubs might take it differently and there might be some resistance. But if we tell them the developmental strategy behind each of those criteria, be it any criteria, there is something behind that criteria, the principle and the purpose behind each of those criteria. When you say you should have a qualified coach, that adds to the quality of football on the pitch, which brings people to the ground, onto the stadium, which brings money. And when you say the club should audit your financials every year, there is a purpose behind that. That there needs to be transparency about how much you are spending on what. People needs to be convinced about the line of business. End of the day, football and club football is a business. So for me, I would suggest that we should go ahead and tell the clubs about the developmental side of each of the criteria. What is the intention, the purpose behind those criteria? And once you convince the clubs that this is what we are trying to do, we are not trying to ring fence you behind all these criteria. And once we get the clubs on our side, the job is done. I hope I addressed the matter. Thanks.
Yeah, I think those are good. Jonathan?
So if I may add on to that point, very, very similar to those points in AFC, but there's also a couple of other incentive ideas that we've started to use at CONCACAF. One came from an idea from a member association at the professional seminar that we had back in February, where they created an incentive program for clubs who participate in the program. One was providing sets of balls and bibs for clubs that have a youth program, that have a qualified youth coach within the program, giving them access to a accounting software that the clubs can use online free of charge. So those type of things, if the clubs were meeting certain criterias within the regulations, then they were rewarding them for meeting those certain criterias. Then we're also doing something similar at the confederation level. If there's certain MAs that have been identified that are going above and beyond, or their clubs are going above and beyond, what's being asked for them at the domestic level, we're designing incentive programs very similar to what we saw being done in Bermuda, which was the member association who kind of spearheaded this program. So we're providing additional courses, additional seminars. We're allowing specific requests related to club licensing and professional football development, so that we can continue to capacitate, for example, a marketing or finance official that we're asking for. If the MA tells us, we need a seminar to develop these individuals, these are some things that we're incentivizing the clubs with for participating in the system.
Excellent. I think I saw Edgar raising your hand, so if we could catch and then we'll, thank you.
Thank you, Andres. I have two questions, but they are targeted on awareness and just knowing what exactly happens. And the two go to UEFA, Aliz. We take UEFA competitions, club competitions, as an ideal competition, especially in Africa. And I know in Africa club competitions in the past, we've had clubs withdrawing from competitions because of financial status. Has that happened in Europe before 1999? And if it happened today, how would the club licensing system in UEFA handle such cases? The team comes out, maybe because of financial reasons. Is there a way UEFA has a way of handling this? The second is about FIFA. Apart from the club licensing tool, has there ever been any other tool that is targeting club development before or maybe in future?
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Of course, UEFA Champions League and Europa League are competitions which bring a lot of money into the game as well. And the revenues, as you may know, are very well shared with participating clubs on one side, but on the other side as solidarity also to all member associations to further develop football, which is the key thing also for many member associations in Europe. Regarding financial instability, problems not meeting criteria by clubs, this is of course tackled and should be tackled by licensors, by member associations in the co-process when clubs are applying for each season before entering UEFA competitions. But then, when they are in our competitions, UEFA is monitoring their financial situation basically through additional financial fair play criteria. And if they do not meet criteria on financial fair play during the season, there could be also sanctions, also financial sanctions for those clubs not receiving amounts and money which was initially won by them throughout the competition. And this money is then distributed to all other clubs which are meeting financial criteria during the season and are playing in UEFA competitions. So there is a control before entering and admission clubs to UEFA competitions, but also during the season through a monitoring process.
Okay. Edgar, if I understood your question correct, your question has been what kind of services or what kind of support FIFA has delivered to clubs like in the longer past. FIFA entity has focused mainly on collaboration with confederations, but most of all with the MAs as well. FIFA is not the traditional club competition organizer. Therefore, our services and support has focused on the MAs in the past. Establishing the professional football department obviously guides the clear focus of the new leadership, FIFA 2.0, and engage not only stakeholders but focus on club professionalization. So that is a major focus since recently. I think we all agree that it's a great thing to do. It's something that is necessary for FIFA to get engaged with. At the same time, we, in that regard, as I said, are not the traditional club competition organizer, and therefore the collaboration with confederations and MAs is key. And we said, we heard from Andres, 2,607 clubs in the top competition. One service will not fulfill what we need, so we need to have partners in order to deliver service as tailor-made as possible to these clubs. And that is what we are establishing and trying to come up with. And the service that will apply to clubs in the long run on a broader level as well is, for example, the research analysis that have been conducted by the department. So we, let's say, do everything from a global entity perspective to give overviews and to empower and put something in the shelf that can be picked by competition organizers at confed level and at an MA level.
We have a question.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel from Ghana. I think Mahajam made a very important point with regard to executive committee members serving on the club licensing committee. We have major issues in this part of our world. I believe that for club licensing to function well, it will have to deal with leadership first. And with what we know, especially in Africa here, most of the people who serve in the various federations at the ESCO level tend to run football clubs. It is so difficult for an employee they take as a club licensing manager to try to drive the system. Now, is there a deliberate plan or a strategy, especially from FIFA, considering how we can deal with this huge political interference that may set in with regard to trying to roll out the system very well. And I say this because you take an example of capping a minimum salary range for players. You try to drive this process, and because of political or leadership issues you may have, it is so difficult to work it out. Now, is there a strategy to be put in place to get this sort of political interference, I may call it, checked and all that? Thank you.
When I understood that question correct, I think you're referring to club licensing as an interference for a club owner. The club owner might invest a lot of money, saying, I see that as a very positive thing for a club to be run in a certain way, and now club licensing comes in and influences that leadership. Is that correct? That we have somebody who is very passionate and motivated to support a club and sees club licensing therefore as an interference into his personal engagement. And in that regard, as I said earlier, most important thing is to have a good communication and a transparency towards what club licensing does, and to what Mahajan said, to explain the purpose of the criteria. Owners have a way of, or let's say, rulers of clubs have a way of running a club established over years maybe, and they don't want to change their habits. If they understand that the club licensing system is a service to them that gives them a certain guidance into a certain direction, it's not to harm them, and they understand the principle and the idea behind it, it gives them, let's say, a more efficient investment, a better return on what they have been doing in the past. I think that's a key principle for them to get to know and to realize, I do things good, and I do things for a certain period of time, and now, let's say an expert, somebody who comes from a different angle, has recommendations on how to amend certain things, financially, legal, infrastructure, to assist him putting together a better product, a better game, a more efficiently run football club, which will ultimately speed up and will ultimately benefit him as the most important person in the club in the short term, but most likely in the long term. And I think that kind of understanding has to be created. I'm not saying it is easy. I'm not saying it will be achieved all the time in a short period of time. But that's the general idea of club licensing. And I think the key understanding of club licensing, managing clubs more professionally, is in the interest of owners and then decision makers at club level.
Unless you want to add?
I fully agree what Sebastian said, but may I add also something from my experiences. So today was already mentioned the management commitment. So commitment from the top management is very important. It was shown today on the confederation level. It should be present also on the member association level as well. And throughout the processes, not only, for example, by some committee members responsible for club licensing within member association, but on a regular basis. But the key principle which should be implemented when dealing with club licensing members is independence. Independence of members when coming to the decision-making process, independence of experts when coming to giving advices and assistance, independence in general. Therefore, it is very important also, as it was already said, to share benefits of club licensing throughout the football family and also outside. It's very important to communicate with media. It's very important to communicate with governments. It's very important to communicate with fans. And of course, internally, inside the football family with all stakeholders. Yeah. So with these actions, we might bring football environment to be more helpful to at the end, decisions which should be taken for better of club football in all of countries of the Confederation.
Thank you, Alex. Very, very good. We have another question in the front of the room, please. Karim.
Merci Andrés. Bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis Karim Alem du Maroc. Je voudrais profiter donc de la présence de nos amis et collègues qui viennent donc de finalement 3 confédérations au-delà de la CAF pour essayer de partager et comprendre avec vous et à travers votre expérience le cheminement finalement de ce système d'octroi des licences qui a été voulu au départ par la FIFA, mis en place donc dans un premier temps avec le succès que nous connaissons par l'UEFA et puis donc d'autres confédérations qui nous ont précédés. Nous sommes en train effectivement d'essayer de rattraper le retard et de faire du chemin. Ce que nous comprenons, nous qui sommes en charge de diffuser un petit peu cette bonne parole donc à travers toutes les associations nationales affiliées à la CAF, c'est comment ça s'est passé chez vous. Ce que nous comprenons, c'est que la FIFA a voulu, dans un premier temps, que les clubs, finalement, puissent progresser. Pas avec la finalité de participer aux compétitions continentales, mais déjà de se développer pour pouvoir participer correctement au niveau de leur propre compétition. On comprend que c'est une première étape d'aller chercher les meilleurs clubs qui participent aux compétitions continentales pour en faire des locomotives et qui soient un exemple, on va dire, pour les autres clubs qui évoluent à leur côté. Donc, déjà, la première question, c'est aujourd'hui, idéalement, il faudrait qu'on puisse dire, ça y est, un club a une licence pour disputer les compétitions et comme les critères sont les mêmes, finalement, pour disputer la compétition nationale, il pourra automatiquement disputer les compétitions continentales si son classement ou ses performances le justifient. Donc il y a, je suppose, au niveau des diverses confédérations, donc des ratios, on va dire, bon, il y a 50%, il y a 10%, il n'y a que les clubs qui jouent les compétitions nationales, ou bien nous sommes arrivés à ce niveau-là. Et l'autre question, c'est finalement les organes décisionnaires qui octroient ces licences. Comment est-ce qu'ils travaillent et comment est-ce que finalement la confédération qui, il faut le rappeler, accorde aux associations nationales une sorte de mandat pour attribuer les licences, mais pour son compte, comment est-ce que ces organes travaillent, comment est-ce qu'ils arrivent à suivre et comment est-ce que les informations reviennent au niveau de la confédération et comment, en quelque sorte, est-ce qu'on est sûr que des clubs qui vont pouvoir obtenir la licence dans un contexte moins exigeant dans un autre pays pourraient finalement se trouver mieux que des clubs qui auraient été peut-être un petit peu handicapés ou sanctionnés du fait qu'ils sont dans un pays où le niveau de développement est supérieur et qui n'auraient pas obtenu paradoxalement la licence que d'autres auraient obtenue pour participer à la même compétition. Merci.
Merci Karim. Mahajan, Jonathan, Alesh, would you like to take this one? These two? Well, je vais faire un très gros résumé. Hein? So for the first question, the second question was a little bit more straightforward. For the first instance body and the appeals body, from your experience throughout the world, what can you recommend locally for the African region in regards to maintaining that independence, maintaining a proper implementation of the system of the first instance body and the appeals body, as well as how do those two communicate properly with the federation and then with the clubs on the decisions made. And then for the first question, pour la première partie de la question, tu as dit, tu peux reformuler un peu très, très court pour la première partie, s'il te plaît? Non, pas de problème. I asked them to summarize the first part of
En
this
fait, la première question, c'est est-ce que, au niveau des confédérations dont vous venez,
Oui.
est-ce que les clubs, finalement, obtiennent maintenant des licences qui sont exclusivement pour jouer les compétitions continentales, ou est-ce que c'est la même licence, finalement, qui leur permet de disputer les compétitions nationales
Oui.
et les compétitions continentales, sans qu'il y ait obligé de faire un upgrade?
Merci. So, for licenses given in your confederations through your licensors, of course, is it the same license that is given for the domestic level? Does it apply for the regional level? So, or do they have to apply for two different licenses? So that's the first question.
Thank you. The first question about the FIB and AB. I can explain how we do this in AFC. First of all, as our club licensing regulations clearly mention, we have a quorum of 3, which is the minimum number for a valid decision making. But we always insist to the MAs that have at least 5 people in the FIB and in the AB. This is because if the quorum is 3 and one person cannot participate in any of the decision making, then the numbers fall below the quorum and the meeting will have to be postponed. So we ask for at least 5. That's one thing. Second thing, you need to have a lawyer and an auditor in the FIB and in the AB. Preferably, the lawyer should be the chairman. This is because the lawyers might be more knowledgeable about the processes and procedures and how to run a committee and make valid decisions. That doesn't mean that he should be the authority on that, but we prefer him to be the chairman. There is no such rule, though. And thirdly, these people who are in the FIB and in the AB should not be from the any other clubs or from the disciplinary or appeals committee of the AB. Of the MA. So these are the few guidelines that we have, and the appointments are maybe for 1 year or for 4 years, depending on the MA. So there should be a prescribed term for the bodies, the decision-making bodies. So this is what we always guide our MAs in doing that. And most of the times there isn't any communication between the FIB and the AB. And we also, in AFC, we don't allow any appeals. In the case of an appeal, we don't allow any new evidence to be brought in the appeals. Whatever decision taken, whatever records which were relied by the FIB will be brought before the AB. And only that evidence will be looked into by the appeals body, which means no new evidence can be allowed in the appeals committee decision making, because the challenge was on the FIB's decision based on those documents, which is the appeal, and the appeals body just considers only those evidence which was presented before the FIB. So these are the rules which we have for the decision making bodies. On the second question about the licenses, we have MAs which have the AFC level. Let me explain the AFC club licensing regulations. We have 2 club licensing systems. One is the Champions League and one is the AFC Cup, which is the second tier club competition in AFC. The top AFC Cup club licensing regulations have got 49 criteria in total, 49. And the AFC Cup has got only 18 criteria. So obviously AFC, the ACL level club licensing is tougher. And we have got some MAs which have added more criteria to the 49 and had made it applicable to their local league. Like the Japanese, the J League, they have like 59 or odd criteria totally. And the license is applicable for AFC competition and for participation in the J League. And J League has got 3 levels, J1, J2, and J3. All these 3 levels of league needs to have the AFC Champions League level club licensing system passed. So it depends on the MA. In some MAs, we have 2 levels of licensing. One is for the National League, and one is for the ACL. So we don't have any specific rule, but to participate in the ACL, you need to pass the ACL licensing system. That's the basic rule. But the MA is free to adopt that for the National League, which we don't mind. And some MAs has got really lesser criteria regulations for the National League and for AFC Champions League. So the winning club, or at least the top few clubs, needs to go for the ACL licensing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mahajan.
It's a very similar situation for UEFA. So in UEFA club licensing and financial fair play regulations, there are some mandatory criteria and mandatory provisions. All licensors, all member associations have to implement into their own regulations when license clubs for entering UEFA competitions. There are mandatory provisions as well regarding the decision-making bodies, and as well regarding the licensing administration. So the experts who are involved in assisting clubs, as well as both decision-making bodies. So there are provisions regarding independence, confidentiality, structure, who can be members, that there should be lawyers inside both bodies, that there should be auditors, and so on. Regarding the second question, we have all 55 member associations running club licensing for clubs entering UEFA competitions, at least according to the UEFA mandatory criteria. There are 52 out of 55 running also domestic club licensing for top division. Sometimes with stricter criteria, so higher criteria than UEFA level, and in majority cases with lower criteria. So it is very important that member association understand their current situation and that realistically implement and adopt criteria for their own needs. And there are 6 associations. They have only one license for UEFA and their first division, so they license according to the UEFA criteria. Clubs also for their first division as well.
Thank you. And Jonathan in CONCACAF?
So with respects to the decision-making bodies, when we host national seminars, we always ask that either the FIB or the appeals body is present with all the clubs, so just to, as we're communicating that, as it was stated here, the key thing there is independence, just to make sure that there's no affiliation with, or there's no conflicts of interest with any of the clubs. I think that's important, that transparency to, one, try to have as many members there during the seminars, and two, communicating to the clubs who the decision-making bodies are, I think is something that we found to be very useful. With respects to our regulations, we provide our member associations with a template which shows what the criteria is for national competition, and in those same regulations, we have the requirements for regional CONCACAF competitions. So when we go giving national seminars, we let the MAs know what we're looking for at the national or domestic level, but we're also sensitizing the clubs to what the regional criteria is. So we can answer any questions and we can get as much feedback as possible from the clubs, no matter what level they are. If they aspire to play in top level regional competition, we want to give them the opportunity to do so and let them know, more importantly, the steps that they need to take from national criteria to regional criteria in order to participate.
Thank you. So I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is we have run out of time for this panel, but the good news is that we have all of the experts here all of today and all of tomorrow. So please take advantage. Anything that we weren't able to get to during the panel, or curiosities or things that you would like to know from what's being done in Asia, what's being done in CONCACAF, what's being done in Europe, please feel free. These are excellent individuals who are really open to share their experiences with you, and really take advantage of the opportunity during the coffee breaks, during dinner, lunch, to talk to us and have the opportunity to solve any doubts that you have or any contributions that you would like to get from the panel. So I would like to thank our members of the panel for their excellent contributions, and as well to you for all of your attention. And I think from here we go to lunch. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thank you, Andres, and thank you for the panelists. Thank you for all of you for your patience. I've received some messages informing me it's a bit cold, so we're gonna try to take the air conditioning a little bit down, and yeah. And then we're going to go to get our lunch now at Napa Grill Restaurant, and please make sure we're back at 2 p.m. in the hall, so that before 2 p.m. in fact in the hall, so that we can continue our sessions of the day. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your meal. And we're starting this session, the next session, with a video. Just witnessed now. This is a video that explains the new structure of our interclubs competitions, because as you know, starting from this season, we finally go from 2 groups in each of our competition to 4 groups, and this is the first time that we do this, which allows more participation, but which means also that we need to ensure that club licensing is implemented properly, so that we can improve the level of the clubs that maybe for the first time will reach the group stage. That's a very important point. Now we're going to go to the next session, which is the administrative, legal, and financial panel discussion, criteria panel discussion. And I would like to present to you the moderator of this session, Mr. Cabello Bosilong.
Heavy lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the afternoon session of this CAF Club Licensing Instructor Seminar. Hope you had a great lunch. And my name is Kabelo Busilong from South Africa, home of the reigning champions of Africa, Mamelodi Sundowns. Thank you. I had to mention that because, you know, we haven't had a lot of success over the past few years. So this is the only time we can brag. So you need to hear about it. We are the champions again. Thank you. As we all know in this room, club licensing is a very important tool in terms of the development and professionalization of football in all aspects. CAF has invested a lot of time and a lot of resources into ensuring that member associations and clubs firstly understand the system, and secondly are able to implement the system. And I believe that we as instructors play a vital role as the think tank and as foot soldiers in terms of going out and spreading the message of club licensing to ensure that it's properly run across the continent. We can see the impact club licensing has had in other confederations, a positive impact, as the panel in the morning discussed, at the AFC, at UEFA, at CONCACAF. And I believe even at CAF, we have seen that there has been improvements from the time that we have started the club licensing system, with the facts and figures that Ahmed was showing us in the morning, to the point that they've just shown in terms of the increased number of clubs at interclub competitions from 8 to 16. Which obviously is beneficial to the clubs that are going to be competing in those competitions, but it also puts added responsibility on those clubs to ensure that they fulfill the criteria to compete in those competitions. In terms of the administrative, legal, and financial pillars of club licensing, I'm going to be a bit biased. I believe that these are the most important, not diminishing sporting or infrastructure, but I believe administration, legal and finance are the core. They set the tone, the structure of how the club licensing system will be run. And also, I believe that in Africa, we obviously have a lot of challenges that are unique to Africa, but also common to the other confederations. But out of those challenges, there's opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities that can come out of that. And I believe that we should harness those opportunities and ensure that the club licensing system in Africa works for us and ensures that club football in Africa goes from strength to strength. Now, I'd like to introduce our panel members for this discussion. First, I would like to call up Mr. George Kasengele from Zambia. Mr. George was the former Secretary General of the Zambian FA, and he was also a former member of the CAF Interclub Committee. Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Karim Alem from Morocco. Mr. Alem is CAF Club Licensing Committee member as well. Next on stage is Mr. Roger Bokaninga from the Democratic Republic of Congo. He's part of the CAF Legal Committee. And last but not least, we have Mr. Pierre Gonda from the Ivory Coast, who is also a member of the CAF Club Licensing Committee. Now, all the gentlemen up on stage are instructors as well, and in total, they've conducted national seminars in Angola, Zanzibar, Nigeria, South Africa, Democratic Republic of Congo, Cape Verde, Morocco, Togo, Chad, Madagascar, Algeria, Central African Republic, Congo, Brazzaville, Ivory Coast, Kenya, Ghana, Swaziland, and Lesotho. So the instructors up here on stage have a vast experience in terms of going across the continent to the member associations and conducting national seminars, which was the first phase of club licensing. In terms of the format, we're here more to discuss what happened in the first phase of the club licensing seminars and give feedback from our experiences from an administrative, legal, and financial perspective as to what happened and what the situation is. We want to paint a picture of the current situation that is going on the continent in terms of these three pillars for those who have been instructors and for those who are new instructors as well, just to portray what is going on in terms of these pillars on the continent. Now, firstly, we'll just review in terms of, which I'll ask to the panel members, in terms of what were the common challenges that instructors discovered in the various countries that they visited. I can start with you, Mr. George.
Thank you, Cavello. Africa is a huge continent, and it has got a complex, let me say, complexity of problems. And by virtue of its vastness, you find that the challenges vary from country to country. Without mentioning any particular country, challenges may vary from language, political will by the federations towards club licensing. Others are governance problems by virtue of the way the countries are structured. Other problems that we faced were probably just a lack of understanding of this thing called club licensing in one of the territories that we went to. Complex in the sense that you find that up north and down south, the club licensing is probably something that has taken root by virtue of the fact that most of the clubs up north and down south are run in a professional kind of manner. So it's quite easy, but the complexities that I mentioned start when you start going west, coming to Central Africa, in part of Southern Africa, and East Africa. That's where probably these problems now start to permeate and subsist in the areas. But that's not to say that there was no willpower by the various federations that we visited. Of course, I'll give an example of a very small nation, island nation, which considered club licensing like something that was being taught to them as something very new. I don't know, this country has recently been admitted into the Confederation of African Football, and we can forgive them for that. And we found ourselves as instructors, Leslie from Tanzania and my colleague from Ghana, having to take the participants through the basic necessities of club licensing, as opposed to giving the CAF angle of club licensing, because it looked like it was a completely new thing to them. And we were trying to preach to the converted down south, just Africa. They have their own complexities, but on a ratio of, say, 1 to 100, I think South Africa is more or less 80% there. They have their own problems, especially for the clubs that are coming from the lower leagues. But basically, I think they do understand what this thing of club licensing is all about. Challenges start with our big brother, Nigeria. Of course, by virtue of the way, the federal structure of governance in Nigeria is that most clubs that are in the current professional league are run by the states. And that in itself creates a problem, especially in as far as the appointment of the people that run the clubs is concerned. I think one thing that came out of the seminar is that the governorship, so to speak, has a handle as to who must run these clubs. And that in itself creates a problem. So you find that quality is compromised, and that in itself posed quite a challenge. But our India, other than to say that in some of these parts that we went to, we noticed that as much as they may have this craving or urge to want to turn professional, they're rather doing it from the top rather than doing it from the bottom.
Thank you for that. Mr. Alem, obviously during the national seminars, the invite is extended to the federation, the clubs, and to outside stakeholders, which is, your stadium management, your government officials, players. What was the importance of their role in the national seminars, and what value did they add to the seminars?
I have to write down the question, so I don't. I remember what I have to answer.
In French or English?
Okay. No, I think I can give opportunity to our brothers and sisters anglophones to use translation and maybe speak French, if you don't mind. Donc voilà. Merci pour la question. Ce que je voulais vous dire, peut-être avant d'y répondre de manière plus spécifique, c'est pour compléter un peu la question que vous avez posée à Georges tout à l'heure, à savoir quels sont les challenges, quelles sont les situations que nous avons rencontrées lorsque nous avons fait nos visites donc pour participer aux séminaires nationaux. Tout d'abord, il y avait souvent une incompréhension, disons, du rôle de l'équipe des instructeurs, donc l'équipe triple, c'est-à-dire instructeur en charge donc des critères dont nous allons parler maintenant dans ce panel, puis des critères sportifs et des critères d'infrastructure. Donc pour eux, les gens, en tout cas, ils attendaient que en fait, la CAF arrive avec des moyens financiers pour les aider à faire face à leurs besoins. Et on est bien d'accord que la mise en place du système d'octroi des licences est onéreuse. Les gens pensaient réellement que la CAF venait avec un financement pour les aider à cela. Bon, une fois qu'on leur a dit que ce n'était pas précisément l'objectif de notre visite et qu'on a essayé de leur expliquer qu'on pouvait avoir quand même une valeur ajoutée au-delà de leur apporter un panier de dollars, la discussion a pu s'engager. Donc nous leur avons en quelque sorte expliqué que finalement les aspects pour lesquels on venait discuter avec eux étaient des aspects structurants qui permettraient au football de se développer, aux clubs de football de devenir des interlocuteurs intéressants, des interlocuteurs, on va dire, intéressants pour les partenaires qui voudraient s'associer à ce sport. Et que pour cela, il fallait effectivement, disons, faire les efforts nécessaires pour avoir une structure juridique disons, compréhensible, une structure administrative opérante et une organisation d'une manière générale qui permettrait de travailler à la profitabilité du sport et de la pratique du football. Maintenant, pour répondre plus spécifiquement à votre question, de savoir quels étaient un peu les apports des gens, donc les stakeholders donc, qui ont participé à ces séminaires, il est évident que la variété des gens qui participent à un séminaire fait qu'un certain nombre de questions, les plus larges possibles, sont posées, puisque chacun voit un peu midi à sa porte et puis, disons, pose des questions peut-être auxquelles on ne se serait pas attendu. Donc nous avons eu l'occasion à travers cela de répondre justement aux diverses préoccupations en expliquant par exemple des choses assez basiques. Par exemple, lorsqu'on dit que les critères financiers qui président à l'octroi de la licence de club, c'est que chaque club puisse payer ses dettes. Bon, ça paraît dans un premier temps contraignant. Mais si on dit que pour que chacun ait une licence, il faut qu'il paye ses dettes, ça doit vouloir dire aussi que quelque part, il est sûr de recouvrer ses créances. Puisque bon, si un club me doit de l'argent et que je le paye, et que je suis obligé de le payer, ça veut dire que si un autre club me doit de l'argent à moi, je serai sûr de la même manière d'être protégé. Quand on explique aux gens qu'il doit avoir une structure, on va dire financière, on va dire une structure juridique, administrative bien claire, bien identifiée, avec des responsables à tous les niveaux, ça veut dire que les partenaires du club savent à qui parler. Donc ils peuvent peut-être associer leur image à celle d'un club. Maintenant, peut-être juste pour conclure sur cet aspect, pour ne pas trop monopoliser la parole, je voudrais dire, peut-être contrairement à ce que tu disais tout à l'heure, tu as le droit de penser que les critères juridiques, administratifs et financiers sont les plus importants, mais il ne faut jamais oublier quand même que sans une infrastructure, on ne peut pas jouer au football. Et je pense que l'infrastructure est doublement très très importante, mais je pense qu'on ne va pas empiéter sur le panel qui suit, pour deux raisons. La première, c'est la sécurité des joueurs. Et la deuxième, c'est, on va dire, les belles images qu'on pourrait transmettre à la télévision lorsqu'on a une belle pelouse pour jouer au football.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pierre, as a club licensing committee member, through your travels on behalf of club licensing, did you get a feeling that there was a general understanding from the member associations and the club? And also, do you feel that they are well placed to start implementing the club licensing system now?
Je dirais d'abord que durant, j'allais dire, les pays que nous avons eu l'opportunité de visiter, une des choses qui frappe, c'est peut-être une grande diversité entre le niveau qu'il y a dans les différents pays. Quand vous allez par exemple en Algérie, vous voyez bien qu'il y a des clubs structurés. Et là encore, quand je dis la notion de club elle-même doit être encore bien comprise, c'est-à-dire une équipe avec des structures, avec un siège et autres. Mais quand vous voyagez dans d'autres pays, comme j'ai eu l'occasion de le faire en Afrique centrale ou même en Afrique de l'Ouest où je suis, à l'intérieur même du pays, vous trouvez une grande différence entre quelques clubs organisés et puis des équipes qui sont animées par une ou deux personnes. C'est vrai, tout à l'heure, pour rebondir sur ce que Salim disait, que nous avons parfois trouvé, en arrivant, un peu d'impréparation. Comme si parfois on était surpris de nous voir arriver. Mais finalement, au bout de 2 jours d'entretien, et pour répondre à votre question, on a senti qu'il y a un intérêt. Il y a certain intérêt pour les personnes qui ont participé au séminaire d'avoir eu connaissance avec ce système. Et le regret qu'on a souvent eu, c'est que dans la majeure partie des cas, on a eu le sentiment de n'avoir pas eu affaire aux bons interlocuteurs. Les clubs ont généralement pas envoyé leur président. Les présidents étaient presque tous absents. Donc c'est généralement des secrétaires généraux ou des seconds couteaux dans les clubs qui sont là. Certaines parties prenantes comme l'État, puisque nous savons que dans nos pays, la plupart des infrastructures dont parlait tout à l'heure Salim, Karim, sont détenues par l'État. Les représentants de l'État étaient parfois absents. Donc on a le sentiment, c'est vrai qu'au niveau de la fédération, au niveau des personnes qui ont organisé les séminaires, on a compris l'importance de ce processus. Mais moi, je suis resté un peu sur ma faim quant à, j'allais dire, l'impact réel que ça pourrait avoir sur le pays après notre départ.
Thank you very much. Now, getting into administrative and personnel criteria. Obviously, we will not dissect each criteria on this panel in terms of have clubs done this, have they done that, because for us, the mission was more to educate clubs on these national seminars. So, Mr. Roger, do you, from your visits, do you think that administration at the clubs or the federations have competent and adequate staff working for their organizations, knowing very, very well that it's difficult to get to understand that at a national seminar, but from your understanding, especially in your region, from your knowledge with clubs and federations, on the continent, do clubs and federations have adequate and competent staff working in their organizations?
Oui, merci beaucoup pour la question. Évidemment, par notre expérience, nous sommes allés dans plus ou moins 4 à 5 pays. Mais d'abord, la première préoccupation, c'est par rapport à la fédération. Comment la fédération elle-même percevait ou perçoit les problèmes de licence des clubs. Parce qu'on arrivait souvent à remarquer, par exemple, à ces conséquences décisionnelles, ce sont les mêmes membres du comité exécutif qui se retrouvaient dans ces organes-là. Là, il y avait déjà un problème. Donc, on n'avait pas bien perçu d'abord la notion, même au sein de certaines fédérations. Maintenant, en ce qui concerne, par exemple, si je dois répondre précisément à la question qui m'est posée, l'administration. Et je pense, M. Pierre vient de dire ici, la difficulté, c'est par rapport aux personnes qui venaient représenter les clubs. D'abord, on s'adresse à la fédération qui base de ce que nous voulons, on choisit des gens qui viennent pour représenter. Et il était difficile de savoir, parce que juste, comme disait M. Karim, je crois, la structure, on n'arrive pas à percevoir, je prends un exemple, tel club, on n'a pas pu entrer en contact, par exemple, sur base à titre exemplatif d'un dossier pour savoir est-ce que ce club ici, c'est le plan de l'administration. Il a un secrétaire général engagé, il est l'administration. Parce que souvent dans nos pays africains, comme ce sont les présidents forts qui dirigent les clubs. Et lui, il vient avec son administration, en fait, ce sont ces gens. Une fois que ce président n'est pas là, il part avec tous ces gens-là. Et chaque changement du comité amène une nouvelle administration. Donc, On a essayé d'insister pour voir que non, voilà, en ayant une administration stable, c'est-à-dire les gens contractuels, qui ne dépendent pas du président, mais du club. Et là, alors, il se pose aussi un problème de financement. Or, la plupart de nos clubs ne sont pas sponsorisés et tout dépend du président. Or, le président ne peut pas accepter de travailler avec une administration qui lui trouve sur place. Et c'est souvent cette difficulté-là que nous avons rencontrée. Donc, sur beaucoup de clubs, l'administration n'est pas tellement stable.
Thank you for that. Mr. George, in terms of the people dealing with club licensing that you've been in contact with, what has your experience been? Do you feel confident that the people that have been appointed as club licensing managers, which we've seen the numbers have improved over the years, do you feel that the people at the federation level and or club level that you have engaged with are competent enough to, do they understand the system, and are they competent enough to drive the system forward in their respective federations?
Yeah, in my case, I think we have Derek from South Africa, very competent when he was with the PSL that time. We had the young man from Nigeria, I've forgotten his name. Yeah, Nassim, yeah, very competent. The position is non-existent in Zanzibar, and we have the one and only person you can contact in Angola, who's in Tunisia, doing the club licensing as well for Angola. So these people are highly committed, and I think probably Ahmed is in a better position since he deals with them on a day-to-day basis. But I believe that the same trend is happening all over Africa, where we have people that are competent. I think we've got a very able club licensing manager in Zambia. He worked for CAF, Mr. Eric Mwanza. So I think the trend all over Africa, I think it's could be more or less satisfactory.
Mr. Karim, from your experiences, not necessarily in the national seminars, but from your experiences through clubs and federations in your region, is there a focus on the continuous improvement, training of staff members at club and federation level, whether it's coaches, whether it's administration, throughout the board? Is there a focus on continuous improvement of staff at those levels?
Bon, donc si je comprends bien, vous voulez que je vous parle un petit peu du témoignage de la région dans laquelle dont nous faisons partie, c'est-à-dire l'Afrique du Nord. Ou est-ce que vous me demandez, oui c'est ça, c'est-à-dire pas dans le cadre des missions que nous sommes allés conduire, disons, de participation au séminaire. Parce qu'effectivement, il y a quand même, il faut savoir que lorsque nous allons dans les missions donc, de participation aux séminaires nationaux, on passe 2 jours, et on est dans une salle de réunion et on rencontre, comme vous l'ont dit nos collègues, les gens qui veulent bien se rendre disponibles ou bien les gens qui ont été invités à participer, mais derrière ce qui nous est dit, on n'a pas de possibilité ou de capacité d'aller mesurer sur le terrain ce qui est réellement fait au-delà de ce qui est annoncé. Maintenant, on ne dit pas que les gens nous racontent des histoires, mais parfois les gens ont envie de montrer qu'ils ont avancé un peu plus que ce qu'ils n'ont réellement avancé. Donc ça peut être effectivement plus pertinent que chacun d'entre nous dise ce qu'il voit à son niveau. Donc pour nous, en tout cas, pour ce qui est du Maroc, donc, que je connais forcément bien, puisque j'en viens, de l'Algérie et de la Tunisie, où je suis amené à aller souvent par voisinage et par amitié, par proximité, je pense qu'il y a une vraie prise de conscience donc, de l'intérêt de ce système d'octroi des licences de club comme étant un outil, un moyen qui est mis à la disposition des clubs pour qu'ils progressent, et non pas une volonté de les prendre en défaut ou de les sanctionner comme souvent les gens pourraient le penser. Parce que les gens, effectivement, quand on arrive chez eux, ils sont tout de suite sur la défensive, ils disent oui, non mais on n'a pas fait ça, mais il ne faut pas nous punir, vous savez, on n'a pas les moyens, et ceci et cela. Or, en réalité, lorsqu'on veut bien analyser les critères, disons, qui président à l'octroi d'une licence, ils n'ont pas tous un caractère, on va dire, de dépenses ou de coûts. Il y a une organisation, il y a un esprit, et il y a, grosso modo, une volonté ou pas de participer au système pour avoir bien compris les objectifs. Donc je crois qu'au Maroc, donc pour revenir au centre de votre question, les clubs qui participent aux compétitions africaines, bon, il y en a, on va dire, 80% qui sont toujours les mêmes, mais nous avons 20 à 25% donc de renouvellement au gré des performances sportives des clubs concernés, notamment pour ceux qui remportent la Coupe nationale, et puis aussi du fait que nous avons la chance de faire partie des pays qui ont 2 représentants dans chaque compétition, ce qui veut dire qu'on est amené à avoir 4 représentants chaque année. Et donc les clubs en question ont compris que s'ils faisaient l'effort donc d'avoir une bonne infrastructure sportive, d'avoir une organisation administrative opérante, et puis d'être sûr d'être des partenaires intéressants pour les annonceurs potentiels, les sponsors, ça les aiderait très probablement à avancer. Donc la Fédération marocaine de football a fait l'effort très clairement donc de faire un règlement national, parce qu'on oublie que, ou on ne précise pas suffisamment, qu'au départ il y a la FIFA qui fait un règlement, on va dire, pour le système d'octroi des licences, et puis les confédérations qui font elles-mêmes un règlement inspiré de celui de la FIFA, et puis il y a les fédérations qui sont les bailleurs de licences des confédérations en réalité, qui établissent un règlement national qui est inspiré justement du règlement de la FIFA et de la CAF pour ce qui concerne notre confédération. Alors je dis que le Maroc, au niveau de la fédération marocaine, a fait l'effort donc de publier ces règlements, d'en faire une large diffusion, d'organiser des rencontres, et puis de veiller à ce que les clubs soient réellement concernés par cet aspect. Il reste à la fédération marocaine donc à staffer spécifiquement donc un manager de licence donc qui s'occupe particulièrement de ce sujet. Et là, on tombe sur un petit travers, mais la volonté est positive. Vous savez, parfois, quand vous dites qu'un sujet est important, vous dites « Ah, ben si le sujet est important, je dois mettre la personne la plus importante de ma fédération pour s'en occuper. » Or, la personne la plus importante de votre fédération, en général, elle a plusieurs autres sujets à s'occuper. Et si vous ne dédiez pas quelqu'un à s'occuper spécifiquement de ce sujet, vous vous exposez à dire « J'ai nommé quelqu'un qui est très compétent », et à l'arrivée, il ne va pas avoir suffisamment de temps pour faire le travail, et donc les choses ne pourront pas aller comme il faut. On oublie que le manager de licence doit être juste quelqu'un, en réalité, qui assure une interface au quotidien avec les clubs, pour leur expliquer, pour leur demander des documents, pour participer aux missions, pour préparer les dossiers et les présenter à l'OPI. Et quand on connaît tout le travail à faire sur tous les critères, ça justifie très largement d'avoir quelqu'un qui s'occupe spécifiquement de cela. Et donc je conclurai juste mon témoignage en disant que le Maroc fait partie effectivement des pays qui ont compris que ce système était important, que les clubs ont aussi compris que c'était important. L'OPI, quelque chose, l'octroi des licences est quelque chose dans lequel on s'est engagé sans doute plus tôt que certaines fédérations qui viennent de rejoindre dernièrement, mais on continue de ne pas avoir précisément les personnes qu'il faut dans le sens où elles consacrent 100% de leur temps au suivi de ces sujets-là.
Thank you for that feedback. I think now is an opportune time to take a half-time break, and ask any questions so far. There are any questions? The mics. Could we please also just state our name and the country we come from?
Oui, merci. Je m'appelle Mahmoud Hamami, je suis en Tunisie. Je voudrais pouvoir féliciter la CAF d'organiser ce séminaire-là, l'évaluation. Et je voudrais, pour la même occasion, créer certaines observations. Observations générales, observations spécifiques qui concernent ce module particulier. Et pour avoir enfin donné une idée sur ce que peut apporter la FIFA, la Confédération, aux associations nationales et ensuite les associations nationales par rapport au club. D'abord, c'est un projet, je dirais qu'il fonctionne à deux vitesses, donc dans la diversité. D'abord, par rapport à la FIFA, nous avons eu ce matin droit de présentation au niveau des continents. Je pense qu'il y a une divergence pour laquelle ça nécessite donc un travail de nivellement, c'est-à-dire rapprocher les gens qui sont en retard par rapport donc aux continents qui ont connu une avance aussi bien pour avoir initié le projet bien avant tout le monde que par rapport au recul observé par certains continents, n'est-ce pas? Et là, je préfère aborder la question selon une approche purement thématique pour avoir une liaison par rapport à ce qui vient d'être dit actuellement au niveau de notre panel administration, finance et pratiquement aspect juridique. Je pense que le projet en tant que tel au niveau de l'Afrique a eu l'avantage d'obtenir une adhésion pratiquement collective au niveau de tout le continent et au niveau de tous les 55 ou 56 pays africains. Ça, c'est un point positif. Nous avons eu, ce matin, nous avons vu un peu le slide présenté par Ahmed Haraz, là où il y a une évolution en ce qui concerne les paramètres. Mais là, je dis que ça ne concerne qu'un aspect purement statique, c'est-à-dire il y a une adhésion de la part de toutes les fédérations, de toutes les associations nationales, et au niveau de la mise en place uniquement des paramètres, c'est-à-dire les structures de dirigeantes de ce projet-là sont là. Toutes les fédérations ont mis en place un arsenal juridique, donc au niveau de leur statut, ils ont développé donc des textes qui correspondent un peu à l'initiation de ce projet. Tous ont organisé des séminaires au niveau de l'Afrique. C'est pour cela que les paramètres s'annoncent très positifs et très optimistes. Seulement, comme disait notre ami Karim tout à l'heure, je pense qu'il y a eu une attente qui donc accompagnée d'une incompréhension de la part des associations nationales et surtout au niveau des clubs quand on est allé leur visiter. Et là, pour ne pas accaparer la parole, je dirais que nos clubs ont besoin de mieux comprendre le projet et surtout on doit les aider pour renforcer leur capacité managériale. Et là, je pense que la FIFA peut jouer un rôle important, notamment au niveau de 3 fonctions principales. Moi, je dirais que pour réduire ces écarts entre les continents et réduire ces écarts entre les différents clubs au niveau de chaque association nationale, il faut renforcer la capacité managériale, notamment en matière d'initiation à la planification et de gestion de projets futurs. La deuxième chose, ce que j'ai constaté, c'est que ces clubs-là ont besoin de développer un peu leur capacité conceptuelle grâce à l'outil de communication. Et la troisième, qui est la plus importante, il y a une insuffisance au niveau de la quasi-totalité des fédérations, des associations nationales et des clubs qui leur sont attachés, c'est le marketing. Les clubs ne peuvent pas se compter sur eux-mêmes et la fonction marketing, aussi bien au niveau de la négociation des droits de retransmission télévisée que au niveau de développer ce produit et de le vendre sur le marché pour générer plus de ressources financières, ça c'est un manque, c'est une insuffisance qui a touché un critère très très important, c'est pratiquement le critère financier et cette notion de développer le football dans le cadre d'équilibre financier permanent. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui les clubs, aussi bien dans les pays les plus développés en Afrique eux-mêmes, souffrent d'un problème d'endettement fondamental. Les clubs, certains clubs professionnels, même ceux qui ont remporté des titres, donc souffrent d'un endettement fondamental aujourd'hui Donc, et en analysant leur bilan financier, je pense que si on applique strictement et rigoureusement, ces clubs-là qui ont obtenu même des titres peuvent ne pas obtenir cette licence si on applique ce critère, n'est-ce pas, lié à l'équilibre financier et ne pas avoir des créanciers donc, qui courent derrière leur argent. Il y a un autre phénomène aussi qui est extrêmement important, c'est l'infrastructure. L'infrastructure, on ne peut pas se désengager de l'État. Et là, quand on est allé visiter ces clubs au niveau des associations nationales, qu'est-ce que nous avons constaté?
Sorry. I think infrastructure will discuss when the infrastructure
Oui,
panel.
juste une remarque.
So we can give others an opportunity to ask questions, please.
Oui, bien sûr. La question, c'est que, c'est-à-dire que nous devons aujourd'hui aller vers la deuxième phase du projet en insistant sur l'assistance technique de la CAF, notamment en matière d'administration et de finances et de communication, en organisant des séminaires, n'est-ce pas, au niveau de chaque pays africain. Nous devons nous concentrer sur cet aspect-là. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Thank you. Right behind.
Raymond Hack from South Africa. I think what we have to realize that in a number of instances it's not the club licensing manager who is responsible. I think what happens in a number of cases, and my colleagues both Nicholas and Sunday will confirm, is that the people that manage the clubs don't understand how to manage the club firstly. When I say they don't understand, they are restricted. People don't understand the concept of conflict of interest. And the sooner we have that in our rules and regulations as to the definition of what a conflict of interest is, the easier it's going to be. We found general secretaries who are owners of clubs. Now, how can a general secretary who is managing the league be an owner of a club? He determines who the referee is. He determines where they play. These are all problems which a lot of the federation encounter. We need to be able to explain that to them. They need to understand that. The owners of the clubs have to understand that if they appoint a general secretary to run the club, then that is the general secretary's job. It is not their job. We are out of the situation where you run your football club from the boot of a car. You're supposed to be running it professionally. You cannot have a situation where the general secretary is too scared to make a decision. He is not in charge of the finance. He's not the accounting officer. He has no control as to what happens. The owner is the one who determines when and where. And you cannot have an owner if there's a conflict of interest within the club. You have owners who own the club, and I understand it's their business and they're entitled to run the club. But when they come to the federation must be in charge. You can't be the owner, you can't be the president, you can't be all of this at the same time. And this is the main problem that the clubs have at the moment, because they don't know how to manage their club without outside interference. And as soon as that is introduced in your rules and regulations, I think you'll make it a lot easier. You have the passion, for want of a better word, of the general secretaries who want to run it professionally. They want to learn, they want to understand how to do it. But they are prohibited from doing it because in the majority of venues that we have been to, when I talk Sunday and Nicholas, myself, you will always find that the people that come to the meeting will be the general secretaries. The owners do not come to the meeting because the owners do not want to be told how to run their club. Their attitude, it's my club, I will run it as I see fit. And if my general secretary doesn't like it, then he must move on to another job. And this is what you find, not in the big countries or the big federations, but certainly in the smaller federations who are all eager. And I must stress that they're all eager to learn, they're all eager to comply with it. But as soon as we have put those regulations in place, you're going to make it a lot easier for the federations and certainly for the club licensing system to work in the smaller countries.
Thank you. I think we'll have last. Can we get one? Okay. I think can we get one from this side since We haven't heard any voices from this side.
Oui, bonsoir tout le monde. Je m'appelle Amsatou Fall du Sénégal. Je voudrais apporter un peu ma contribution par rapport, en tout cas, à ce qui a été dit, et pour surtout l'expérience que nous avons vécue, en tout cas au travers des différentes missions que nous avons menées. Je voudrais d'abord féliciter la CAF, en tout cas pour ce projet innovant et structurant, en tout cas qui est de permettre aux clubs, disons, d'améliorer leur gouvernance, disons, d'avoir un patrimoine structurant, d'avoir un patrimoine, disons, patrimoine logistique, financier et autres. Je pense que généralement, les clubs, en tout cas, trouvent un intérêt grandissant par rapport, en tout cas, à ce système, disons, de licence. Mais il faut savoir, en tout cas, par rapport à l'expérience que nous avons vécue pour les quelques 5 à 6 missions que nous avons menées, montre que au niveau de disons, de l'Afrique, de notre continent, effectivement, il y a une diversité. Si nous prenons disons, les clubs maghrébiens, il est clair, en tout cas, qu'il y a une nette amélioration, disons, de ce système de licence par rapport, en tout cas, à leur vécu, par rapport, disons, à ce qu'ils ont connu avant même ce système de licence. Maintenant, si nous prenons le reste de l'Afrique, nous pouvons constater, en tout cas, deux choses. Nous savons qu'en tout cas, la plupart des clubs ne s'occupent, disons, que de la pratique de la gestion compétitive. C'est que les clubs, ils existent parce qu'il y a les compétitions. Mais ils ne s'occupent pas, disons, de la pratique de gestion de clubs en termes, disons, de technostructure. Quand je parle de technostructure, c'est-à-dire des départements de finances, des départements de marketing, des départements de communication. Ça n'existe pratiquement pas au niveau des clubs. Et ça me donne l'occasion disons, de faire une contribution ou bien d'appeler à la CAF pour un renforcement du management des clubs. Parce que ça, c'est extrêmement important. Si nous ne renforçons pas les clubs au niveau du management, les clubs resteront toujours, en tout cas, au niveau, disons, des hommes qui doivent mener à bien, disons, l'administration de ces clubs, les critères légaux, les critères juridiques, les critères financiers. Même si le club n'a pas ces hommes, en tout cas, il faudrait que les clubs trouvent ces hommes à l'extérieur. Et ça, c'est important. Donc, je pense que la FIFA, ou en tout cas la CAF, devrait permettre à ces clubs de s'améliorer en, disons, contribuant, en améliorant des sessions de renforcement au niveau du management des clubs. La deuxième chose, c'est, disons, les parties prenantes, en tout cas, de ces clubs. Quand on parle de parties prenantes, en tout cas, c'est le ministère, disons, des infrastructures, c'est le ministère des sports. Nous avons remarqué en Afrique que ce ne sont pas des gens qui sont parties intégrantes, même s'ils sont parties prenantes, ils ne sont pas parties intégrantes, en tout cas, disons, du football en général, pour simplement parce que peut-être ils n'ont pas encore perçu l'importance, en tout cas, du football dans nos clubs, ou bien ils ont une appréciation assez mitigée, en tout cas, de ces clubs. Donc, je pense que également, là, je pense que la CAF a un rôle à jouer par rapport, en tout cas, à faire en sorte que les parties extérieures, les parties prenantes, en tout cas, du football, soient réellement, en tout cas, concernées par ce qui s'est fait au football. La troisième contribution que je dois dire, la CAF également doit inviter, elle le fait à chaque fois quand on va dans nos clubs, elle dit que voilà, telle que vous devez inviter, telle personne que vous devez inviter, mais généralement ces personnes, en tout cas, ne sont pas toujours, en tout cas, les bonnes personnes que nous trouvons sur place. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. As the referee, I'm going to have to call that halftime is over, so we'll have to begin the second half of this panel discussion. And please save your questions for at the end. And if we can be brief with our questions or comments so that we can get as more people to comment as possible. Mr. Pierre, from a legal perspective, in general, what are the ownership structures of the clubs across the continent from your experiences, whether it be at the national seminars or from the region that you hail from?
Du point de vue, bon, je vais donner l'expérience, j'allais dire sous-régionale. Du point de vue légal, généralement, les clubs sont propriétés d'associations. Elles sont sous forme d'associations. Quand je prends mon propre pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, ou le Congo, Brazza où j'ai été, ou la RCA, ou même l'Algérie où il y a eu une loi qui leur a permis de créer des sociétés, mais ces sociétés sont, j'allais dire, superposées à toujours à l'association qui existe. Donc généralement, les clubs sont propriétés d'associations qui datent de plusieurs années et dont les animateurs actuels sont conçus, perçus en tout cas comme les propriétaires des clubs. Il n'y a pas véritablement d'organisation, c'est ce que je disais tout à l'heure. La notion même de club, en termes d'une association de personnes qui se réunissent régulièrement pour débattre et poursuivre un but précis, prédéterminé, parfois même a tendance à disparaître. Généralement, et parfois le mécénat prend dessus. On a un président charismatique qui a quelques moyens à mettre à disposition, qui vient, qui fait 2, 3, 4, 5 années. Soit il a atteint ses objectifs, soit ses moyens sont épuisés, soit il passe à autre chose dans sa vie et le club change de main. Donc, de ce point de vue-là, nous avons besoin aussi de structurer davantage nos clubs en termes d'organisation qui aurait tendance à être pérenne dans la durée.
Thank you for that. Now, Mr. Roger, in terms of the league and the federation, what is your understanding between the relationship between the league and the federation from a legal and a financial point of view? Because obviously we see that there's many ways or many systems for leagues and clubs to coexist. Sometimes the leagues will run under the auspices of the FA. Sometimes they're separate from each other. So from your experiences across the continent, what has been the relationship from a legal and a financial point of view in that relationship?
Oui, merci beaucoup. Ça, je parlerai plus de l'expérience de chez nous. En fait, chez nous, les ligues dépendent des fédérations. C'est-à-dire les fédérations donnent mandat à la ligue d'organiser au nom et pour le compte de la fédération. Ces ligues-là n'ont pas de personnalité juridique, mais ils ont plus dans leur organisation l'autonomie financière, technique et administrative. Alors, lorsqu'il y a par exemple un conflit, c'est plus la fédération qui les représente sur le plan des droits. Mais néanmoins, ils ne peuvent pas engager la Ligue sur le plan extérieur et sur le plan des engagements même commerciaux. C'est plus la fédération qui agit à leur nom, mais eux ne sont que les bénéficiaires. Donc, chez nous, ça se fait de cette manière-là.
I think...
juste pour compléter, en fait, en réalité, quand on regarde les relations entre les ligues et les fédérations, il est clair qu'une ligue va être dirigée par sa fédération quand c'est la fédération qui va la financer, et une ligue va devenir totalement autonome jusqu'à devenir indépendante, voire même plus puissante que la fédération, lorsqu'elle gère un championnat professionnel qui génère, encore une fois, en termes de marketing et de ressources financières, beaucoup plus que ce que pourrait représenter la fédération. Donc en réalité, c'est là que se trouve une espèce de cercle vertueux ou bien vicieux. C'est qu'à un moment donné, il faudrait que la fédération puisse laisser la ligue voler de ses propres ailes pour qu'elle organise un championnat qui devienne attractif. Mais pour que cela puisse se faire, il faudrait que les clubs qui seraient donc l'objet de cette organisation soient suffisamment structurés, ce qui est précisément l'objet du système d'octroi des licences, pour que la ligue qui les chapeaute puisse marketer le produit.
Thank you for that. Mr. George, from a financial point of view, obviously you cannot run football without money. From your experiences on these seminars, where do federations and clubs generate most of their income from?
In Africa, in fact, one of the issues that came out in the financial criteria was that if you balance your books, if you're in black, you find that any would-be sponsor would be willing to talk to you. And we tried to hammer that point across to our colleagues that we interfaced with in the various countries we visited. Because balancing one's books shows financial stability, and it means that if you have the financial muscle to look after your own finances, and no sponsor wants to come into an association or a club that is not well run. And I think to answer Mr. Raymond Hack, I think we need to put in place people that are able to run these clubs in a very professional way. Right now, it may not be done. I consider this process we are doing as a work in progress. You don't expect to get results in the first year, but I do believe that within the next 4 or 5 years, we'll start seeing the benefits of all these efforts that are being put in. The complexities I talked about initially are these same ones we are now bringing out in the various questions that are being posed to us. We are a very complex kind of continent, and with its own kind of complex ideas and how we are structured. Some of these problems we find ourselves in are of our very own making. But I think with time, especially when people realize that in order for us to advance, we need professional people to run our clubs, professional people to run federations, you find that once that is done, it will be hunky-dory all the way. Sponsorships is the main driver of any sporting entity, and football is not alone in this aspect, so sponsorship is the main driver. In Africa, I think we suffer from the syndrome of low gates, and I've never considered gate takings as a serious source of income, unless you're looking at it from a senior national team perspective. But at club level, unless we don't watch TV, I think Supersport has shown us that most of our leagues, our teams play in front of empty stadiums.
Thank you for that. From accountability and financial structure method, do federations and clubs on the continent fully adhere to financial practices? Or is it a case of they run, as someone had said, they run their clubs like from the boot of their car? What are the practices, financial practices, in regard with clubs on the continent?
Bon, là aussi, on est obligé de faire un distinguo entre ce qui se passe dans nos pays et qu'on peut connaître, on va dire, à travers notre pratique au quotidien, et les missions qui, il faut le dire, sont très ponctuelles et à ce titre, il faut le dire aussi superficielles, que nous faisons dans le cadre des séminaires nationaux. La prescription, encore une fois, le règlement, qu'est-ce qu'il dit? Il dit que dans les critères justement financiers, administratifs auxquels les clubs doivent se soumettre, c'est qu'il faut qu'il y ait effectivement un plan comptable à travers lequel les clubs consignent leur gestion de sorte qu'un auditeur puisse venir à chaque instant comprendre si le club est géré avec la transparence et avec, on va dire, comment dirais-je, en fait géré comme un bon père de famille par ses dirigeants. Donc, normalement, au Maroc, par exemple, la fédération, en tant que bailleur des licences de la CAF, dit aux clubs qu'ils ne pourront passer à travers le filtre de l'OPI, donc de l'organe de première instance, que si ils remplissent une grille de leur compte d'exploitation et de leur bilan qui fait ressortir effectivement donc qu'ils payent leurs dettes, que personne ne leur doit de l'argent, qu'ils ne vivent pas au-dessus de leurs moyens, etc. nous n'avons pas la conviction, enfin je parle au nom de mes collègues, que les pays ou les fédérations que nous avons visitées, par ailleurs, soient, on va dire, toutes à ce niveau. Donc le principe, il est connu, il est clair. De toute façon, la comptabilité et la gestion financière est assez universelle, même si chacun a un petit peu ses standards en matière, on va dire, de détails. Mais les principes de l'orthodoxie, ils sont connus, ils sont généraux et ils sont largement prônés par la norme donc, de l'octroi des licences. Je pense que les fédérations, en tant que bailleurs des licences, doivent absolument veiller à ce que les clubs, d'une manière ou d'une autre, ne vivent pas au-dessus de leurs moyens, de sorte qu'il n'y ait pas, on va dire, une bulle qui se crée et un château de cartes qui s'écroule aussitôt qu'il y a quelqu'un qui est défaillant par rapport à des engagements qu'il n'aurait pas tenus et qui mettrait en difficulté les clubs partenaires.
Merci. And finally, just to conclude, Mr. Pierre, in your opinion, is there anything still missing from the CAF club licensing system, and how can CAF further assist clubs and federations with regard to the club licensing system?
Je pense que pour, disons, un début, le niveau d'exigence du règlement de la CAF est déjà d'un très bon niveau. Comme on l'a indiqué, il y a une véritable différence entre les pays, au sein des pays, entre les clubs, au niveau de leur capacité à pouvoir remplir les conditions qui sont déjà insérées dans le règlement. Mais on a pu observer aussi que si nous voulons vraiment que les clubs prennent ce règlement non pas comme une réglementation supplémentaire qui vient de la CAF, car c'est le cas actuellement, mais comme un véritable outil de développement, il y a au moins quelques aspects qui manquent, notamment, on en parlait tout à l'heure, notre ami tunisien, l'aspect marketing, le faire comme un critère pour permettre à nos clubs de sentir que c'est un point essentiel dans l'organisation de leur club, l'aspect relation avec les médias, et puis développer un peu plus l'aspect sécurité. Voilà en gros, j'allais dire ce qui me vient comme ça à l'idée sur, j'allais dire, le renforcement à faire au niveau de notre réglementation. Mais comme je dis d'ores et déjà, il faut déjà pouvoir appliquer ce qui existe. Merci.
Thank you. And my final question to the panelists before we get into questions, to Mr. Roger, what advice would you give to the new club licensing instructors that are going to be a part of the next phase of the implementation of the club licensing system?
Oui, merci. Je pense que comme on avait dit, ou ce qui a été déjà dit depuis le matin, d'abord, il faut démontrer l'importance d'abord de ce système-là. Parce que les fédérations, comme les clubs, ne doivent pas concevoir cela comme étant une réglementation de plus, mais un moyen pour les permettre de développer. Comme il a été dit tout à l'heure, je ne crois pas, M. Karim, lorsque un club possède une comptabilité qui est bien structurée et auditée, ça leur permet même d'obtenir des sponsoring. Parce que quand on vient, un sponsor vient, il trouve même qu'au niveau même des finances, les clubs n'ont pas une comptabilité fiable. Donc je pense qu'on doit plus insister sur les effets positifs de ce système par rapport, évidemment, ça demande aussi de l'argent, la structuration, mais néanmoins, quels sont les avantages à tirer lorsque ce système est bien implanté. C'est ce qu'il faut plus insister, des mesures coercitives.
Pardon, il y a aussi peut-être un conseil qu'on pourrait donner aux nouveaux instructeurs qui vont venir renforcer le dispositif en place, c'est qu'il faut partir de ce qui existe. Ce qui existe, c'est qu'il y a eu 53 ou 54 missions qui ont été effectuées dans des séminaires nationaux et que les instructeurs donc, qui sont toujours trois, donc un instructeur infrastructure de formation et donc des aspects dont nous parlons maintenant, on fait des rapports circonstanciés, donc qui ont été renvoyés à la CAF. Et dans ces rapports, il y a les difficultés que nous avons rencontrées dans chacun des pays, les aspects positifs qu'on a pu trouver, et il faut reconnaître qu'il y en a, d'accord ? Et donc les points à améliorer, qui sont donc des points de vigilance pour les prochaines missions, sachant que je suis sûr que M. Ahmed, d'ailleurs, on ne le souligne pas suffisamment, qui fait vraiment un très très beau travail donc à la tête du département du contrôle du système d'octroi des licences, va sûrement envoyer des questionnaires donc à toutes les fédérations pour s'assurer que les choses ont avancé sur les sujets où il y avait encore des progrès à faire, et que les fédérations vont sûrement répondre, et que donc à ce moment-là, les instructeurs qui iraient donc pour les deuxièmes missions pourraient y aller de manière plus ciblée, ne pas découvrir, comme on a pu nous-mêmes découvrir, des choses auxquelles ils ne s'attendent pas, parce qu'on ne part pas de zéro. Il y aura donc des missions donc plus approfondies d'inspection auprès des clubs pour savoir à quoi correspondent exactement les choses qui sont juste écrites sur du papier. Donc à mon avis, ce système d'octroi des licences va rentrer dans une phase où il va capitaliser un petit peu toutes les actions positives qui ont été menées dans la difficulté par l'ensemble des instructeurs de bonne foi et de bonne volonté qui ont participé à ces missions. Et je crois qu'il y aura matière à commencer déjà à récolter un petit peu les moissons de ce qui a été semé.
De ce point de vue, je pense que, juste pour ajouter un mot, peut-être à l'intention de Ahmed, je pense qu'il ne serait pas vain d'avoir dans les équipes qui vont repasser dans les pays, au moins une personne qui est déjà passée dans le pays, qui pourra, j'allais dire, briefer les autres instructeurs sur la réalité du pays, de telle sorte qu'on puisse pas partir à zéro, mais qu'on parte au moins de l'expérience de l'existant.
In conclusion, for me, I'd like to probably make an appeal to FIFA that in the FAP regulations, as much as they've allowed, or say the technical director's salary to be paid through the FAP assistance, maybe even the club managers, club licensing managers' salaries can be taken that route. It would help to help sustain this program. For the new CAP instructors, all I can say is be humble and know what you're talking about, and ensure that at least you impart as much knowledge to these participants. And one thing I've found out about our African brothers is that there's a constant movement. The people that you find this year won't be there next year. And I don't know why it happens that way, that you never find the same people that you taught going through the same process. It's like you have to start all over again, so just be patient.
On that note, thank you very much to our esteemed panelists. The fourth official has shown me that we've got a few minutes additional time, so let's take some questions. Can I start this side, if there's any questions this side? Yes, Tony, and then we'll go to you, and then...
Yeah, Anthony Buffo from Ghana. Just a quick one. When some of the instructors were talking about managerial positions, etc., I believe that one thing which is very important is quality. Quality in choosing the club licensing manager. And then what I have seen in most of the federations is that you have wrong people in right positions. And that's what I see a lot. I'm also a general coordinator with my colleagues sitting here. When we are at African Cup of Nations or World Cups, we deal with a lot of administrators. And that's where we really see the strength, how they manage the administration, how they manage the communication. And this is something where we should also put a focus on, an eye on, in choosing the right people in the right positions. Of course, in our part of the world, a lot of things are politically also solved. But also, I believe that if we focus more on quantity, we can get the job done. There are a lot of people in Africa who are young and hungry. There are people even who work within CAF, but maybe are not accepted within the federations. Why? For me, you don't need to be my best friend to work with. For me, the objective is very, very important, to get the job done. And that these are things we should also think a little bit about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Voilà, j'ai une suggestion et une question. Ma suggestion, c'est à l'endroit de la CAF, notre ami Ahmed Araz, mais en partant de l'expérience du programme Forward de la FIFA, où nous avons vu qu'à ce niveau, c'est un financement conditionné qui est accordé aux différentes fédérations et confédérations. Nous nous rendons compte que si, au niveau du système d'octroi, nous voyons que dans les conditionnalités du programme Forward, il y a beaucoup de paramètres de ce système qui sont pris en compte. Donc, nous voulons déjà qu'au niveau de la CAF, nous essayons de mettre l'accent sur les bailleurs de licences, c'est-à-dire les présidents de fédérations surtout, et les SG, pour les sensibiliser davantage, pour que les soutiens aussi qui repartent, surtout en Afrique subsaharienne, pour les clubs, que les fédérations intègrent dans les conditionnalités de financement un certain nombre de critères, surtout nos critères à caractère impératif. Donc ça peut être aussi des facteurs pouvant encourager les clubs à adhérer ou à remplir les conditions. Maintenant, au niveau des panélistes, ma question est simple. Je voulais comprendre, puisque nous avons souvent sur le terrain, on peut rencontrer que sur la question des états financiers. Est-ce que les états financiers doivent-ils être alignés sur l'année civile, comme dans l'esprit du programme? Par exemple, nous avons le programme, comme on appelle le système OADA, qui inscrit l'année civile, où nous devons faire établir les états financiers des clubs sur l'année sportive. Voici un peu ma question.
Okay. Can I request then we ask the last question and then we can 2 questions and then we can answer all the questions together.
Bien, merci. Emmanuel Kandé de la RD Congo. Je vais m'adresser à M. Pierre ainsi que M. Bondembe. Je m'aimerais bien entendre les recommandations que vous avez pu formuler à la CAF sur la question justement de la nature juridique des clubs. Vous avez tantôt fait allusion à ce dualisme. Il y a dans des pays, dans des sous-régions, où le club garde encore la forme, la nature juridique des aspects. Et qui ailleurs, avec les lois qui sont promulguées, on les encourage justement à cette limitation, à se constituer en société. Alors, de par votre expérience, après avoir effectué certains pays, et au vu du développement de chaque zone, quel est le conseil ou les recommandations que vous avez formulées, notamment sur la constitution juridique de ces clubs? Ceux qui sont ASBEL, ils vous disent c'est avantageux dans la mesure où ils ne sont pas assujettis à certains impôts. Mais là encore, il y a un problème, c'est pratiquement des individus. C'est quelque part une constitution à base familiale, permettez-moi l'expression. Mais ceux qu'on accompagne, on amène vers le terrain des sociétés, ils craignent justement les fiscs. Alors, après votre expérience, après avoir sillonné certains pays, j'aimerais bien avoir votre lecture, les recommandations que vous avez formulées quant à ça. Enfin, il y a eu la question tardive d'installation des organes décisionnels. Je crois que M. Ahmed, dans son introduction, l'a souligné. Beaucoup de fédérations ont mis beaucoup de temps, permettez-moi la tautologie, de pouvoir installer les organes décisionnels. Alors, selon vous, c'est dû à quoi? Est-ce que c'est un manque d'expertise? C'est ce que je ne pense pas. On a beaucoup de juristes de haute facture dans chaque fédération. Est-ce que ce n'est pas, entre guillemets, ce qui n'est pas dit à haute voix, ce manque d'assistance au niveau de leurs prestations qui fait défaut. Parce que quand il faut avoir des magistrats, des carrières, des avocats qui prestent, il faut les retenir, qui sont membres des organes de l'OPI ou des LIA, mais c'est à titre pratiquement, permettez-moi l'expression, bénévoles qui sont. Est-ce que cet aspect n'a pas justement milité pour que l'installation de ces organes décisionnels ait mis du temps? Ou encore, c'est tout simplement les laxismes du côté des bailleurs de licence, qui sont les fédérations, qui ont, pour une raison que j'ignore, que j'aimerais bien vous écouter là-dessus, ils ont mis du temps à installer ces organes. Merci.
Thank you. Last question. Could we please keep it brief because they still have to answer the questions and we're actually out of time. Thank you.
Ouais, merci beaucoup. Je vais être extrêmement bref. Je voudrais faire une proposition. Étant donné que le système d'octroi de licence est destiné à aider les clubs à se développer et avoir une bonne gouvernance. Mais il se trouve que le manque d'intérêt pour le système se trouve dans le fait que nous avons dit que le système est destiné à obtenir une licence en vue de participer aux compétitions interclubs de la CAF. Ce qui fait qu'un club qui sait que sa performance ne lui permet pas d'aller à une compétition de la CAF, il ne trouve pas son intérêt à mettre en œuvre les critères, alors que ces critères sont importants, qui doivent être aussi mis en œuvre permanemment. Est-ce que la CAF ne peut pas demander aux fédérations d'exiger un minimum standard à tous les clubs qui participent d'abord à leur compétition, à leur championnat, pour que tous les clubs, dans leur globalité, s'exercent à cette pratique avant d'avoir un jour l'opportunité de participer à une compétition de la CAF, auquel cas il va obtenir la licence. Est-ce que c'est seulement pour ceux-là qui vont obtenir la licence? Est-ce qu'on ne peut pas prendre quelques critères au moins et demander aux fédérations de les mettre en œuvre pour tous les clubs? Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. You want to take the first of both questions?
Merci. Pour répondre donc à la question de notre ami du Burkina, écoutez, vous savez, les états financiers, donc vous disiez la périodicité, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut faire un exercice de l'année civile ou bien juin-juin. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que même au niveau du calendrier des compétitions, on n'est pas unifié en Afrique. Il y a ceux qui font juin, ceux qui font janvier ou février, novembre. Donc à la fin, ils arrivent à mener une compétition de bout en bout et ils arrivent à désigner un champion. Donc on peut admettre ou penser que les fédérations qui sont bailleurs de licence donc de la CAF connaissent suffisamment les contraintes de leur pays, ce qui est important et ce qui l'est moins, pour permettre à leur club donc finalement de présenter des états financiers homogènes, lisibles selon le même grille de lecture et qui permettent à la fin d'être champion de comptabilité, que ce soit en décembre ou en juin. Le plus important, c'est de se soumettre à cet exercice et de le faire selon des prescriptions qui soient conformes donc à ce qui a été demandé. La deuxième question ne m'était pas posée, donc je peux juste répondre à la troisième question. La troisième question concernant donc effectivement les clubs qui ne se sentiraient pas concernés par l'octroi donc d'une licence du fait que leurs performances sportives ne leur permettent pas habituellement donc de participer aux compétitions de la CAF. Il faut juste ne pas perdre, disons, à l'esprit, il faut garder à l'esprit, pardon, que souvent, c'est pas rare, il y a même des équipes de deuxième division qui gagnent une compétition nationale et qui se trouvent du en situation de jouer une compétition continentale de la CAF, alors même qu'ils n'y auraient jamais pensé. Donc de toute façon, l'éventualité donc de pouvoir participer à une compétition de la CAF n'est pas une chose qui est de la fiction. Bon. Maintenant, pour répondre encore de manière plus ciblée à ce que vous disiez, nous, au Maroc, par exemple, l'OPI, elle traite effectivement chaque année du renouvellement de la licence des clubs pour participer déjà aux compétitions nationales. C'est-à-dire que de toute façon, les clubs marocains chaque année, au mois de mai, au mois de juin, donc à la fin de la saison sportive, doivent présenter un certain nombre de documents donc, à l'OPI qui va vérifier notamment l'aspect de l'endettement, l'aspect d'un certain nombre de critères dits obligatoires, que si ces critères ne sont pas remplis, que ce soit pour disputer une compétition africaine ou nationale, ils seront peut-être pas exclus, mais ils seront recalés jusqu'à ce qu'ils se conforment, parce qu'encore une fois, il ne s'agit pas de laisser les gens sur le bord du chemin, mais par contre de ne prendre à bord que ceux qui font l'effort donc de s'adapter aux règles, quitte à ce qu'on doive leur sortir d'abord un carton jaune avant qu'ils se mettent en conformité. Et je laisse mes collègues répondre donc à la deuxième question.
Let me respond to Tony's concerns. I think the political side of the issues of African football are such that the political side of our issues in Africa are such that we don't have control, and I think I speak on behalf of CAF on this one, as to who is chosen into office. I think it's very, very difficult, even at CAF level, for them to regulate who's supposed to come into the EXCO, because actually the EXCO is what appoints the General Secretary, and the General Secretary usually is the one who appoints the staff below him. So if there are difficulties that have been faced in your work as a general coordinator, I think the political side is really something that is beyond CAF and is beyond us to answer. But all we can do is probably urge the powers that be that they choose the right people in these positions, so that they make all our work easy, not only at GC level, but also at, as instructors of club licensing.
I think this will be the last input from our panel.
D'accord. Je vais répondre à notre ami de la RDC concernant la forme juridique de nos clubs. Je ne vous parlerai pas de recommandations faites à la commission parce que je n'en ai pas fait, mais plutôt d'expérience. J'en donnerai deux. La première est celle que j'ai observée en Algérie, par le biais d'une loi et par la volonté des autorités, avec un accompagnement qui a été mis en place. Du jour au lendemain, les clubs ont été plus ou moins obligés de se muer en société, de créer des sociétés. On a nommé des commissaires au patrimoine, on est passé par la justice, on a déterminé le patrimoine des clubs, des associations, et on a créé des sociétés sous deux formes plus ou moins. Une où les anciens membres des sociétés, des associations sont majoritaires, et une autre forme où généralement des entreprises ou des privés sont rentrés dans le capital des associations. Mais dans le fond, pour les premières catégories, les clubs ont continué plus ou moins à fonctionner comme si elles étaient une association. Mais cela a été possible, notez-le, que grâce à un accompagnement massif de l'État en termes d'accompagnement financier, en termes d'allègements fiscaux, en termes de... voilà. Je parlerai aussi de l'expérience que je vois en Côte d'Ivoire, comme pour un club, Benoît You est là, il parlera certainement de la SEC Mimosa. J'ai eu l'opportunité de participer à l'élaboration de la loi sur le sport dans mon pays. Et en marge de cette loi, de la préparation de cette loi, j'ai eu une discussion avec le président de la SEC sur la forme. Je lui posais la question de votre expérience, président, quel est le modèle économique d'un club viable en Côte d'Ivoire, en Afrique centrale. Il m'a répondu ceci: je ne conseillerais pas à quelqu'un de se muer en société s'il n'y a pas d'accompagnement de l'État. Il a observé que s'il se met en société, comme vous le disiez tout à l'heure, il y a les lois sociales, il y a les lois fiscales. Sans accompagnement, sans plan, j'allais dire, quinquennale ou bien décennale pour accompagner, pour permettre à ces jeunes sociétés-là d'être viables, pour lui, ce n'est pas possible. Par contre, ce qu'il a fait, il a saisi certaines de ses activités, des activités de développement du club, sous forme de société. Par exemple, quand son patrimoine immobilier s'est accru, il a créé une société immobilière dont l'association est actionnaire unique plus ou moins majoritaire. Quand il a fallu gérer son journal, la loi en Côte d'Ivoire oblige que pour créer un journal, il faut une société. Il a créé une société pour gérer le magazine de l'association. Donc c'est comme ça qu'au fur et à mesure, j'allais dire, certaines de ces activités ont été créées sous forme de société. Mais il n'y a pas de modèle type. Et moi, je suis d'avis avec lui que sans accompagnement massif, en termes financiers, en termes réglementaires, en termes d'allègements fiscaux, c'est difficile de passer du jour au lendemain d'une association à une société sportive. Il y avait une question sur l'année fiscale. Je dirais aussi à notre ami de Burkina que il faut que n'oublions pas que nos associations sont membres, sont entités de nos pays et doivent respecter les lois de nos pays. Donc, si la loi dans notre pays estime que l'année fiscale, l'année comptable part de janvier à décembre, nos associations sont obligées de tenir une comptabilité suivant ce modèle-là. Donc moi je dirais c'est à chacun de répondre en fonction des réalités et de la loi, ce que permet la loi de son pays.
I think that's it from our panelists. I'd like to welcome our esteemed guests up here for their valuable input, and also thank all of you for your attention and for your questions and your feedback. And also I'd like to thank CAF and especially Mr. Ahmed Haraz for the fine work he's been doing, and wish all the instructors good luck on their future missions. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you a break now. I think it's a much needed one after such a long session. So please, we can go for the terrace again in order to have a short coffee break of 10 minutes. So please make sure that we're back at 15:40 so that we can continue our last session of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming back on time. And now I would like to present to you my own boss, the Deputy Director of the Competitions Division, and one of the people who are always helping me and pushing for the implementation of club licensing system, Mr. Khaled Nassar, who will be the moderator of the next session. Khaled.
Hello everyone. We will start our session which is about infrastructure, with watching a very nice video about a stadium that was built in a very short period of time during the Cup of Nations 2015.
My name is Oscar.
As I told you, this stadium, the pitch was only installed in 50 days because of the short notice where we decided to give the organization of 2015 Cup of Nations to Equatorial Guinea. So only in 50 days, CAF had to import, to help Equatorial Guinea with importing the grass. And also in the dressing rooms, which was not shown in this video, we had almost to do with, of course, the help of the local organizing committee of Equatorial Guinea, everything to prepare the stadium to be a good infrastructure for the Cup of Nations 2015. Talking about infrastructure, many of our instructors and GCs here go to do inspection visits to check if the stadiums that we are going to use in our various competitions are ready for these competitions. And I would like to invite Khaled Lemkashar, one of CAF GCs, to tell us a little bit about how is the best way to do the inspection visit. Khaled did many missions for CAF SGC in inter-clubs, in the Cup of Nations, and in many other competitions. Please, Khaled, come to the stage.
Allô, ça marche? Merci beaucoup, Khaled. Bonsoir tout le monde, mesdames et messieurs. Je vais parler en français, le temps que les anglophones mettent leur casque. On est en fin de journée, une longue journée. Pendant les 15 à 20 prochaines minutes, je vous parlerai donc d'infrastructures et de visites d'inspection de stade. Au fait, j'aime pas beaucoup le terme inspection, je suis plus pour le terme homologation de stade, parce qu'on est dans un rapport horizontal et on est là pour aider, pour assister, pour visiter des stades, pour donner des conseils afin d'essayer d'améliorer l'infrastructure qui reste un élément très important pour la réussite d'un match de football. Alors, pourquoi on inspecte un stade? Donc, en vue de l'homologuer pour les matchs d'une compétition, selon un cahier de charge bien défini. Ce n'est pas le même cahier de charge qui est pour la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations que pour les compétitions des clubs. Et même pour les compétitions des clubs, ça diffère d'une compétition à une autre. Même, je suppose, la même chose pour les autres confédérations, pour l'AFC ou pour la FIFA. C'est selon la compétition qu'on a un cahier de charge bien défini par rapport à l'inspection d'un stade. On inspecte aussi un stade avant un match en particulier, surtout en Ligue des Champions ou en Coupe des Confédérations, afin de s'assurer de sa fonctionnalité. Mais moi, je me suis posé la question dans le sens de l'objectif. L'objectif d'inspecter un stade, l'objectif de vouloir homologuer un stade, c'est bien sûr de mettre l'infrastructure et les équipements du stade au service de la réussite de l'expérience stade, de toutes les parties prenantes, et ceci pour améliorer le produit match de football en tant que produit. Parce que pour jouer au football, au sens premier du terme, on n'a pas besoin de beaucoup d'infrastructures. On a besoin juste d'un terrain de football, d'un ballon, de joueurs bien sûr, et de buts. Même quand on était jeune à l'école, on jouait dans un terrain vague ou dans un parking et on réussissait à jouer au football. Mais là, on parle de produits, match de football, on parle de professionnalisation, de qualité, d'élite. Donc on est dans une infrastructure beaucoup plus développée et beaucoup plus exigeante. Donc l'infrastructure est très très importante dans le produit football, et ceci pour avancer avec notre sport, parce que le football, comme vous le savez, est un spectacle, et ce spectacle, il est en compétition avec d'autres sports et aussi d'autres événements. Donc on parle de produit, l'infrastructure, elle est là pour servir ce produit et pour lui donner toutes les conditions de réussite. Donc, les parties prenantes, il y a beaucoup de parties prenantes, j'ai vu juste un petit rappel, les joueurs et le staff, qui sont les joueurs donc, qui sont au cœur de ce spectacle. C'est eux qui produisent le spectacle, c'est eux qui jouent au football. Donc, ils sont notre première préoccupation, et ça, c'est normal. Donc, on parle de joueurs et de staff comme première partie prenante. On parle des officiels du match. Les officiels du match, Donc c'est les arbitres, bien sûr, mais aussi le commissaire, le coordinateur ou tous les autres officiers désignés pour le match. Aussi, ça peut être le docteur, le médecin antidopage, officier marketing, officier média, tous les officiels du match, les spectateurs. On sait l'importance des spectateurs pour la réussite d'un match de football. On a vu des matchs de football à huis clos qui n'ont pas vraiment été une réussite. Les spectateurs, ils mettent de l'ambiance et cette ambiance est une locomotive et est un motivateur pour les joueurs pour performer mieux et pour donner un meilleur spectacle. Donc les spectateurs, c'est très très important, c'est une partie prenante extrêmement importante. Aussi les journalistes et techniciens médias, c'est une partie prenante importante parce qu'on a beau avoir le meilleur produit, le meilleur match de football, si ce n'est pas bien transmis à la télé, si les médias n'en parlent pas dans les journaux, dans les sites web, ça n'atteint pas les gens et ça n'atteint pas la réussite voulue en termes de médiatisation du match. Et bien sûr, on a les invités d'honneur et les VIP qui sont très souvent des personnes influentes, que ce soit commercialement ou politiquement, pour aider à développer le sport. Donc si c'est des personnes, ça peut être des sponsors qui vont aimer l'expérience stade et qui vont donc injecter plus d'argent dans leur action de sponsoring. Et ça peut être des personnalités politiques qui vont aimer cette expérience stade aussi et qui vont aider à développer l'infrastructure du pays. Donc, en termes de besoins et attentes de chaque partie prenante, on a bien sûr la sécurité qui est le socle de tout. Sans sécurité, on ne peut pas parler ni de football, ni de spectacle, ni de divertissement. Donc, dans notre visite d'inspection, on va prendre en considération les aspects de sécurité qui est en bas de la pyramide, mais le socle, et c'est très important de prendre en considération tout ce qui est relatif à la sécurité. On a tout ce qui est relatif à l'hygiène. J'ai hésité pour mettre hygiène ou santé, parce que la santé, c'est l'hygiène et l'hygiène, c'est la santé. Donc tout ce qui est relatif à l'hygiène, après notre sécurité, on se préoccupe de notre santé. Donc la santé, il faut inspecter aussi dans un stade tous les aspects relatifs à la santé. Et après, bien sûr, on a le confort. Le confort, si on est en sécurité, si notre santé n'est pas en danger, on va avoir besoin de confort pour donner le meilleur de nous-mêmes. Donc je vais aller assez vite parce que j'ai que 15 à 20 minutes selon Ahmed. Hein, c'est bien ça. Donc les joueurs et le staff, ils ont besoin d'un parking dédié aux bus des équipes. On va inspecter les couloirs et trajets réservés aux joueurs menant au vestiaire. On va regarder le tunnel et l'accès au terrain. Et bien sûr, on va visiter dans notre... on va visiter la main courante et les distances entre les supporters et le terrain de jeu. Concernant l'hygiène, on va inspecter la propreté générale du stade, les couloirs et le tunnel, la propreté des vestiaires, très importante, la propreté des bancs de remplaçants, la propreté et la qualité des installations sanitaires, très important. Notre santé n'est pas en danger, on va avoir besoin de confort pour donner le meilleur de nous-mêmes. Donc je vais aller assez vite parce que j'ai que 15 à 20 minutes selon Ahmed. Hein, c'est bien ça. Donc les joueurs, le staff, ils ont besoin d'un parking dédié aux bus des équipes. On va inspecter les couloirs et trajets réservés aux joueurs menant au vestiaire. On va regarder le tunnel et l'accès au terrain. Et bien sûr, on va visiter dans notre... on va visiter la main courante et les distances entre les supporters et le terrain de jeu. Concernant l'hygiène, on va inspecter la propreté générale du stade, les couloirs et le tunnel, la propreté des vestiaires, très importante, la propreté des bancs de remplaçants, la propreté et la qualité des installations sanitaires, très important, les toilettes, les douches, les lavabos et autres, très important parce que des fois, ça c'est défaillant. Et en parlant d'expérience stade, si on a un besoin naturel, qu'on veut le faire et qu'on ne trouve pas où le faire, ou que ce n'est pas très propre, ça peut bousiller toute notre expérience stade. Aussi, vérifier la qualité des installations. L'eau chaude, elle est très importante dans beaucoup de nos pays. On dit que, bon, il fait chaud, on n'a pas besoin d'eau chaude. Mais non, on a besoin d'eau chaude parce que le joueur, après le match, il doit se doucher. On sait bien qu'il est à l'eau chaude à l'hôtel, mais on doit lui offrir ces installations au stade. Et des fois aussi, on constate qu'il y a des équipes au niveau des clubs qui partent directement du stade à l'aéroport. Donc le joueur ne se douche pas, en fin de compte. Ou bien il se douche avec une eau froide et ils peuvent attraper froid. Donc l'eau chaude, c'est un impératif important, aussi bien que les autres installations sanitaires. Aussi les chasses d'eau, c'est important, c'est des détails. On parle de détails peut-être en infrastructure, mais c'est les détails qui font la qualité. Et c'est la qualité dont on a besoin pour avancer. Donc c'est une infinité de détails, il faut avoir un œil averti et aller dans le détail pour essayer d'avoir de la qualité. Donc aussi les bancs des remplaçants, la qualité des bancs et des chaises dans les vestiaires, l'éclairage et la luminosité des vestiaires, l'aération, le chauffage et la climatisation. On sait que dans un vestiaire, par exemple, la température idéale est aux alentours de 24 degrés. Et des fois, dans des pays où il fait très froid, où il n'y a pas de chauffage, on rentre, on est à 5 degrés, les joueurs ne sont pas à l'aise pour se changer, pour se préparer à l'échauffement. Donc ils ne sont pas dans des conditions optimales et du coup leur expérience stade aux joueurs n'est pas bonne. Et l'opposé est vrai aussi quand il fait très chaud dans certains pays et qu'il n'y a pas de climatisation, quand il fait 40 degrés à l'ombre et que dans le vestiaire il fait 35 degrés, les joueurs ils vont pas être dans de bonnes conditions pour entamer l'échauffement et après le match. Aussi des casiers privés, des tables de massage, le tableau tactique, des produits aussi, gel douche, savon, tout le reste. C'est important de donner ce niveau de confort aux joueurs et au staff dans les vestiaires. Après, bon, au cœur de tout ça, très important, le terrain de jeu. Il faut inspecter le terrain de jeu, voir que les distances sont réglementaires, inspecter les buts, le traçage, tout ça en conformité avec les lois du jeu, donc même la largeur du traçage, la qualité de la pelouse, très importante. Monsieur Karim Alam en parlait tout à l'heure. C'est ce qu'on voit à la télé, mais c'est surtout la matière première pour les joueurs. Un joueur qui joue dans un terrain stable, avec une très belle pelouse, il va produire le meilleur de lui-même et il va donner vraiment un très beau spectacle. On a besoin de pelouses de qualité. Les pelouses de qualité sont un impératif indispensable à la pratique du football. Donc c'est important d'inspecter la qualité de la pelouse, l'état du terrain. Aussi la longueur du gazon, on sait que c'est à peu près entre 25 et 28 mm que la longueur du gazon doit être pour la pratique du football. Il faut insister sur ça auprès de l'administration du stade. Aussi le système de drainage des eaux de pluie, l'arrosage et tout ce qui suit. En Afrique, on est dans un climat qui est un peu difficile. On a des orages qui sont très forts, des quantités de pluie très importantes en un laps de temps très court. Ce n'est pas évident d'avoir un drainage conséquent et de pouvoir drainer l'eau quand il y a des pluies en grande quantité. Bien sûr, inspecter les poteaux de corner et vérifier qu'il y a des poteaux de corner de réserve. Et aussi les buts installés, les filets et leurs supports. Et très important aussi, regarder s'il y a des équipements de réserve. Aussi inspecter l'espace d'échauffement des joueurs, remplaçants pendant le match. Comme on est dans des configurations, la plupart des stades en Afrique, c'est des configurations où il y a une piste d'athlétisme et la plupart des joueurs s'échauffent derrière les buts, contrairement aux compétitions européennes où les joueurs s'échauffent près des bancs des remplaçants. Les bancs des remplaçants, donc en place suffisante, protection contre la pluie, le vent et le soleil. Très important, des fois, c'est pas tout à fait ça. Dans nos pays, il y a juste un banc, c'est pas protégé. Quand il pleut, le staff il prend l'eau et c'est pas protégé contre le soleil aussi des fois. Les officiels du match, donc comme on a dit, les arbitres, les commissaires de match, coordinateurs, officiers médias, officiers marketing et tous les autres officiels qui peuvent être désignés pour le match. Donc visiter le vestiaire des arbitres, les installations sanitaires, exactement comme pour les joueurs, le bureau du commissaire ou des autres officiers et la salle de contrôle antidopage. Donc c'est un impératif, on sait que dans les compétitions internationales, il est impératif d'avoir une salle de contrôle antidopage. Pour tout ce qui concerne les spectateurs, on va visiter les alentours du stade, on va vérifier le nombre de portes et leur largeur pour l'accès au stade, après pour l'accès dans les gradins, vérifier s'il y a une fluidité pour l'entrée et pour la sortie et éventuellement pour l'évacuation des spectateurs. On va vérifier l'état général des gradins, les barrières et grillages, et des fois il y a des fossés entre les gradins et les terrains. Les installations sanitaires, très important. Dans beaucoup de nos pays, ça c'est le dernier des soucis des administrateurs des stades. Il est important d'offrir des installations sanitaires aux spectateurs et aussi des services de restauration. Il est arrivé que je fasse un match qui commençait à 18h, c'est-à-dire 6h de l'après-midi. Les spectateurs étaient là depuis 11h du matin et il y a eu une cinquantaine de cas d'hypoglycémie parce qu'il n'y avait aucun service de restauration dans le stade. Et le match commençait avec tout l'engouement, avec la passion. Il y a eu une cinquantaine de cas d'hypoglycémie, des gens qui étaient évacués. Donc il faut offrir des services de restauration pour les spectateurs. Les journalistes et médias, donc la même chose, la tribune de presse, avoir des portails réservés pour eux, essayer d'avoir le Wi-Fi aussi, ou des chaises ou des bancs pour les photographes, aussi étudier leur parcours vers la salle de conférence de presse ou la salle ou la zone mixte, et aussi très important, vérifier que le cas régie de la production télé fasse son travail dans de bonnes conditions, c'est-à-dire que les emplacements caméra dans les gradins et sur la main courante travaillent dans des conditions de sécurité pour qu'ils puissent donner une belle image de la transmission télé. Les invités d'honneur et VIP doivent être dans une tribune couverte et avoir des installations assez confortables en termes de chaises ou de fauteuils, doivent avoir une vue dégagée sur tout le stade et qu'il n'y ait pas de pylônes ou de poteaux qui les empêchent de regarder une partie du terrain. La climatisation ou le chauffage des salons, les installations sanitaires et les installations de catering. Après, c'est le dernier slide. Après, on va voir quelques photos que j'ai faites pendant mes visites de stade. L'infrastructure générale du stade, l'éclairage et les groupes électrogènes, surtout pour les matchs qui se déroulent en nocturne. Malheureusement, chez nous, il y a beaucoup de stades qui ne sont pas équipés en éclairage et dans des pays assez chauds, ce qui nous oblige à jouer les matchs l'après-midi, et il fait extrêmement chaud l'après-midi, et donc les spectateurs ne vont pas aller au stade parce qu'il fait 40 degrés. Et on ne peut pas jouer le match le soir parce qu'il n'y a pas d'éclairage dans le stade. Donc l'installation d'éclairage et de groupes électrogènes serait vraiment un atout considérable pour nos stades en Afrique. Les écrans géants, les tableaux d'affichage, la sonorisation du stade et les enceintes audio, c'est important ça aussi bien pour le divertissement que pour annoncer des fois des messages importants concernant la sécurité ou autres, la régie audiovisuelle, les caméras de surveillance et les différents bureaux et autres infrastructures. On va voir ensemble quelques images que j'ai faites moi-même pendant mes visites d'inspection et de travail dans les stades en Afrique. Il y a des images qui sont très belles, comme celle-ci. C'est un beau stade. mais il y a des images qui sont beaucoup moins belles, on va les voir ensemble. Ça, moi personnellement, avant d'inspecter un stade, je prends un Google Earth, je fais une capture d'image et je vois un peu où les portes, c'est-à-dire là, en l'occurrence, la porte 2 et 3, c'est pour les gradins rouges, c'est pour l'équipe qui reçoit, locale, et le gradin 4, c'est pour l'équipe visiteuse, pour les supporters de l'équipe visiteuse, et l'entrée 1, c'est pour les équipes. Mais dans ce stade, le drop-off des joueurs se fait à l'extérieur du stade. Donc ce n'est pas un très bon exemple. On peut trouver des travaux à l'intérieur même du stade. Ça, c'est assez dangereux. Après, ça dépend des travaux, à quel niveau de travaux. Des fois, des travaux très importants, et ça donne de la matière aux supporters pour jeter des pierres ou autre chose dans le stade. Là, ils étaient en train de rénover les poteaux d'éclairage, mais c'était des travaux très considérables et à l'intérieur même du stade et à proximité du terrain. Là, comme vous le voyez, c'est-à-dire le bus se met à l'extérieur et les joueurs rentrent. Ce n'est pas très bon pour la sécurité et surtout c'est une porte qui est partagée avec les supporters et avec les invités VIP. Là, c'est la porte aussi par laquelle, c'est un autre stade, c'est la porte par laquelle rentrent les joueurs, les officiels, les invités VIP et les médias. Donc tout le monde rentre par cette porte. Ce qui est bien, c'est qu'ils sont en train de construire des escaliers pour les invités VIP et les invités d'honneur, donc pour dégager un peu la porte. Mais voilà, ça c'est à l'intérieur. Donc dans cet espace-là, il y a tout le monde qui se mêle. On trouve les médias, on trouve les invités, les VIP, les joueurs, les officiels et certains supporters. Et ce n'est pas très bon de mélanger tout ce beau monde, surtout avant le match. Un autre genre de travaux ou de déchets qu'on peut trouver à l'intérieur même du stade, ce n'est pas très bon ça pour la sécurité. Après, j'ai quelques slides concernant la qualité de la pelouse. Ça, c'est une qualité. Ça, c'est une bonne qualité, mais la longueur du gazon, il faudrait peut-être couper un peu. Ça, c'est moyen. On met toujours quelque chose pour avoir la perspective d'échelle. Donc là, en l'occurrence, c'est un petit téléphone. Là, c'est une pelouse qui est très honorable, avec un poteau de corner donc installé. Des fois, les poteaux de corner aussi, il faut faire attention parce que les poteaux de corner, ils sont en fer. Et ce n'est pas bon. Les joueurs risquent de se blesser. C'est interdit d'avoir les poteaux de corner en fer. J'ai beaucoup à constater qu'il y a des poteaux de corner en fer. Il faut qu'ils soient en plastique et qu'ils soient assez flexibles. Là, vous voyez, c'est des buts vieillissants avec des filets pas en très bon état et le gazon qui n'est pas coupé. Donc là, il faut remplacer les filets. Il faut les poteaux, les buts de réserve, ça ressemble souvent à ça. Il faut juste s'assurer pour les buts de réserve, au cas où il y a un problème, que le trou correspond au même diamètre, parce qu'une fois, ce n'était pas le même diamètre. Donc il faut aller à ce niveau des détails, on ne sait jamais. On ne peut pas arrêter un match de football de nos jours parce qu'un poteau s'est cassé. Et c'est arrivé même à la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations. Je sais que Magasuba, vous étiez coordinateur général à Rustenburg. Donc la Coupe d'Afrique des Nations en 2013, on a eu des poteaux de réserve qui étaient cassés. Là, c'est des vestiaires, c'est des couloirs menant au stade. C'est assez propre et assez bien éclairé, assez aéré, avec une climatisation. Le tunnel, bien sûr, il faut visiter le tunnel, mais il y a des stades sans tunnel du tout. Comme ce stade-là, il n'y a pas de tunnel. Et ça dépend si c'est des supporters ou des invités qui sont sur les côtés, mais ça peut créer des problèmes de sécurité. Ça, c'est des vestiaires. On voit les bouches de climatisation. Il y a des casiers individuels. C'est très propre comme vestiaire. Ça, c'est moins bien qu'un vestiaire, surtout qu'il y a les ballons d'eau chaude à l'intérieur et ce n'est pas très indiqué. Il peut y avoir une fuite de gaz ou autre. Il faut que les ballons d'eau chaude soient dans un local technique et qu'ils ne soient pas à l'intérieur des vestiaires. Ça, c'est d'autres vestiaires un peu plus basiques. Ça, c'est bien éclairé. Je me souviens, ça aussi, il y a le chauffage, donc à gauche. Et c'est dans un pays où il fait froid en hiver. Ça, c'est pas un bon exemple. Une table de massage en mauvais état. C'est pas bon pour l'hygiène. On ne peut pas faire un massage dans des conditions pareilles. Ce qu'il faudrait faire, c'est avoir de meilleures tables de massage, essayer de les couvrir avec des draps. Donc déjà, c'est-à-dire parce qu'il y a aussi une question de moyens, mais l'hygiène et la santé sont très très importantes. Donc on peut couvrir avec des draps, des douches. Ça, c'est des matchs où on joue, c'est-à-dire il y a quelques années de ça, on jouait des matchs de Champions League et de Coupe de Confédération interclub en Afrique. Donc ça, c'est pas très très propre, c'est pas bon pour l'hygiène et pour la santé des joueurs. Et souvent on dit aux joueurs, vous pouvez vous doucher à l'hôtel. Non. C'est-à-dire, comme je vous ai dit, des fois les joueurs partent directement du stade à l'aéroport pour prendre l'avion. Ils prennent l'avion pour 4 ou 5 ou 6 heures. C'est-à-dire que le joueur ne peut pas se doucher après le match jusqu'à ce qu'il arrive chez lui. C'est pas 7 ou 8 heures plus tard. C'est pas normal ça. Il faut avoir des vestiaires en bon état, il faut avoir des douches et des installations sanitaires le minimum requis. Ça, c'est un bon exemple de douche. Donc avec des boîtes pour mettre du gel douche. Et c'est très propre, avec l'eau chaude qui est installée. Toujours vérifier l'eau chaude à la visite d'inspection. Ça, c'est pas des lavabos, pas en très bon état non plus. Ça, c'est déjà beaucoup mieux. Donc dans nos stades, on voit de tout, on voit de bons et de mauvais exemples, mais on n'est pas là pour émettre un jugement critique afin de critiquer les gens au premier degré. Non, on est en train de conseiller, essayer d'assister et dans une perspective d'améliorer les choses. Il faut parler, créer une bonne relation avec les autorités ou l'administration du stade afin de les convaincre que c'est dans l'intérêt de tout le monde d'améliorer ce genre d'infrastructure. Il ne faut pas être dans un pouvoir, c'est-à-dire de donner des instructions, non. Au contraire, il faut toujours essayer de convaincre les gens à changer les choses. Ça, c'est des toilettes en bon état, ça, c'est des toilettes en très mauvais état. Ce genre de toilette est accepté, bien sûr, c'est parce que c'est des toilettes très hygiéniques, mais il faut que ce soit plus propre. Donc, visiter aussi la tribune média. Ça, c'est une bonne tribune média qui est très bien équipée avec les choses basiques. Ça, c'est une autre tribune média. C'est-à-dire, c'est pas très les médias ne pourront pas faire leur travail dans de bonnes conditions dans une tribune de presse comme ça. Aussi, un parking réservé pour les Obi-Wan, pour les régies télé. C'est important parce que c'est eux qui transmettent les matchs. Ça, c'est des bancs de remplaçants. Vous voyez, c'est fait sur trois genres de chaises. Les chaises blanches, le petit banc à 5 chaises bleues et rouges, et l'autre banc comme ça. Il faut 3 niveaux de chaises pour mettre tout le monde. Il vaut mieux uniformiser et avoir le même type de chaise pour tout le monde, pour ne pas punir certains. Ça, c'est des chaises aussi qui ne sont pas acceptées. Pourquoi ils ne sont pas acceptés? Parce que pendant le match, ils avancent les chaises. Et des fois, ils les avancent jusqu'à ce qu'ils soient à 1 mètre du terrain. Donc, c'est des chaises amovibles et ce n'est pas bon aussi ce genre de chaises. Il faut avoir des chaises fixes. Et ça, c'est un bon exemple, par exemple. Et c'est en quantité suffisante pour les matchs interclubs où on accepte 7 officiels et 7 joueurs remplaçants, si je ne me trompe pas. Les espaces d'échauffement derrière les buts, des fois il n'y a pas de gazon et on demande aux joueurs, à ce moment-là, on demande aux joueurs de s'échauffer près du banc des remplaçants. Et comme ici, il n'y a pas vraiment d'espace pour s'échauffer et on ne peut pas demander aux joueurs de s'échauffer sur du tartan. Là, il y a un grillage carrément et les joueurs s'échauffent à l'extérieur du stade. C'est-à-dire que c'est pas très très bon ça aussi. Pour moi, c'est pas acceptable. inspecter l'éclairage. Là, c'est un stade où il y a des sièges individuels pour les supporters, c'est très très bien. Mais après, est-ce que c'est respecté pendant le match ou pas, c'est une autre paire de manches. L'éclairage, les groupes électrogènes, inspecter les groupes électrogènes. Et aussi s'assurer que le réservoir de fuel il est bien rempli. Parce que des fois, on a toutes les installations, mais on oublie de mettre du fuel. Et du coup, on peut se retrouver en panne. Ça, c'est une vue de la tribune VIP, de la tribune d'honneur, une vue dégagée. Et c'est un match, c'est un stade assez très honorable, avec une bonne pelouse et un bon éclairage. Il n'y a pas de souci. Ça aussi, c'est un autre. Et j'en arrive à la fin de ma présentation. Je remercie beaucoup M. Ahmed Harraz de m'avoir donné l'opportunité de vous faire cette présentation. Et je vous remercie beaucoup pour votre attention. Merci. Merci.
Thanks a lot, Khaled. Now we'll proceed the second part by inviting the following people to the panel for infrastructure. First of all, I would like to, all of them are part of our GC panel and also one of our members of the committee. They worked in very difficult conditions related to the infrastructure, but these people are very special for us. We consider them like they have superpower. They're able to overcome all the challenges. So let me start with Anthony Baffo. Anthony was GC for CAF, I think, from 2010. He also did the final of the World Cup. I had the privilege to work with him in many competitions in CAF, in the Cup of Nations, and it was very nice to work with him. Welcome, Anthony. Yes. Paul Bassi. He also did a lot of missions in CAF Interclubs competitions as general coordinator and the Cup of Nations as well. Welcome, Paul. Russell Paul. Russell also, I worked with him, but he was local organizing committee and I was from the CAF side, and he's one of the best people that you can work with when he's in the part of the local organizing committee. Ismail Lokat is member of under 17 committee in CAF, and he's always saving us for some missions as match commissioner and instructor in the Southern Zone. Welcome, Mr. Ismail. Okay, let me start with Anthony. As you saw, we talked about the infrastructure. You saw the challenges we had in Equatorial Guinea, and Khaled Lamkashar also gave us a presentation about how to inspect the stadium. But being a general coordinator in many Cup of Nations and in other competitions in CAF, how do you see the importance of having a good infrastructure, a good stadium, when you are going to do your mission as general coordinator? What difference does it make for you?
First of all, thank you for having us here. Thank you, Ahmed Harraz, for a wonderful job to bringing us all together. Khalid Lemkesha, a very good presentation where he showed the positive sides, where it can be ideal, and also the negative sides. So as instructors and also as general coordinators, you see what we have to deal with, all kind of situations, but at the end of the day, it's like club licensing managers, you have to get it done. You see, when we arrive at venues, I think all of us here can talk about experience which we have gotten. And at the end of the day, what you also have to see in club licensing is the end result. The end result is to make it happen, to get the people there. For me, the biggest challenges are when you have seen the whole infrastructure, which includes not only dressing room, pitches, media tribunes, TV stands, mixed zones, but also hotels, for instance. They're also part of infrastructure. Airports, they're part of infrastructure because the team must get from A to B. But now, all these infrastructures in place, the people to run it, the people to manage the infrastructure, very essential because most of us get to venues. And sorry, you know, I'm very outspoken in my nature. I was born in Germany. I grew up in Germany. Sometimes we arrive at venues and then we say, how are we going to get this done? You meet a local organizing committee who has been put together politically. We are the experts. We are there. We have to make it happen. So your intercultural skills, your managerial relations are also very important to push the people to make it happen. And then attention to details, for me, equals quality, which is very, very important. I'm coming back to the presentation of Khaled, who showed a lot of intensity of our work, what is allowed and what is not allowed. So we as experts must be on the task, and we must also take unpopular decisions. But at the end of the day, we are there to make it happen. It might not happen on this very day, but after 1 week, after 2 weeks, we get the people done. If I look at Guinea Equatorial in 2015, normally it was impossible to make it happen. People shed tears after the finals because it was so intense to get everything done. You know, so I believe that all the experiences we have gathered along all these tournaments make it also very interesting because the end product most of the time has been very, very positive. And club licensing, don't forget, is an assistance and a support. It doesn't mean when we come as instructors, we tell you if you don't correct this tomorrow, it will not happen. If there's a stadium with a 5,000 seater, but you need to get, let me say, the capacity of 3,000 to be able to play the match. So it's already an effort, but then continue to work to make it happen. So all in all, we have had challenging experiences, but very, very positive because people are willing to contribute, people are willing to support and to make it happen. That's what I have experienced in most of the African Cup of Nations, especially also in the recent one in Gabon.
Thanks, Anthony. Yes, in fact, we know that when you come, when you have challenges, you do your best to make it happen. But of course, club licensing from the beginning, if everything is done correctly, this is if we are doing the club licensing part, the GC will come with less challenges, and this is the conclusion we want to reach. Thanks, Absolutely. Anthony. Mr. Locat, you have a very special experience, little bit different experience from the GCs that did Cup of Nations. You did many inspection visits in small countries because of the zone that you work in. And it's not really necessarily that we always play in stadiums of 40,000, 50,000 with 4 dressing rooms with huge capacities. Sometimes we play our matches in small stadiums, but we have the minimum conditions that we require for a match. So from your point of view and from your experience, when you do a mission in stadiums like that, what are the minimum conditions that we must have to have a good level of football?
Bien, je pense que d'abord je voudrais saluer toutes les personnes présentes. J'ai vu pour certaines pendant la pause et d'autres malheureusement pas encore. Donc merci aussi à la CAF de m'avoir convié à ce séminaire et donc de contribuer à témoigner. Moi, je reprendrai à mon compte 3 mots-clés que Khaled a utilisés dans son brillant exposé. Je l'avais écrit de mon côté, sans concertation avec lui, mais on se retrouve puisqu'on est dans le même domaine. Je crois qu'il y a 3 mots majeurs que sont la sécurité, le confort et la qualité. Il a bien décliné ces mots en expliquant donc comment effectivement assurer la sécurité d'un stade, comment rendre les stades plus confortables et comment effectivement faire en sorte que la qualité se retrouve, notamment au niveau de la pelouse. Alors, Autre élément qu'il a développé, le football est un jeu, le football est un sport, mais là nous sommes dans le football qui a trait au spectacle, qui a trait à un produit. Donc pour qu'on puisse attirer les partenaires économiques, pour qu'on puisse sensibiliser les partenaires institutionnels et pour qu'on puisse surtout attirer les supporters qui sont le cœur du football, il faut effectivement que ces 3 conditions minimales soient remplies. Alors lorsqu'on observe un peu dans le monde entier ce qui s'est passé au cours de ces 30 ou 40 dernières années, on se rend compte que l'Europe, par exemple, a profité, si je puis dire, de difficultés pour pouvoir effectivement moderniser ces stades. Souvenez-vous de 3 événements tragiques. Nous sommes en 1985, il y a la finale de ce qu'on appelait encore la Coupe d'Europe des clubs champions. On ne disait pas la Champions League. En 1985, il y a effectivement le drame du ESL. Nous sommes en 89, nous sommes à Sheffield, en Angleterre, avant une demi-finale de la Coupe d'Angleterre, entre Liverpool toujours et Nottingham Forest. Il y a également, malheureusement, une centaine de morts. Nous sommes en France, nous sommes à Bastia, au stade de Furiani, et effectivement, nous sommes là en 92, avant une demi-finale de Coupe de France entre l'Olympique de Marseille, cher à Karim et donc Bastia. Et malheureusement, il y a une trentaine de morts et 2000 blessés. À partir de là, effectivement, les gouvernements, notamment Mme Thatcher, qui était Premier ministre d'Angleterre, a pris le taureau par les cornes, et les autres pays européens ont suivi, notamment à la faveur de grandes compétitions. L'Espagne a organisé la Coupe du Monde en 82, l'Italie en 90, la France en 98, etc., etc. Donc, ça a pu permettre effectivement de moderniser les installations à partir de contraintes, à partir de difficultés que ces pays avaient rencontrées. Alors revenons au continent africain pour constater quand même que depuis une dizaine d'années, il y a eu des efforts réels qui ont été faits, notamment liés à la campagne, au projet de développement de gagner en Afrique avec l'Afrique. Cependant, il reste encore beaucoup d'efforts à faire. Très récemment, j'étais commissaire d'un match dans un très grand pays, un pays de 30 millions d'habitants, où le club champion est qualifié d'ailleurs pour la Champions League, pour le groupe qui va être mis en place. Je suis arrivé d'un stade qui a été construit en 1924. Le club est né également en 1924. J'ai eu l'impression que le temps s'était arrêté, qu'il ne s'était plus rien passé depuis 1924. Tout ce que Khaled a exprimé comme standard, comme norme, comme obligation pour organiser un match de ce niveau, effectivement n'existe pas d'un stade qui est donc directement concerné par la plus prestigieuse des compétitions de la CAF. Donc il n'y a pas de tribune de presse, il n'y a pas de vestiaire pour les arbitres, il y a une entrée commune entre les spectateurs et les officiels, et j'en passe et des meilleurs. Donc on a encore beaucoup d'efforts à faire. Maintenant, comme la question qui m'a été posée concerne les petits pays et les petits stades, il y a aussi de bons exemples. Je ne sais pas si parmi nous, je crois qu'il y a un ami séchellois. Les Seychelles, petit pays de 100 000 habitants, ont 2 stades absolument remarquables qui répondent effectivement aux critères qui ont été exposés. L'île Maurice, dans la région océan Indien également, a 3 stades d'un bon niveau. La Réunion, d'où je viens, est un peu particulier puisque la Réunion fait partie aussi de la Fédération française de football et depuis quelques années, nous avons pu mettre en place des normes, des standards liés à la fédération.
Merci, Monsieur Lecotte. Paul Bassi, you have also very diversified experience. You worked with CAF as media officer, security officer, general coordinator, and we sent you to many zones. I know that we send you sometimes to North Africa, sometimes in the west, sometimes in the south. So from your experience in these missions, how do you think the situation is now? Do we have still many stadiums behind in terms of infrastructure? Did you go to many missions where you really suffered a lot from the quality of infrastructure you are working in, or the situation is a little bit in progress if we compare to the past?
Well, 2 years ago when we came here for the club licensing seminar, the first thing I asked myself, I said, how come we are starting this late? why not before now? Because I thought that it was something that was very necessary, something that should be even as old as the game itself. But better late than never. Of course, we went out, and the same reaction that I got in Cairo was the reaction that we got where we went to, where people thought that it may be impossible. You know, they didn't even wait for you to finish. They believe that what you are saying may not be possible, it was too difficult. What is the time available to us? Especially in the relation to infrastructure. With due respect to Cabello, he came here to talk about financial and admin criteria being the most important. I think we found out that even till now, most people are doing without administration, finance, but they cannot do without infrastructure. They are still playing football. They must have a stadium. So we're players, fine. And regrettably, most of the venues we have, most of the stadiums we have are still in terrible conditions. And you can blame traditional values for this. Clubs in Africa still believe that if they don't play in their villages, if they don't play in their communities, they will not win. Even when you get to a capital where you can see one or two stadia that are good enough, acceptable, you have to take you to their villages, to their towns. They will make excuses about adequate support before they can win and win well. Unfortunately, the venues they present to you are most times not good enough. And the club license seminar tells us that there are some criteria that are must, the A criteria. And these stadiums, most of them were built about 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Hardly do you see new stadiums springing up in Africa, except perhaps in the Southern African region and the North African region. 20 years ago, there were no provisions for instance, doping control rooms. So you get there and CAF tells you that you don't, as a general coordinator, you don't even know, because CAF could wake up and say, we're going to send a doping control person. So you must make sure that there's a doping control room. And a doping control room is not a room you can set up overnight, because it must have a toilet, it must have a sitting area, there must be a television, they have to go and bring a refrigerator from somewhere. And therefore, you find it very difficult to operate. I don't want to talk about mixed zone area. I don't want to talk about, Khaled, beautiful presentation. The entrances must be separate, the VIPs and so on. Then you also talk about the control room. It's so difficult to see control in most of these venues. You know. And worse, by the time you sit them down, discuss with them on how they can make the stadium good enough for the match that you have at hand, you also find out that nearly all the clubs don't own these venues. And so the process of maybe reconstructing and so on, they don't have the capacity. Somebody talked about economic considerations. The finances are not there. So even if they are willing to be able to put one or two things in place, the stadiums don't belong to them. And the people that own the stadium are not even there to listen to you. You know, so even if they are there, do they care? Do they bother? You know. And then the construction of this stadium, like I said, how many years ago, nobody took these things into consideration. So you find yourself in a situation where CAF believes that be a miracle worker, play the might, see what you can do, and then you live with a prayer. The prayer is that may they not win, so that they don't go far, so that you don't come back and meet yourself in the same condition, so that they don't get to the final and the CAF president has to come there. Where will he sit? How will he come in? You know. So in summary, it is still that bad. But I want to thank God because there's some awareness. People are, there are times, with due respect to my Ghanaian friends, there's a stadium I went and they insisted they had to play there. By the end of the day, we all agreed that they could not play there. They had to be moved to Kumasi to be able to play. They felt very bad. They did not go far, and they believed that it was the inspector that was sent that made them to lose. But we have to continue to do this. We have to continue to insist that as long as we could find a suitable infrastructure in that country, let us not go to places that would not do honor to the quality of African football that is really, really being on the rise. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Very good answer, actually. I was just talking with my friend Havaz about some of these issues, And we believe that we can only move forward together. I mean, when you as GC, you go, or as an instructor, or inspector, I mean, you go and see some challenges in the stadium or in the infrastructure in general, we count a lot on your report, because some of the clubs, as you said, they cannot do anything about it. They don't own the stadium. They count on our feedback to give it to the government to start to do something. It's not that easy, but we count a lot on the communication in general to try to move forward together with the federations and the clubs. Russell, can you talk a little bit about the national seminar that you did? What were the main challenges that you faced in the national seminars?
Yeah, I think the guys in the first session were also talking about the challenges, but probably a thread that flows through in everyone that you go to is the fact that when you arrive there, the delegates, the clubs, etc., kind of receive you with a lot of skepticism. Because the first thing when you start opening up your mouth and talking about the regulatory stuff, they just see dollars, they see euros. That's what you're costing them. And they start switching off because they think all you're going to do is cost them money. So it's a bit of a preparation thing. And then when you start talking to them from the coaching side, as an example, that they require a level A coach or they need youth development, they again think money. But you then also detect some challenges between the clubs, and they look at their FAs. And they say, well, if we need a ex-licensed coach, the FA is telling us that we must have local coaches. Who's training? So then you start talking budgets again about the federations maybe not doing sufficient from the club's perspective on actually training. It goes back to the same point that Anthony had raised when he raised his question about the wrong people in the right place, where we are not, well, perceived not to be able to do sufficient for the clubs by training them, by giving them sufficient capacity building courses, etc., to empower the clubs with a manager, a physiotherapist, an accountant, because what you end up is not an accountant, you end up with a bookkeeper. So it's those kind of challenges, I think, that we face, that we have a little bit of discord between the federation's responsibility to assist the club's expectation, and their feeling that you're coming there and all you're going to do is cost them money. I think the point that I think Karim made about you're expecting to get the president or the owner of the club, and you get the general secretary or you get the club manager, he or she's got to go back to the owner and convey this message, but he's not going to, or she's not going to, because they know it's going to be about budget. And they don't necessarily have the money. The other aspect that I think is a common thread that runs through challenges that you face is the stakeholders. And again, it was raised early on, it's not necessarily the right people are there. And when you talk to the clubs, particularly around infrastructure or a number of other elements, again, they go back to the issue around budget. But they are not open-minded enough to consider the fact that if they were engaging their local municipalities and their local authorities, that there is an avenue. Because when you say you need a ground, they think they need to own a ground, and they don't have the money to own a ground. As opposed to thinking out of the box, that what they need to do is to get the municipality to support them, get the government to support them. And then you go back to the same thing that Paul raised about playing within the community. So there's a brilliant stadium next door, but this club is not going to use it because their opposition is using it in the local league. So they won't even use it for a Champions League or a Confederations Cup match because they believe they're going to be bogged down or some hoodoo or whatever else it is, and the spectators are not going to get in. So those for me are the two threads that seem to be common when you're going in here. One is you receive with a fair amount of skepticism because they believe you're going to cost them money. And two, that we don't have the right stakeholders in those meetings to be able to convey the message and help them to get to a point where club licensing will actually contribute to their success.
Thank you, Russell. Monsieur Locat, alors on vient de parler du gouvernement et on a dit que dans la plupart des pays, le gouvernement est le propriétaire des stades. Est-ce que dans les séminaires que vous avez, là où vous avez assisté, le gouvernement était présent dans ces séminaires ou bien pas tout le temps?
J'ai co-animé 3 séminaires avec mon ami Joseph Caboret qui est là, Hamza Toufal aussi que je vois, Jérémy qui est quelque part. Alors dans 3 îles, les Comores, l'île Maurice et la Réunion. Alors la participation a été inégale. Aux Comores, nous étions en fait peu nombreux. Il n'y avait quasiment pas de président, il y avait surtout les secrétaires généraux. Mais j'ai envie de dire qu'aux Comores, la situation est un peu particulière. Si vous connaissez la personnalité du président Salim Tourki, il est presque le ministre des Sports des Comores. Donc, sa photo est même dans le stade. Donc, c'est lui qui dirige et qui manage effectivement le football comorien et qui arrive à obtenir des résultats tout à fait honorables puisque les Comores ne sont à la FIFA depuis 2005 et déjà, ils ont des résultats donc tout à fait corrects. À l'île Maurice, on peut dire que la fédération a décrété la mobilisation générale. Nous avions effectivement des représentants des présidents d'abord qui étaient là, ensuite des représentants de la fédération elle-même, de la ligue professionnelle qui est nouvelle, puisque le football mauricien s'est professionnalisé depuis 2 ans, et également des représentants du ministère de la Jeunesse et des Sports et de son jeune ministre, qui nous avait fait faire un coucou par son directeur des sports. Donc à Maurice, les choses sont remarquablement passées, et on sent une vraie motivation aujourd'hui pour aller de l'avant, pour donc professionnaliser le football à tous les niveaux. Et enfin, à La Réunion, c'est un séminaire qu'on a organisé un peu in extremis avec M. Arras pour permettre au club réunionnais de revenir dans le giron africain en termes de compétition interclub. Et donc, c'est un séminaire qui s'est bien passé. Étant entendu qu'à La Réunion, il y a 130 terrains gazonnés et éclairés qui appartiennent aux municipalités et qui sont donc partie prenante au développement du football depuis fort longtemps dans notre île.
Merci, Monsieur Lecotte. Paul Bassi, Gavasset just talked about the financial issue of they want financial assistance, the different federations, but how do you think CAF can help from the feedback you got in the national seminars? What do you think they want from CAF as assistance to apply the club licensing system project?
Money. They want money, a lot of money.
Only that?
That's the best way you can help. Just give them money. Because let me give you a classic case. Floodlights. When you go to these countries and you talk about floodlight, for instance, they don't bother. The answer they may give you is that, okay, we're not going to play at night. We're going to play, maybe start our matches by 4 p.m. They forget that floodlight is not a function of night. Floodlight is a function of visibility. That even when you start a match by 1 p.m., there could be bad weather, there could be mist or whatever, and then there's no visibility. Well, jokes apart, let me say that CAF has started this process of seminars, and we just have to continue. We just have to insist. I don't know whether there is anything in the CAF development program where, for instance, you have training for stadium managers. I went for an inspection recently, and the person they introduced to me as the stadium manager did not know anything about the stadium. And that is the person that you are supposed to interface with, interact with. What is the size of the pitch? You cannot put the referee's room here because it's too close to one of the dressing rooms. You must have a different control room. I mean, specifically about infrastructure now. CAF has to continue to do seminars for different grades of people, even at other levels, But unfortunately, even that could be difficult because, I mean, how many seminars are you going to do, in a year in a particular member association? Club licensing managers. Yes, Tony talked about, if I am the president of a federation today, I could decide to make my cousin CLM. After all, you have to find work for somebody. But let's try and develop. If we cannot change their choice, let's try and develop club licensing managers because they're going to make our work a bit easy. Videos, more interaction, more seminars. I also found out that you cannot even make club licensing managers in a particular country to hold seminars in that country. They will not respect him. Just like Araz has promised us that in future when we go out, they're going to give us CAF suits, right instructor there. When you go out there, they respect you, they listen to you. If not, it would have been better to allow club licensing managers within the community to do a bit much, maybe 3-4 times in a year. A case study is a place like Nigeria. The day you go to Nigeria and you stop in Abuja, there is a place that you need 2 days to get to Abuja to attend a seminar. The person may not come. So we need something a bit more, maybe more regional seminars and so on. But I think we have to do a lot intellectually. And CAF has been patient. I've heard it again and again. Let's not force it. Let's take it one step at a time. And the level of development in different countries may not be the same. But we just have to continue seminars, the CMS system, like you have said, videos, continued interaction, and maybe employ 3-4 more people for Harras to be able to decentralize his work and so on. But it's going to take a lot of patience, it's going to take a lot of time, but at the end of the day, we know what our goal is. We know where we are going to, and I believe that with time, we'll get there. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Anthony?
Yeah, just to continue on what Paul said, what I've experienced also is there's a lot learning by doing. He just said that the stadium manager had no clue about the stadium. There is a lot learning by doing on the spot, which doesn't help us. There are a lot of young up-and-coming students in the region who study sports management or event management, who are interested. Why not using them? I also mentioned that there are few, I thank God that I have a good relationship with my federation, but there are some of us who work for CAF, but the federation is not utilizing them. Meanwhile, they have so much experience. I don't think it's a harm to speak with them. And then also what Paul said, the quality of the club licensing managers is so essential. Because for me, everything falls from the top. It's leadership and goes down. But the problem in Africa we often have is also when somebody's younger than the person who's a bit older, you small boy, what do you know? You understand where I'm coming from? Meanwhile, the person is an expert, has done his studies with it, and has a vast knowledge. And that's where I think we have to do more. From FIFA side to tell and have a good dialogue with the president, from CAF side also to have a good dialogue with those who take certain decisions. Because if you look at the structure, often we have CEOs, we have general secretaries, good. But excuse me, I don't see that they are really in control and they understand let me say, the importance of the role. You run the show, basically, as a CEO and as a general secretary. Mr. Hack mentioned it before. So they must be able also to take certain decisions. And I think this is very, very important in an administration generally.
Thanks, Anthony. Okay, the last question to Russell before we give the question to everyone. What do you give as advices to the new instructors that are joining the panel and will do seminars soon? Russell.
Run for cover. No, I think the lesson that we've learned, it's all about relationships. And you can't go into any of the federations like a bull in a china shop and think, I know it all, and therefore I'm going to tell you. And if you don't do what I tell you, I'm just going to mark it down, and I'm going to send my report, and that's the end of the job done. You haven't achieved anything in doing that. So I think it's about relationships. It's about understanding the people that you're busy with. As much as you know, I promise you, you're going to learn 10 times more from them that you will be able to use when you're moving forward. So you may have a handbook, you may have hundreds of years of experience in terms of the hours that you put in, and you think you know it all. The best lesson you're going to get is from them themselves, when you're sitting and you're talking to them, understanding what their challenges are. And then I think one of the other points is something that Khaled raised earlier during his presentation as well, is do some research on where you're going. Don't just go to an FA to inspect the stadium or to deal with the course, and then I'm just going to give you a presentation. you're not involving them because you're not talking at their level. Don't give them a presentation about a Wembley Stadium and say this is what the thing must be. They don't have the means, they don't have the money, they don't have any chance of that kind of infrastructure. But if you show them an image, what Khaled showed you now, they can relate to that. Don't show them the Wembley image because it's not going to help them. So understand what they have, what is working for them, and try and help them. Don't knock them down and saying, I've seen your stadium over there, that's not going to work. Yes, I've seen your stadium, but you know what? If you fix this and you fix that, you'll get to the level. But if we go on to the negative, you have lost them straight away, and the battle is lost. And whoever goes there after you is going to struggle even more.
Thanks, Wassim. Any questions? Jibril?
Merci Khaled. Je m'appelle Jibril Traoré. Je parle de sécurité parce que c'est l'aspect le plus important de tout ce qu'on est en train de dire par rapport à un match de football. Tout dernièrement, il y a quelques 3-4 mois, j'ai été coordinateur général dans une Coupe d'Afrique des Nations. Et les autorités qui doivent mettre en place la sécurité, c'est-à-dire les autorités locales, c'est souvent ces autorités même qui enfreignent, n'est-ce pas, à la loi, et ça nous donne trop de problèmes à nous, coordinateurs généraux. Je m'explique. C'était dans un stade, peut-être que je ne vais pas le nommer, mais tout le monde le sait. Ce jour-là, il y avait le match d'ouverture et il y avait beaucoup plus de supporters, d'ailleurs, à l'extérieur du stade qu'à l'intérieur, tellement le stade était plein. Un stade de 40 à 45 000 spectateurs, mais ce jour-là, le stade contenait dans les 60 à 70 000 spectateurs. J'avoue que j'avais des frissons avant le match. J'avoue que j'étais angoissé, j'étais très stressé avant cette rencontre-là. Et ce jour-là, heureusement qu'il y avait la hiérarchie sur place, c'est-à-dire la hiérarchie de la CAF. Je me suis adressé à cette hiérarchie qui m'a aidé à résoudre ce problème. Disons, à prendre la décision de jouer le match. Parce que moi, personnellement, si j'étais seul, j'allais peut-être décider de retarder, sinon d'annuler la rencontre et d'aviser la CAF. Il y avait les spectateurs partout, dans les escaliers, dans les tribunes où il n'en fallait pas, un peu partout. C'était très très difficile et il n'y avait même pas d'accès, n'est-ce pas, pour les ambulances afin d'évacuer les éventuels blessés. Ce jour-là, c'était vraiment difficile et très grave. Alors, devant cet état de fait, si vous êtes seul devant une responsabilité à prendre, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Ça, c'est ma première question. Deuxièmement, c'est-à-dire qu'il y avait le jour de la finale une autorité très importante et très influente qui avait affaire à nous par rapport à l'organisation de la cérémonie. Alors, cette autorité-là s'est confrontée à moi. J'ai fait appel encore à l'autorité de la CAF, c'est-à-dire à ma hiérarchie, qui est venue à mon secours, qui a été aussi diminuée, sinon plus que moi, par cette autorité-là. Alors, finalement, ce sont ces autorités-là qui doivent nous aider, qui doivent prendre des décisions pour qu'il n'y ait pas, n'est-ce pas, de casse. Mais souvent, ce sont elles, ces autorités-là, qui occasionnent eux-mêmes les casses. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Si vous êtes seul, si vous êtes avec votre commissaire de match, vous êtes deux, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Qu'est-ce qu'il faut prendre comme décision? Vraiment, ce jour-là, moi, j'étais angoissé, stressé et j'avais des frissons.
Yes, Paul, since you did security officer a lot.
When you're doing the World Cup, maybe Nations Cup at the level of CAF, and you are a general coordinator, and they tell you that you have to get to the stadium 10 hours before the match, and then your wife will ask you why are you in the stadium, this match is not coming, and then it is for reasons like this. What they wait to see is when 11 young men on one side and 11 on the other side file out and they're playing a match and then it's gone. At the level of a general coordinator, what CAF tries to do is to send you as much as 4 days in advance to a venue. You get there before the commissioner that is supposed to be the head of delegation. You are the worker. In the 4 days that you are there, just like my colleagues have said, you try as much as possible to relate with those on the ground. Those on the ground is security. In some countries, you have them in all levels. You have the police, you have the army, you have those on horseback, you have, what is Pompier? Fire service. Because perhaps you are not a policeman or an army, what you are trained in is stadium football security. You therefore have to sit down with them and try to see how you can resolve this issue. And I've seen where you drive to a particular stadium, and as you are driving and looking at the surrounding, at what level do you start your security barricade? Where are the different points of checks? Because take it or leave it, there are some matches that you just have to be prepared that there will be definitely, if that stadium is 40,000, you're going to have about 80,000. So you start planning for it. At CAF and FIFA level, they have dubbed some matches as being high risk. So whatever happens on the day of the match, you must have prepared for it 3 days before that match, so that you avoid whatever you're talking about now. It happens in North African countries especially. Sometimes you wonder why the army personnel are more than even the spectators. They get there, they start their barricade, there are some roads that they lock. If you don't have your tickets, you cannot get past certain barricades. There are 3 tiers of checks. So you must try. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's a done deal or is something that you don't have any problem with. I mean, I've just been told about somebody who has been sent to Sudan to go and do a match between Al Hilal and El Merreikh. They are sending you to go and kill you because they know it's going to be a very difficult match. So take a permission, go there 4 days before and start talking to authorities. Liaise with the security personnel. Ask them what they want to do because they're in charge. There's also the law of the land that you cannot go and impose your own system. And then advise them with the little that you know. What are we going to do? How many spectators are we expecting? How many tickets are we selling? Because some federations are greedy, with due respect. They know that they can make as much money. You have a 40,000 capacity stadium. What is the stadium safe capacity? Why must you sell more than 35,000 tickets when you know that you are going to have so many people? You know, sir, I'm saying that you must be prepared for such matches. You know such matches. You don't wait until the day of the match to have the situation in your hand. You try as much as possible to evade match day -2, -3, -2, -1. You try as much as possible. And you're in touch with CAF anyway. They're also advising you from the headquarters, the competition department. This is what I have done. This is what I think I want to do. And God help you. You may just end up having a very smooth match. If you wait until match day, if you don't take those precautions in time, definitely you're going to have some problems on your hands. That's what I can offer for now. I don't know whether I've tried.
Just to add, what he was telling you, basically the need to make an appropriate research. And what is security about? For me, security is anticipation. Anticipation and anticipation again. You know, and to also plan the worst case scenario in case of. So these are the little words I will add to what Paul just said.
Thank you very much. My name is Edgar Watson from Uganda. I wanted first of all to emphasize Anthony's point that we need to use the upcoming, young people, because whereas Ahmed is praising me as a GS of Uganda, I have to confess that the club licensing manager I have was actually got from Chambogo University, and he came in the federation as an intern, and now he's doing a very good job in club licensing. So I want to emphasize what Anthony is saying. We need to get people like that. The second point I want to bring, Khalid, is where you say CAF needs to understand the situation. We had an incident where we got a CAF stadium inspector. He came in, he found things were not really up to standard, but actually this is what the government officials wanted, to have conditions that are not up to standard so that they have a reason to substitute the stadia to build supermarkets. So there is an economic war where capitalists are looking for space in very good areas in town, probably where a stadium is built. And if a CAF inspector comes and he says it's not fit for football, then the guys out there are celebrating that now actually CAF has confirmed we can't have football in this stadium, therefore it has to go. And then overall football loses. So the point I'm trying to bring is that we need to understand certain situations sometimes before a decision is given, especially coming from CAF. Thank you.
If I can apologize in advance, it's not really a question, but if I can just share a little bit of World Cup experience. If it's one of those tournaments where you're building new stadiums, there's really 3 completely different kinds of stadium inspection that have to take place. The first stadium inspections happen before construction even starts, because you need to inspect the drawings to make sure that that stadium is going to work once it's built. And you need a multidisciplinary team doing that, because you may find that the architect will design a stadium that's really beautiful, but it doesn't necessarily work functionally on the day. So to give an example, if the dressing rooms are too small, by the time that thing is built, you're not going to be able to fix it. And when you arrive there as the GC, the only thing you'll be able to do about it is to practice your apology speech, because you'll be giving that speech a few times. So the first step is those drawings. Then during the construction phase, of course, you need stadium inspections for readiness and to check that the stadium is going to be complete on time. Now, those are not usually football people, because those are construction experts who have to check. So, and it's not good to rely on the construction team who are doing it to give you that information, because they have their own agenda. So the project manager will always tell you that the project will be complete. You need to inspect with independent project managers and independent engineers who will give you independent opinion on how well the project is going. Because as a football person, you can go and look at that stadium and ask yourself if it's going to be complete. You won't know the answer. It takes expertise in that area to tell you that this particular construction program is not going to be finished. It needs to be expedited, and then you need to go to the authorities to get extra money and do that kind of stuff. And then the final set of inspections are really not construction inspections, they're operational inspections. And that's where you have a multidisciplinary football team. So you have the football people, the security people, logistics, marketing, all the different departments inspecting at the same time and hopefully in the same room where they have their meeting. Because what works fine for the football department is not necessarily going to work for security. And I remember the one example we were always given in the final phase when they build the temporary infrastructure, is that if these plans happen independently of each other, you will have problems. So the TV people make a decision that they're going to park their TV trucks there, which only come just before the tournament. What they don't know is the security department has also planned a fence that's going to go through exactly the same space. So that's why those operational meetings have to be multidisciplinary and all at the same time and hearing each other. Because the GCs are really experienced and clever people and they can make some sort of a plan on match day. But ideally, they should not have to make any of those plans, because if the other processes have been done properly, that stadium is, number one, completely complete, and number two, it's operationally functional. And then just a last point about the pitch. What you find is always the pitch is built last, because you've got to wait for all the construction vehicles to be gone and all that stuff. And what happens at the end of a project, you've run out of money by then. So they have no money to spend on the pitch, and that's the most important part of the infrastructure. So if there's some way of the organizers intervening and specifying the pitch carefully and ensuring that there is enough money when it comes to doing the pitch, that's critically important, because you find a lot of other stuff is beautifully done and the pitch is a mess, and the pitch is the most important thing.
Right. Thank you.
Just on what Derek said, I agree with you totally. And we shouldn't only think that these things happen in Africa. These things happen also when World Cups are done. I've been part of inspection of World Cups. And what I suggested to FIFA, that experienced general coordinators prior to the tournament should be involved in the inspection. Because what Derek said, walkways are very important. When you come out of the dressing room, you shouldn't get immediately to the mix zone, etc., etc. So this is so important because most of the people, as he said, who build these football stadia are good architects, but they don't have a clue about certain requirements. I had the chance to be a player, to play in an African Cup, and now also to be part as an instructor and a general coordinator. So the requirements of a player or of a technical staff, etc., we know about it. So that's why I said it's important to include some of the experienced ones in the inspection. In Gabon, we have pitches who didn't have a drainage, and I think it's important for us, if I say us, CAF, to get more involved there. Thank you.
So, yes, I remember I said to you that most of the stadiums, or stadia if you like, that in Africa are not new. Most of them were done years ago. Unfortunately, the new ones that are springing up are being built by people from a certain country whose football, whatever, is not good enough. And these contracts are being awarded by government, the Minister of Works, the Minister of Infrastructure, and so on. And you dare not go near them. You see, because everything about the cost of the contract, who does it or whatever, it is when they have finished, they now call the Football Federation or Football Association to now come and take over the stadium. And by the time you get there, it's not functional. No, that is why if CAF says, if FIFA says, when you go to these countries for seminars, let government people come. Let them be told that, look, you've made a mistake. That it's no more functional for you to bring a team out from, I mean, this is VIP, why the dressing rooms are on the other side of the stadium. And the general coordinator has to calculate 15 minutes for entry and exits. But this is some of the things that we have to address, and it's still happening. The new stadiums that are springing up in Africa are being built by people who don't care about stadium specifications in FIFA and in CAF.
Khaled, yeah, just in response to the statement that Edgar was making, and it goes back to possible advice or recommendations to the colleagues who are new when we're inspecting, and it goes back to relationships, and it goes back to researching where you're going. I've done a number of stadium inspections, and I think Khaled can attest to the fact that I won't necessarily condemn a facility unless, obviously, it's just totally there. I will always end up saying, unless you do the following, you can't play. And those are the kinds of things that should be able to help the federation as well from a political level if they're fighting. But if you write the word down in the bottom that you condemn and you tell people when you're there, it's the last thing you must do. You should never be telling people what your decision is when you're there, especially if you are not going to recommend that the stadium be used. But on a positive note, you can rather end it by saying, guys, if you fix all these elements, then for sure you'll be able to play the matches there. Some of those are impossible for them to fix, but it's not your issue. It becomes their challenge. But you've left them with an opportunity to consider. And when they go back and find out it's impossible, it's their decision. It's not been yours. They've been part of that decision and realized that they can't do it.
Okay, one last question.
Hello, my name is Pedro Sebastian. I'm from Auditel. We're the security consultants for CAF. Just wanted to do some comments, general comments concerning security. Now, security for us starts before a match, but a long time before a match. Not just that the infrastructure has to be built, but also that you sell the tickets or you accept into the stadiums those people that, let's say, you are supposed to allow in. Now, that takes me to the relationship and to the coordination issue, which is the ministries of interior of the countries normally know who the problematic people are. If you're able to avoid that they can even buy a ticket or get close to the stadium, you're already doing very much. Now, technology can help you with those things like CCTV, selling tickets only to certain people by phones or whatever, but technology needs a support of certain processes and of coordination. Now, that's important that you get all the people from the LOC to the GC and also the different organisms inside the receiving country to work together. Now, I've seen it in several countries where you have representatives of the military, of the police forces, of, let's say, other security forces, and of the LSC working together without clearly defined processes and going one step back, not even clearly defining what the words mean, what they're talking about. Now, I'll give you an example. If you talk to an officer in the military of what control means, it's completely different than what somebody from the police services considers. For a military service, control is that he has an active command over the situation and has, let's say, decision-making capacity. For police, it's supervision and they just vigilance. Now, these type of words and concepts have to be clarified from the process point of view, even before you start thinking about the technology. Technology is a support, and it's a support that's very, very effective, but you need the people, you need the processes behind it. If you don't have it, you're not helping yourselves to set up security. And just one third small lesson learned that we've learned, it's very important that after the match has been played, after the whole event, you sit down with all the people, all the actors who were there, and review what are the lessons learned. What did I do right? What went wrong but still didn't have any type of effect because of, let's say exterior factors? And publish that information so that we can all learn from that. That, I think, is very important. And I think in that sense, CAF has a very, very important role because they can coordinate all those lessons learned and publish it. Not just lessons learned internally by the CAF teams, but also from the local government authorities. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. You identify these people and you don't sell tickets to them. Of course, they will not come and buy the tickets. They will send their brothers to go and buy tickets for them. Their brothers will come buy the tickets for them. They come into the stadium. Stadiums where you don't have closed circuit monitoring TV, no control rooms. Could be very difficult. We've always talked about the African perspective. Unfortunately, we have to do that. In Europe, it's easy. It comes in the CEO of the league in Nigeria. In the last 3 days, I saw where they have banned some people from attending league matches. Unfortunately, I will not reveal to him. One of those people was there watching the match. Nobody. They don't know who he is. They've never seen him before. You know, sometimes when we work in Africa, we also pray that God should help us to succeed.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, thanks everyone. I'd like to thank our panelists for the good discussion. And now I'll give the floor to Ahmed Hafez. Thank you.
Thank you, Khaled. That was very entertaining and very interesting to listen to all the problems we have in stadiums. Stadiums and infrastructure criteria has been defined by you, the experts of CAF, several times as maybe one of our biggest challenges ahead of us, because this is where the whole development begins, because we cannot, like I said before, we cannot make money out of our competitions until it looks really good on TV, and that starts from the stadium. I would like to thank the panelists, Anthony Bafo, Paul Bassey, Russell Paul, and Monsieur Ismail Lokat, for amazing experts. But today I want to apologize for the experts who were not on the panel. This does not mean that I'm not differentiating between the experts, but it was very difficult to make the selection of the experts to come up, but all of you are experts of the highest level. Some of you had opportunities in previous seminars to present, and I can promise you we will have a lot more seminars. But most importantly, and I said yesterday to some of the instructors, that the place where you need to really deliver and actually speak and send the message in the best way is when you go to the missions. This is, I know it looks very, like I try to make it to look as professional as it can be, but at the end of the day, this is more of a a big panel discussion where we're all gathering here to discuss the challenges we met before and how to face these challenges in the future. Anyways, I don't want to speak much more. We still have tomorrow. I would like to ask Mr. Ahmed Chenouda, who will do a very quick recap for the day, and he will go over the administrative matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So today, I know everyone's tired, so just bear with me for a couple of minutes. We covered a lot of content today. We started with the presentation of Mr. Harraz. He gave us a recap of the progress of the club licensing system in Africa, and that you can see, that it has an impact in the continent. And then Mr. Andres Portoea had his presentation about the club licensing around the world. He told us that FIFA has started a project a year ago. It's a new era for football, and the concept of think tank is a priority for FIFA now. It's used to provide data for the federations and experts in order to help them perform better. He gave us a couple of interesting statistics, one of which is that the total number of participating teams in the top tier level were 3,481 clubs, of which 4.5% only were from Africa. Okay, everyone's asleep, huh? I just told you any numbers now. Yeah, okay. The numbers are 2,607 clubs, of which 29% are from Africa. That's the biggest number in a single continent. That's a very exciting number, and as Mr. Sebastian said in his presentation after Mr. Andres, with this exciting number comes great responsibility and great difficulties. So this should be a motive for you all to continue your hard work and try your best to improve the level of the clubs in the continent. And then we had a panel with all the experts from all the confederations. And one of the factors that were highlighted by Mr. Andres for the success of the club licensing system around the world is that there's a good collaboration between the club licensing managers and all the confederations. And Mr. Mahajan added that the club licensing system helps the federations and the clubs to know where they stand, and if you know where you stand, you will know how to progress and how to develop. And then we had the panel with talking about the administrative, legal, and financial pillars. It was led by Mr. Kabelo Bosilong. It was a really technical presentation. I apologize if I didn't understand everything, but yes, and I can't summarize it. And then Mr. Khalid Lemkashar gave us a presentation about the homologation of stadiums and not the inspection visits, because we are working in a horizontal environment and not a vertical one. We're here to help the federations and the clubs to be in a better position and not just give them tasks to do and orders. And he gave us a glimpse of why we are inspecting the stadiums, and that's to improve the product of the football match. It's not just a football match. We can have a match without the whole stadium and the whole stadium experience, but it's to improve the whole experience. And then we had, finally, I think if you don't suffer from short-term memory, you remember the last panel with the infrastructure. So I'll leave you to this. We have a dinner at 7 in the Sky Pool level, SP, and tomorrow we'll start at 9. I'm sorry, tonight's dinner starts at 7. It's a casual attire, and that's it. Thank you.